Saratoga. It's the final 2 days of the Saratoga meet, and today one of two final grade ones before we say goodbye is Arthur's Ride, the best older horse in the country. The Whitney winner has a chance to strengthen that argument as the lone speed to catch in today's Jockey Club Gold Cup. Tapit Trice ran the best race of his career coming back as a 4-year-old in a graded stakes win. Can last year's Belmont Stakes third-place finisher continue to improve in his second start off the bench? Running Bee looks to add a second stakes win for the meet's leading trainer. Sloan Stakes win was a dead heat for the win with a rival who'd be matched up with again in the Bernard Baruch. And Ferocious appears to be well named. He more than lived up to his $1.3 million purchase price in his debut. Will he shine again in Monday's Grade 1 hopeful? All that and more coming up on this Sunday edition of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Mother Nature has blessed us with a gorgeous Sunday afternoon here in upstate New York. Look at that shot of this historic racetrack. Final 2 days of the summer to soak it in here in Saratoga Springs, New York. And a couple of very big races still to come, including a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic today. The favorite in that race, which has already punched his ticket to the Classic with that Whitney win. That is Arthur's Ride. With me, champion handicapper Jonathan Kitchen, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, and 4-time Breeders' Cup winning rider Rajiv Mirage. So much appears to be in the corner for Arthur's Ride. He's the speed to catch. He's won at a mile and a quarter. He loves this racetrack. Is there a reason to doubt him today?
There's not a lot of reasons on paper. I mean, I will say the way he ran during the Belmont Stakes Festival, I didn't trust his performance that day. Maybe a little bit bias-aided. The racetrack was playing towards speed. We've seen a lot of horses that have confirmed that. Then he came back and ran on a sloppy racetrack. We still haven't seen him do it on a fast racetrack versus this type of competition. I think he probably will, but I think there's at least a couple of interesting horses in the race.
I think the one thing you have to worry about is his last two races are so giant. He lays over this field. But is there going to be any kind of regression? We'll see today. But I have a feeling that there's a lot of people trying to beat this horse, and his numbers are through the roof. So if he repeats any of those numbers, and if he kind of regresses a tiny bit, he still can win the race. But I'm understanding what Jonathan's going there. I think Tapit Trice is a formidable horse. I don't like Highland Falls at all, but I do think there's some other horses in there. But Tapit Trice could give him all he can handle.
I mean, he is so hot right now, Arthur's Ride, coming off 2 massive wins, and he actually has a dynamic advantage on his rivals today because he's a lone speed in the race. He has significantly more early speed than anyone else, so he could well be in control of the race from the onset, and it's going to take a big performance to beat him. But I do think that Tapit Trice has a big performance in him.
Got a chance today. I know National Treasure didn't really show up in that Whitney, but he's making an argument now if he runs big again that he is maybe the leader of this division. As we take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm, 13 races on this Sunday card. Today we're just 2 minutes to post to kick off the early pick 5 and our opener on this Sunday afternoon. We have a $210,000 pick 6 carryover beginning in race 8, the Bernard Baruch, where 2 horses who dead heated for the win against each other will be rematched. And of course that win and you're in for the Classic in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Track conditions brought to you by John Deere. Fast and firm. We love to see that with the sun shining down on this gorgeous Sunday afternoon. We're going to open things up with a maiden special weight on this Sunday card. 7 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, and we have an even money favorite. Hurricane Nelson is today the day, JK. 4 seconds and a third in 5 starts.
I don't think so.
Is he a geopolitics kind of horse, or is he better than geopolitics?
Geopolitics ran better getting blinkers. What's changing for Hurricane Nelson?
Well, he finally won last time out. We'll see if Hurricane Nelson can do that today. Let's bring in Acacia Clement.
And we'll start with Hurricane Nelson. He's certainly been a frustration to both connections and to bettors alike because he's run very fast races. Now, I think there's a couple things to look at here. He was not 100% fit in that first race, and he ran a very good second behind Reynolds Channel, and then regressing a little bit after that, which after such a big effort, I can't totally fault him there. I do think the horse that beat him last time out in Banned for Life was a horse that had had several chances as well, just like him, and was just a bit better that day. But one thing I will say for Hurricane Nelson today, this is by far the most fit that he has been coming back as a 3-year-old with racing and with some strong efforts. I was fully coming in here expecting not to pick him, but the first-time starter that I was interested in, who we'll get to a moment, just gave me some reasons to have a little bit of trepidation, and I like the way Hurricane Nelson is drawn today. Drawn to the outside, going 7 furlongs. Manny Franco will have some options with him. Now, taking a look at those first-time starters, the 2 Montalcino I was very intrigued by on paper, but watching him here in the preliminaries, I think that he would benefit from a start just to tuck up as far as fitness is concerned, and B, he was quite green out on the track. He, back in the paddock, kind of had his ears pinned, just a little bit agitated, lacking a bit of focus, and then coming out on the track, he was going sideways, every way but forward, not wanting to link with the pony. Manny Franco, Irad Ortiz took him away for a big warm-up, which I appreciated, and it looks like he's a bit better now, but just looks like he's not completely clued in to what his job is, debuting as a 3-year-old after working 10 flat as a 2-year-old at the OBS April sale last year. The Golden Gorilla. Arcangelo Silk's present here. Great name for this horse. Very powerful, but think he'll benefit from a start. And the 4 Quando, Greg, I like him getting a little bit less distance.
All right, Acacia, thank you. About to load up. Paulie, you had some thoughts here.
I just thought this race, it's interesting to me because now the 2 is starting to take money here very late here for Cherie DeVoe. I do think the 5 is an outside runner in here, but the 6, Escondido, the horse that JK picks, I thought that horse would be way less than 10-1, JK. I mean, that horse was giant first time out in a loaded race.
Yeah, I thought the horse ran well, and in Quando and Hurricane Nelson, the 4 and the 8, the 2 a first-time starter. You're kind of guessing and hoping with those horses. I thought the 6 2-back ran extremely well, and I felt like you could draw a line through his last race.
Even money, though, on that one right there. The last load, Hurricane Nelson, 4 seconds, 5 career starts. Can he finally break through today? Manny Franco will be aboard for Christophe Clement. Let's send it upstairs to kick off this Sunday card with Frank Miramati.
One more. Hurricane Nelson goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Hurricane Nelson with a smooth beginning. Quando has some early interest. And here's Montalcino. And Montalcino is up to be on even terms with Hurricane Nelson. Quando is in between those 2. Then the Golden Gorilla on the rail, a joint 4th. Followed by Wajda in between horses. And Escondido outside of that pair, the 2 trailers, Duration and Mazmak at the back. 22-2 for the favorite Hurricane Nelson, who leads it by a length to Montalcino in 2nd. Followed by Quando in the Purple Silks 3rd. Then Wajda covering the Golden Gorilla. Duration trying to rally in between those 2. Has 7 lengths to make up with 3 furlongs to run. Mazmak and Escondido. 45-1. Montalcino switches to the outside to test Hurricane Nelson at the quarter pole. Montalcino traveling nicely on even terms. Hurricane Nelson will have to battle back to this confidently held Montalcino, who comes to the 8th pole and opens up 2. Hurricane Nelson is left well behind this eye-catching Montalcino, who opens up a 5-length lead. Mazmak has rallied into 2nd and is closing the gap late. It will be Montalcino to score. Mazmak, good-looking 2nd performance. Then it was Hurricane Nelson in 3rd, followed by Quando and the Golden Gorilla.
Open up the Brunello. It's time to celebrate here for these connections. First time out, Montalcino, Cherie DeVoe, Twin Brooks Stables, and the meet's leading rider kicks off this Sunday card with another.
Yeah, that was impressive. Source ranged up like a professional 4-year-old older horse that's been running for years. They've been training down at Keeneland, so there's no workout report here to know how well this horse was working. But he ran extremely well first time out.
$410,000 purchase here, and this horse was, like as you said, JK, professional. He ran like he already has a lot of experience, even though he didn't, because he was always there for his jockey, taking Irad around the track in a good position. and never really looked like a loser at any point.
Good job by the track maintenance crew. They just ran 122 at threes, as you see. Cherie DeVoe, she's had some unlucky horses, couple horses that have bounced at the start. But this one, clean. The money came in late, and you're going to see the start here. And everything looked like it was pretty clean from the beginning, Rajiv.
Yeah, I mean, he actually hit the gate a little bit when he broke outwards, but quickly recovered. And what I really like about this horse, you can see he's a big-bodied horse, but he's very quick on his feet. It's pretty agile for a big horse. Some things that you usually don't see. Most of the time, the big horses are lanky and a bit more slow to get going. He was right there from the onset into the bridle.
Let me ask you a quick question. Was Irad going forward, forcing the pace on the 8th, the right thing to do, obviously, and then get to the outside of Hurricane Nelson?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough post when you're drawn towards the inside with a first-time starter. Many of these horses have not really faced any adversity or has experience being behind horses taking dirt. So one of the best things you want to do, if possible, is get them running forward and try to get them out in the clear so they're not in an adverse position. And I think that was Irad's plan from the gate. He broke sharp. Fortunately, the horse had it in him to put him close to the race, but you can tell right away he let the 8 horse kind of pass him, the horse with experience, with natural speed, and then he right away wanted to get to the outside in the clear.
47th win of the meet for Rat Ortiz Jr. And impressive, especially to do this first time out and to do it at 7 furlongs on dirt. That's not easy in a debut. For Hurricane Nelson, has to be very frustrating for Connections because the horse obviously has talent.
What's your explanation, JK? I mean, I just like, the horse always breaks like a rocket. I don't know if there's a drop needed. Maybe the next thing is to try turf. I know there's not a lot of turf pedigree, but you never know. You want to check the boxes maybe?
Yeah, I mean, you got to try something. I mean, the horse obviously has some talent, shows some speed, has a bunch of seconds, another third here. But, yeah, you'd like to think that something's going to have to change.
The verdict is in on him, and the verdict is he's just not that good. He has very good speed figures, but he's going to keep finding horses that are better than him in these maiden races. I tell you what, the second-place finisher going forward, if they meet again, I would pick him over Hurricane Nelson because he actually hasn't run in a long time. The number 3 Mass Man,
Giant,
and he came off the pace first time for the new Connections, and he was actually closing in on this horse, Montelesino.
47 wins for that man right there, who is pretty much, unless Flavien Prat goes crazy, wrapped up another riding title. Meanwhile, Arthur's Ride going to go back-to-back with grade 1s here at this Saratoga meet. We'll have the chance later today. Stay with us.
Volatile, winner of the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, is the sire of 2 promising first-crop 2-year-olds. In Saratoga Maiden's special weight winner, Reliable Source, who will make her start next in the Grade 1 Spinaway.
And scores by 2.5.
And first out winner, Incentive Pay, a $315,000 yearling, who will make his next start in the Grade 1 Hopeful. Look for yearlings by Volatile at the upcoming Keeneland September sale.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller photo! In Italian to win it.
Big F has won.
And it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending. Ocean Road. Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl. State of Rest. Newspaper of Record.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. As a first-time starter, victorious in the opener, Montalcino, trained by Cherie DeVoe, who joins me here. Cherie, maybe a bit green out on the track, but very professional throughout the running of the race.
For sure. He's been training in Kentucky at Keeneland, so he's got a couple days here, but just really not fully acclimated. So, you know, in that post-parade, he's kind of jumping around, having a good time.
And it does seem like he's a feel-good type of horse as well, but has quite a bit of ability to win going first out at 7 furlongs.
Most definitely. You know, it's kind of a unknown, obviously, first-time starter, and the 7 furlong is a hard task, but I think Irad did a great job of getting him in position early and then pushing the button, and he gave it to him.
We have a big afternoon coming up. We're represented in both of the graded stakes, or I should say the stakes coming up later today. But I wanted to ask you about Rebel Red, as you had tweeted that he's now racing with just one eye. Can you talk a little bit about training a horse like that and getting them to still be responsive and accepting to their rider?
Okay, well, it was a big challenge. There was a lot of unknowns. So I had asked a couple other veteran trainers, and they all said when we have had them, they've already come with one eye. So this is, you know, we kind of just took him to the track and saw how he behaved himself, and he really has just taken everything in stride. There's a couple things that he's a little leery of, sometimes walking in the stall. Sometimes he'll do a full loop around. He lost his left eye, so he'll kind of do a big turn to the right to check his surroundings. But when he's on the track and he's galloping and when he's breezed, he's been fine. You know, we've taken him to the gate. He walks in there just fine, and he's relaxed. So those were what we were most worried about. You know, so now we're going into a race, and it's unknown, but there's only so much you can do training to emulate situations. So he's a cool customer. He's a consummate professional. So we figured we put him in this race and just see how he does, you know, trying to taper expectations, knowing that it might be a lot thrown at him, but we'll just have to see how he does, and we'll just go from there in his training.
Well, thanks for the insight, and we're looking forward to seeing him, but congratulations on the nice debut here.
Thank you so much.
Cherie DeVoe with a big afternoon ahead. And Greg, I actually got a chance to grow up with a horse who gradually lost her vision and eventually ended up losing the eye, and found that they're often quite much more receptive to their rider because they have to rely on their other senses a bit more.
Interesting story, and we'll see that one in action. We'll see Pyrenees as well, who, you know, we were just talking about it off camera, Paulie, and Pyrenees, it's a better than looks runner-up finish in that Stephen Foster.
Yeah, he's going to have to completely improve to beat horses like Arthur's Ride and Tappet Trice, but I think that he's going in the right direction for a long shot.
Race 2 will be on the turf, going a mile and a 16th. 2-year-old fillies, maiden special weight, coming up with a 3-2 favorite. Love Tempo, Brendan Walsh, Flavian Pratt will be aboard. Missed by a nose, JK, on this turf course last start.
Yeah, it's interesting that horse is favored in here. I like the two others, the 6 and the 9, who are exiting that race with Raining Flowers. I thought that Raining Flowers ran outstanding in the stake last time. I think that's probably the most productive 2-year-old race we've seen. So I'm going to side with those two horses that are exiting that one. Ultimately, the 9, Opulent Restraint.
Starts at pick 4. We'll get deeper into this field in just a moment. We're going to talk the big one later on the card this afternoon. Wyndon, you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic, the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Let's go by the numbers. Started back in 1919, fastest ever run. That was Skip Away in his repeat performance a year earlier. He'd beat Cigar. Not bad company. Kelso won in 5 straight years, ran the fastest time on any dirt surface ever when it was run at 2 miles. 2 different ownership groups have won it 5 times, including Glen Riddle Farm, who had Triple Crown winner War Admiral, part of their incredible run. Most wins by a trainer, Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons. Won it back-to-back years with the Hall of Famer Nashua. Eddie Arcaro, 3 times. He won it 3 years in a row, including a triple on Sword Dancer and back-to-back with Kelso. 3 have gone on to win the Breeders' Cup Classic, including Cigar. It was the 11th win in that incredible streak of 16. 16, by the way, crown champion, including Curlin. It was a 2-time Horse of the Year and 2-time winner of this race. 7 named Horse of the Year, including Forgo back in 1974. He was a 3-time Horse of the Year. 24 are Hall of Famers, including the filly Shuvi, the only filly to ever beat males in this race. She repeated it the next year when she dusted them by 7 lengths. Pretty incredible. A lot of history in this race. Race 12 today, 1.25 miles, $1 million on the line. And of course, you have to start with Arthur's Ride. He's off his last 2 races, clearly the horse to beat. He's rising to the top of this division. He's going to be the horse to catch as well. Let's meet the field, though, that's going to face him. Tapit Trice will kick things off. Part of a pair for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, this was my 2023 Belmont Stakes pick, but he disappointed a lot last year. He added blinkers in his last 2 starts. He seems to be a different horse. The problem is he's still a little slow away from the gate. That's a problem today.
Seems like a big test here for Kuchar, for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, he does have a good race at 1.25 miles in the Suburban where he did cut some fractions, and Krupe came back to run well, but this would be a big surprise.
Bright Future looked like he was headed to one after he got his first grade 1 in this race last year.
And it disappointed as he was my pick in the Whitney last time. He didn't show up at all. They slapped the blinkers on today, and I think the desired effect that they're going for is trying to get him engaged into the bridle, because he's been the kind of horse that's been dropping back too much early.
Disarm hasn't kind of lived up to what we saw last summer when he was the runner-up of the Travers.
Yeah, if you would have asked me right after the Travers who was going to win this race, I might have picked Disarm. I thought he was going to be an outstanding 4-year-old. He has not been. Maybe he can turn the page.
We just saw Cherie DeVoe kick off this Sunday card with a win. She'll send out Pyrenees.
Yeah, had his 4-race win streak snapped in the Stephen Foster last time by Kingsbarn, who's been newly retired. But this is a horse that's going in the right direction, and maybe Cherie DeVoe is going to have herself a day.
Highland Falls was chasing Tapit Trice as the odds-on favorite in that Monmouth Cup.
His steady pace running style makes me think that he's going to relish the distance of 1.25 miles. A horse that it still needs to step it up a notch to make a big impact on winning.
And Arthur's Ride, Whitney winner, looking for back-to-back grade 1s in this older horse division.
Yeah, I mean, look, right after the Whitney, Bill Mott said this was the target. He is absolutely loose in this race today, and he likes the 1.25 miles. I think he's going to be tough to beat. I just don't quite trust him.
I think why the people and JK and myself a tiny bit, I do think he's going to be tough to beat, is that National Treasure is known to not like a sloppy racetrack. So he was no factor in this race. So nobody really was able to sting Arthur's Ride at all. But then you could also say Arthur's Ride let nobody in the race.
That's what I was going to say.
Sting him today, though.
Yeah. There's no argument that he run fast. Regardless if the other horses weren't chasing him, he went 46 for a half and 110 for 6 furlongs, which is super fast for a 2-turn dirt race. And he was able to do that, run away from his competition, and just run them off their feet. He has no pace pressure today. I can't see anyone really that could run that pace early and stand a chance. So I think the ball is in his court to kind of employ the same tactics and try to run them off their feet again.
And JK, this was the race, not the Whitney, that they've been pointing to the whole time. The Whitney was sort of served as a prep to get here. They happen to win it.
He's got a dangerous weapon of speed and stamina, right? He can make it to the front. He can and be aggressive at the front and still stay around for a 1.25 miles race. I think that this race is solely on Junior's back. If Junior is aggressive, uses his speed as a weapon, opens up, I think Arthur's Ride is going to be extremely tough to beat. If Junior tries to get cute, walk the dog, invite the other horses in, and try to go as slow as possible on the lead, I think that's a recipe for disaster.
I also think you should not forget about Bright Future. I don't think he liked the mud at all last time. He get blinkers now. He might be a cut below. I get it, but he didn't run his best race last time. You know, the race before that in the Salvatore Mile, he crushed. That was just kind of the beginning. He won this race last year, so let's not dismiss him yet.
Facing a tougher horse, though.
I get it, but he's a pretty good horse when he's on his good game.
Week 8 stakes schedule we got today and tomorrow, and then we pack up and go home. 2 grade 1s left, Jockey Club Gold Cup, and then 2-year-olds in the hopeful Ferocious. Full brother to Fierceness, Menti, Chancellor McPatrick. What do you think?
You haven't packed yet?
I haven't even started.
Oh, my wife was yelling at me this morning about packing, so.
And I've lost my keys. I have no idea where they are. It's a big problem. Cross Country Pick 5 begins at 4:45 Eastern Time with the 9th at Monmouth. So races 9 and 10 from Monmouth. Races 10, 11, and 12. 2 stakes races to close it out from Saratoga. Good luck playing. You can play, of course, on NYRABets.com. We'll get back to our early action here. Second race coming up, and that's the 8-5 favorite Love Tempo for trainer Brendan Walsh. Flavia Pratt will be aboard post-parade when we come back.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
$1 million did I hear? $1 million, $1 million on a PFP, $1,400,000 on a pie, $1,500,000 and $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half, $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
You're watching Saratoga Live and hope that you got here early. And don't forget that today is giveaway day, our final giveaway of the season. Those windbreakers, they actually came in handy. Maggie and I got to rock them yesterday with some of this wet weather, and they are great to have, especially with some cooler temperatures coming down the line. So plenty of fans out today to enjoy them. Hope you got yours. If you haven't already, be sure to check that out. We've had some tremendous giveaways this summer in Saratoga for our wonderful fans, as we have 2-year-olds here in the paddock going long on the turf. This is for the 2-year-old fillies, and experience does seem to hold strong in here. So we'll take a look at the ones taking most money here in the paddock who have had some seasoning. Starting off with the 2, Love Tempo for Brendan Walsh. She just missed a nose last time out. I thought with a good trip, she tipped out, took back a little bit at the start, came running and just missed. And she's had 2 solid efforts for sure. But one thing I thought was interesting watching her last work on XBTV, she sat just behind Proctor Street, who's a 3-year-old, 2 for 2 so far for Brendan, was entered in graded stake the other day. So obviously one the barn thinks highly of, and I thought maybe slightly second best, but she came and caught that one, that older and more seasoned, more accomplished, I should say, filly. And I was encouraged by that in the way that she was working coming in. She is very strong. She looks like she has done well with those 2 races. You always wonder with 2-year-olds, especially fillies, if they have big efforts, if they're going to bounce back and continue to move forward. And she looks like she has. She's very, very fit in here. And I think that she makes a ton of sense. The number 6, Good Long Cry, she showed a lot of speed last time out in that race, won by Raining Flowers. And that was her first time going long on the turf. And she's one that acts like a speed horse. She's a big leggy horse, so I certainly think that going longer is better. And I wasn't in the paddock for her previous races here in New York, but she's very sharp, getting herself a little bit warm in the paddock, but all in all, she's keeping a lid on it. But just, again, that demeanor of a horse that wants to be on the front end, and she was just caught late, and she was a little bit keen on the front too. So Manny Franco now, the second time riding her, I think will certainly benefit. You could kind of see early on, he had her head turned out, trying to not let her run off on him. So hopefully she's able to keep things a little bit settled more in the preliminaries here and be a bit more settled throughout the running of the race as well. But the number 9, Opulent Restraint, also coming out of that race. She was a little bit further back that day. A touch green in the running as well, hanging a little bit late on the left lead. She finally did switch late, but coming on there at the end to finish 4th. She's also sharp in here as well. She is a daughter of Dubawi for trainer Chad Brown, and obviously he's had plenty of success with these horses purchased over in Europe. And this one actually for White Birch Farm for Peter Brandt and Stephanie Seymour Brandt, the owner of this one. But again, opulent restraint, getting really on her toes going out, but she's very physically mature. A lot of good substance to her. She looks like she could even be an older horse, very well developed in her hind end. But she too, hopefully she can keep a wrap on it mentally, as she is very sharp for her second start here, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. 5-2 on Opulent Restraint. Even money, though, on Love Tempo for the 3rd try on turf for the Brendan Walsh barn.
Yeah, just missed last time by a nose. You know, the first start this horse had was at Ellis Park, and so now wheeling back here, not close to a little bit more than 3.5 weeks, but was favored last time and just missed. It's here at Saratoga. It closed into a slow pace, and I can understand why this horse is your favorite. I don't know about even money, though.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, she closed into a slow pace. I love to see horses that are able to run against the dynamics of the race and still be effective. And she was an unlucky loser. However, my top pick is going to be the number 9, Opulent Restraint. One that ran pretty well first time out, beaten 4th by a length and a quarter as a massive favorite. And she had a weird trip. Made about 3 different runs in the race. She was bounced around early. She got shuffled back. Then she made a middle move. I think that she's going to move forward off that race.
Post-parade starts off with a first-time starter from the rail here for Todd Pletcher, indeed.
Yeah, this horse is a half to Catching Freedom, who is a really good dirt horse. We'll see how this horse can handle the turf.
Here's the favorite, Flavian Pratt on Love Tempo.
And Love Tempo just missed last time and deserving favorite.
Couple of tries on grass for Lady River Lily and has not shown much.
Yeah, hasn't shown much. Actually hasn't beat a horse. That's why you're getting 49-1.
A first-time starter for the Joe Sharp barn, Ashes and Diamonds.
Yeah, horse isn't taking much money on the board. Joe Sharp's firsters, when they can run, they take money.
This 6 is dangerous here for George Weaver. Good long cry.
Should be the pace setter in here, and everybody likes the Hallmark Channel and a good long cry.
Now we know what you do on your off time. 22-1 first-timer here for John Ortiz, having a monster meet.
Having a sensational meet. What's wrong with the John Ortiz runner?
Nana Nana Boo Boo for Jenna Antonucci, second try on grass.
Great name here for Nana Nana Boo Boo. And Katie Davis picks up the mount here.
Second choice at 2-1. Here's Chad Brown's Opulent Restraint.
This horse took a lot of money first time out. Was a buzzy, fast turf, runner for Chad. I think probably needed that race. Raining Flowers, the winner of that race, I think is probably the one of the most impressive 2-year-old turf horses I've seen this meet.
2 also eligibles get in the 11 there for Bobby Robato.
Did have some trouble in that last start.
And Magenta had a little trouble, too. Has everyone forgot about this horse?
Yeah, well, Kendrick Carmouche now is the rider, right? Because Irad also eligible. Irad goes to the 9, as you can see right there. I'll tell you what, Magenta had a brutal trip last time. You don't get a great draw, but at 16-1, that is a big overlay.
Way too big a price. That will be a tough outside post to negotiate, but you do have fairly long run to that first turn. As we look at the jockey standings, Arad Ortiz Jr. just added number 47 to kick off the card. Seems like he's going to be near impossible to run down at this point, but underneath him, obviously Pratt setting the all-time single season stakes record with 16. Just incredible. Dylan Davis, a breakout meet for him too, Raj.
Yeah, and the reality is Irad is probably going to extend that lead throughout this weekend. 2 of his main competition, Flavian and Tyler, they're actually in Kentucky Downs riding. But all these guys that you just mentioned, those top 4 guys, and a bunch of other jockeys as well in that top 10, have all had great meets, riding well. It makes it so much fun to watch them compete day in and out. The best in the business, all in one place, battling out to be the leading jockey in Saratoga. And Irad is snatching it again this year.
Well, there is Pratt. He's on the 6-5 favorite here. You can get free Equibase past performances, by the way. Got all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule. See if he can try and make a little dent in that margin. On the 6-5 favorite. Let's go back to Acacia for more on the first-time starter from the rail.
We'll talk about a couple of first-time starters who are big prices in here, Greg. Starting off with, as you mentioned, indeed, as JK touched on this one, a half to Catching Freedom, who is obviously a very good dirt horse, but the Dam a good dirt horse as well. She was third in the Bell Dame, and she's been a good producer, including Bishop's Bay and Strava, both good dirt horses. So when there's not a lot of turf pedigree in there and Todd Pletcher debuts them long on the turf, sometimes can mean they just don't have a ton of speed. Luis Saez took this one away from the pony and gave her a big warm-up out there on the track. I did notice watching her workout, she had a little bit more of a high knee action, so we'll see how she takes to the grass. The number 5, Ashes and Diamonds. I kind of like this horse. She's a big price right now on the board. She does debut with shortcut cheater blinkers on, but she's big, she's leggy, she's incredibly fit, well turned out as all of Joe Sharp's horses are. Honor AP did have one offspring win sprinting on the turf, but this filly has a turf hoof. I know that she hasn't been lighting it up in the mornings. Maybe she's going to need a race, but at a big price, she's one that I'm going to watch with interest in here is the number 7, Bella Alessia, a filly who does have turf pedigree on the bottom side. The Dam was the stakes winner and 3-time turf winner and pretty precocious as well. She was pretty forward back in the paddock. I do think that she will benefit from a start to strengthen up, particularly in her top line and in her hind end, which is just sometimes something that you can only get with racing. But as you guys mentioned, Johnny Ortiz has had a terrific meet, and this one was chasing Quiet Side, who is obviously a very good dirt horse, finishing second in the Grade 1 Spinaway yesterday. And then finally, the 12 Magenta, the other Todd Pletcher. I agree, too big a price. I thought was kind of in between horses last time out, a little bit green, kind of behind. And for a young filly, that can be a very compromising position to be in. And while she too has bit more on the surface of dirt pedigree, the Dam a sister to Escandarea, as well as Balmont, though, who was a Group 1 winner going on the turf over in Europe. So there actually is some sneaky turf pedigree, and she had a big warm-up on the track, Greg, for Kendrick Carmouche.
Keisha, thank you. Wow, 3-2 favoritism has shifted as you look at Todd Pletcher. Looking at his horses here, he's got that first-timer Keisha was talking about, and that intriguing long shot right there. Too big a price from that outside post. Kendrick Carmouche on Magenta.
Well, listen, when you look at the 9 Opulent Restraint, you got Irad Ortiz Jr. Okay, 9-5. I get it. The horse was bet off the board first time. But the alternate horse that he was named on was the 12. What would the price be on the 12 if it was Irad? 8-1? And Kendrick is plenty capable.
Plenty capable. I think, is it maybe JK people concerned with the outside post? Maybe some still realizing the horse got in. And then, a Chad Brown and a horse who just missed at the level for a good barn as well, taking a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, that horse shouldn't be 17-1. But I do think that you have a horse like Love Tempo who ran significantly faster in that race, although there was trouble for the 12. But I think that a lot of times people are looking to the 6 and the 9 for a couple of reasons. One, because Raining Flowers ran so well, and because Opulent Restraint was that buzzy, this is Chad's best 2-year-old turf filly last time, why she got bet last time, and why she's being bet this time. That's why I think that so sometimes just a 4th horse can just sometimes get lost and drift up like there, and I think that's what's happening with the 12.
How about the pedigree on the 2, by the way? Galileo, the grandsire, the Deep Impact. Do you think those were 2 champions?
Deep Impact was incredible. I was actually in Japan when he was running. That was just, talk about mania for a horse. Real quick, got to clear up something too. Flavien Prat will be riding here both days. So he's here today, he's here tomorrow. So mathematically this is still in play, but got a whole lot more difficult to try and catch the meet's leader after he started off this day with his 47th winner to open up 7 for what would be his 3rd straight riding title.
I think the story of this race is there's not a lot of early speed, and good long cry is going to have a tactical advantage on the opponents. Maybe she can try to take them wire to wire.
Let's go to Frank Miramati for race 2.
Magenta coming up. A little bit of movement from Opulent Restraint. Now there's also Ashes and Diamonds acting up. Assistant starters with Good Long Cry. Getting her set. 2-year-old fillies. Now they're working on Indeed. And they're off. And a good start. Love Tempo out alertly, but there are plenty of others with early gas, including Good Long Cry and Nana Nana Boo Boo. Those two on even terms by the stands, with Magenta in third. Opulent Restraint under a tight hold along the hedge in fourth. They're followed by Lady River Lily and Bella Alicia, who are side by side rounding the first turn. Another 2 lengths back to Ashes and Diamonds on the outside of Love Tempo, who broke well but is now 10 lengths off the lead. Coin is just outside of her, and it's a gap of 5 back to Indeed. They move on to the backstretch with Good Long Cry, the pacemaker. The opening quarter went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Nana Nana Boo Boo is in the second spot. Lady River Lily on the outside third. Opulent Restraint fourth. Magenta fifth. 5 lengths off the lead coming to the half-mile pole. Then Bella Alicia inside Ashes and Diamonds. Coin is next. Love Tempo covered up, 10 lengths off the lead, 3 clear of Indeed, 49 flat for the half. Good Long Cry. Nana Nana Boo Boo in second. Opulent Restraint poised along the inside, moving up nicely to challenge for second, waiting for a seam to find, and it looks to be getting one right now. In behind them comes Magenta. Love Tempo still well back in the blue. They're at the top of the stretch. Good Long Cry. Opulent Restraint is coming. Set down for the final 1/8 of a mile. Good Long Cry not going away. Opulent Restraint, though, gradually getting to her. Good Long Cry has an answer along the rail. They're head and head for the wire. Opulent Restraint, Good Long Cry. Opulent Restraint needed all the stretch to get the best of Good Long Cry. Behind them, Magenta and Love Tempo had some nice strides, but far too late.
Back-to-back, Arad Ortiz Jr., number 48 for him. 39th win of the meet for trainer Chad Brown. He's not that far away from his all-time record, he said here.
He's got a couple left, too. This filly was kind of lived up to what she was supposed to be. I think Good Long Cry, the horse to the inside, is a very, very nice horse. I thought before this race that Raining Flowers, that maiden race we saw, was the best 2-year-old maiden race we'd seen on the grass. I'm convinced of it now.
Yeah, and I think the best is still yet to come for Opulent Restraint, because as you can see, Irad, he felt like he had a lot of horse. He was loaded, and when he angles her out here, she's not sure what to do. She's trying to lay in a little bit, maybe even causing some crowding on a number 6, but she's not sure if she should go by, if she should lay in. He's just trying to get her to know her business. When she was in the pocket, following the horse, she looked like she was so loaded and she was going to explode. I think this filly has a bright future once she starts figuring out how to really put it all together and run.
The 4 fillies that they bet ran 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll get back to the start. Anything there? Looked like the 9 actually
took out the 11.
Yeah, did not get off to the best of the starts. I like the aggressiveness of the 12 with Irad. He got the horse in perfect position, but Opulent Restraint showed what she was made of. And you got to give the 6 credit, because the 6 kind of got squeezed at the start and like fought right back with the 9.
Yeah, and like you can see, Opulent Restraint ducked out at the start. And then when she was going by her rival in the stretch, she was laying in. That's that greenness that we're talking about, that learning the ropes. This filly has a world of talent. Once she puts it all together, she's going to keep improving as she matures and understands what the racing is all about. This being only her second start, she did progress from her first start, but she still has more to give.
Impressive 2-year-old filly. Winds up the slight second choice here. 9, 6, 12, 5. Magenta hitting the board there for Todd Pletcher. Good Long Cry tried to do it on the front end and winds up just second best to a talented filly here for Chad Brown, who again gets his 39th winner of the meet. I believe 46 wins, the all-time record here at Saratoga, he said a few years ago.
That's pretty impressive. Opulent Restraint is exciting. Her mom could really run too. Significant Form, also owned by Stephanie Seymour Brandt. So you'll notice that it's the Brandt colors, but with the white sleeves and
with
the
a
sash
twist
instead. Yep.
And, you know, it's worth mentioning about the number 2, Love Tempo. She was a favorite. But race dynamics could really impact horses that have a chance to win. She was significantly up against it today because she's a deep closer in a race that was lacking speed. I think that she did run a credible 4th and one to watch going forward as well.
And what race has Chad Brown dominated more than any other in the Breeders' Cup?
All right, the Juvenile Fillies Turf.
Phillies Turf.
From the that was his first Breeders' Cup win with Maram many years ago, and he's won that race so many times.
Here we go again. Opulent Restraint on a path to get there for him as well. 2 wins to start this card for Rad Ortiz Jr. Cart fired up. Look at that duo with JK. Todd Pletcher, Johnny V in the golf cart when we come back.
Full count, Felicia. Put them to sleep early.
Coming down to the finish. First World War. It's a scramble. Fort Washington on the outside.
Goliath, razor sharp to score in the Thunder Road.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Winter Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Even our young fans enjoying this gorgeous Sunday, but nobody enjoying it more than Irad Ortiz, who has swept the early double, this time on 2-year-old filly Opulent Restraint. And Irad joining me here, and you said she's still learning, as we saw in that race, but obviously plenty of talent there.
Yeah, she has some ability since day one. She like him a lot. And first time out, she do everything perfect. She just get beat, and we regroup, turn the page, and she show up today like we expect.
Talk me through the stretch a little bit, because you obviously had a lot of horse, but coming up alongside her foe, trying to make sure she stayed straight and kept going forward.
Yes, I was riding behind Manny, and it was full of horse. Tip him out, she responded really well. She kind of like lane onto the other horse, maybe a little green, a little inexperienced. Tried to correct it, hit a left-handed, then Manny get close to me so I can hit a left-handed, so I went to right-handed, and she went in a little bit. I corrected right away, but she go forward when I hit it the second time, so that was nice. I think she still have something on the tank, so it's one of them that we have to keep an eye on her. She can be nice.
Yeah, definitely an exciting future for that one. But a big day coming up for you as well. Wanted to ask about the Jockey Club Gold Cup and Tapit Trice. You were aboard him last time in that Monmouth Cup win. Obviously, throughout his career, he's not been the most consistent, but impressive last out. What were your thoughts?
I mean, long layoff, they give it the time. I think that was the right thing for the horse, I think. And last time was a nice trip, nice pace. He was available to be close, to stay close and give me a huge run on the end. That was very impressive. I think hopefully he can come back and do it today over here.
Well, we look forward to seeing it, but congratulations on sweeping the early double. A good Sunday start.
Thank you, Acacia.
Gerardo Ortiz off hot on this Sunday, and yeah, really looking forward to Tapit Trice later, Greg. A big player in that Jockey Club Gold Cup.
He is, and if you're going to play against Arthur's Ride, maybe that's a horse to do it with. And a big weekend, closing weekend for Arad, got a little bit bigger. Javier Castellano going to be out 2 to 3 weeks with a sore wrist from a spill. So that means open mount on Ferocious.
The rich get richer, right? I mean, like Irad needs another good horse. Rajiv, can you think of your biggest pickup mount you ever had in your career where someone else's misfortune was your fortune?
Mucho Macho Man. So I was going to Louisiana to ride in a turf stake race, and I didn't have a mount in the Risen Star. And Abe Arcoa, who was riding Mucho Macho Man, we actually both went down in a spill that ended his career, unfortunately. And I got a little banged up in there. However, I ended up being the benefactor of getting on Mucho Macho Man the next week in the Risen Star, which is, the horse ended up being third place in the Kentucky Derby, after winning the Risen Star. So yeah, I think that was my biggest pickup mount. But Ferocious. First of all, it's crazy to think that Irad didn't even have a mount already in the Hopeful. I could have never guessed that if I didn't look at it, that Irad was sitting out the Hopeful, and then all of a sudden potentially the best horse, who I think is the best 2-year-old in the country, he ends up on him. So it's someone's misfortune is another one's fortune.
Yeah. So stay well, Javier Castellano. We hope you heal fast, and we do hope to see you back. Hopefully, it's just a couple of weeks. But Rad Ortiz Jr., will be aboard, the favorite in the Grade 1 Hopeful as a result of that pickup mount. Meanwhile, race 3 as we move along. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the turf. First allowance condition race. The 6th right now, Determined Effort. Can he make it a 3-for-3 start to this Sunday card? Rad Ortiz Jr. aboard.
That horse ran extremely well. Determined, what are we calling this horse? Effort. Ran really well, had a great effort down at Gulfstream, but the pace kind of fell apart, that race did, so I'm not sure how good that race actually was, if they were coming back to him or if he was running them down. I guess we'll find out here in a few minutes.
Biggest race of the meet. It did not disappoint. What a stretch duel we saw in this year's DraftKings Travers. The 2-year-old champ, the queen of the 3-year-old filly division, Torpedo Anna, going head-to-head. Fierceness just a little bit better, and it's the old band back together again. Hall of Famers, trainer Todd Pletcher, jockey John Velasquez. They won over 1,800 races together. They're this week's guests on Car Talk.
Guys, people love Saratoga, I think, because of all of the exciting 2-year-olds, the future, the special ones, but there haven't been too many more impressive debuts than what the two of you guys threw together back in 2010 with Uncle Mo.
I can't think of too many debuts that were that impressive.
Johnny, have you sat on one in a debut better than Uncle Mo?
I don't think I worked any horses like him in the morning and become what Uncle Mo was, though. Definitely not, yeah.
The interesting thing about Uncle Mo is he kind of played in y'all's story of the Kentucky Derby, where when Uncle Mo got sick, Johnny, that freed you up to ride Animal Kingdom. Todd, did you have anything to do with communicating to Graham at any point of, hey, Johnny might come over?
Yeah, I knew we were in trouble, but he had this weird liver disease, and he wasn't himself. When Robbie Alvarado had got injured, it looked like Animal Kingdom was going to need a rider, and I said to Graham, I said, just between you and I think, you know, there's a really big chance that Johnny's going to be open.
It's one of my favorite shots after that race is you congratulating Johnny. And I'm sure you guys probably thought for a majority of your careers that if you guys won a Derby, you'd win it together. And Todd with Super Saver with Calvin and Johnny with Animal Kingdom for Graham. But then in 2017, the world all made sense again. You guys won it with Always Dreaming.
That was, I think, the one time that we both came into the Derby thinking we might have the right horse this time. And I remember after Johnny had worked him and Johnny said, I think we're good, you know, I think we're good. And
well, you always had to plan A, plan B, plan C. Well, plan A worked, so we didn't have to go to plan B.
You guys both know a little bit about running a filly against the boys. Todd, I feel like that's one of the most animated I've ever seen you when you had a camera on you post-race when Rags to Riches won the Belmont.
To me, it's still the most exciting race that I've ever been a part of. And, you know, it's just literally in that less than 2.5 minutes encapsulates everything about horse racing. And when she stumbled the first jump, I'm just like, my first thought was, you screwed up, you know, you shouldn't have run in here. Johnny did an amazing job just to stay on, much less recover and win the race.
Johnny, how about that quarter pole to the wire?
Oh my God. I mean, I put the head in front, and the filly was all fight from there. You know, that quarter pole home, I mean, she was running. I was asking everything she had. She gave me everything she had, and obviously Robbie with her, and we'll keep coming back and will not give up.
And it's going to be a filly in the Belmont! Rags to Riches!
Which one of you two was more scared on Saturday from the 8th pole home when Torpedo Anna started to make a run at Fierceness?
Probably him watching.
Yeah, maybe me watching. I stayed pretty calm until about the 16th pole, and then I probably exceeded the whip violation the last part. I was way over 6 times from the 16th pole to the wire. Just, you know, come on, Johnny, get there, you know.
Now, I went left-handed, you know, passing the 16th pole, and the first time I hit him, he responded. And when she got really close to him, I couldn't move close to him, and the second time I hit him, I know he was going to fight back. It's like he just put that the ears back and give me that last effort. So.
Fierceness, Torpedo Anna in an absolutely dramatic conclusion. The champ is back. Fierceness holds off a gallant Torpedo Anna.
Well, I got to tell you, I mean, I feel like the only person who's going to be mad about this car talk is probably Mike Rapoli.
Yeah, I told him we were doing it. He goes, it would have been better if I was there too, you know. Like, except we wouldn't have gotten to speak.
Car Talk brought to you by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Probably would have had to extend our post times for today if we did have Mike Rapoli on it.
There's a lot of wins on that golf cart, and none of them were provided by me. So, I mean, it's so much fun to hang out with legends like that, and car talks are always fun. I like to personally get to see that side of these superstars of our sport, and I'm glad that we get to kind of show it to the audience too, the personalities of the people that we root for all the time.
It's incredible. I mean, almost a quarter of a century, they have been like horse racing's dynamic duo.
Yeah, 2 of the greatest to ever do it. They have achieved levels in horse racing that the highest levels, win all the big races together, and to be able to do it in the Kentucky Derby, I think that was probably the pinnacle for that team. And you cannot help but like both Johnny V and Todd Pletcher, 2 of the nicest guys, classiest guys you could ever meet on or off the racetrack. And it's always fun to see them get to share their sides of the story.
We'll see him team up again in the hopeful on the full brother to Fierceness on Mentee on our final grade 1 of the meet. Let's get back to race 3. 5.5 furlongs on the turf coming up. As we approach the 10-minute mark to post, let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start off with the Todd Pletcher trainee in the 6th determined effort as Red Ortiz will look to sweep the early pick 3. This one's only run once before. That was down in South Florida at Gulfstream Park. And watching that watching that race, looks like he's not exactly the easiest horse to ride. Was asked hard early on and then settled off the pace, but came running on well between horses, just very high-headed. And Rajiv, I'm sure, can speak about this a little bit more. When you have horses that have the head carriage of really lifting their head up very high, it can be hard for a rider because you have to keep your balance and be able to get them to settle in that stride as well. So something to keep an eye on. Coming back here, he does make his first start in about 8 months. And while looking at the DRF Clocker report, he was in company with Bright Future, though not able to really clock that well given visibility. But as to speak to what Todd might think with his talent, or at least what he's able to show in the mornings. But he's a horse that I think is very strong. He's good looking. He looks fit enough coming back, and can be easier with turf sprinters having them back as well. So determined effort. He's quite intriguing as he did win his first start sprinting. That does have the layoff to contend with. He will also be tested for his lack of experience. And a couple of horses coming out of that July 12th race have much more experience, starting off with the one Cigarette Boat for Mike Maker. He's a horse that always gets pretty sharp in the preliminaries and can get himself a bit hot. So seeing that from him again today, but I thought he ran very well last time out. Don't love horses that hit the front and then get caught late, but I think 26 Black is a nice horse who beat him, and one that I had liked in that race. And as soon as Cigarette Boat came into the paddock, he was really touting himself. He's been on his toes throughout. Again, that's typical of him, but he's a consistent runner as well, and I think his last 2 turf races are quite strong. The number 3 Yarrow also coming out of that race. He's one that's had a couple of good efforts, kind of a similar type of look to Cigarette Boat as well, though Cigarette Boat maybe a little bit more early tactical speed, but Yarrow's one that typically will come running late. Now, 2 out of his 3 wins have come here at Saratoga because he's a horse that just really thrives off training up here. He's just one that's much happier staying up here in Saratoga versus going down to Belmont Park, and really seems to just do well, better in his coat and weight up here versus down south at Belmont or at Aqueduct. And so seeing much the same from him again today for a 6-year-old too. You like to just see that they're carrying their weight, carrying their condition, and that's what Yarrow's doing. So we'll see if either of these 2 horses coming out of that July 12th race will have a little bit more punch at the end, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We got a rider pitching a no-hitter right now. We'll see if Irad can take the first 3 on this card. He'll be on the 6th determined effort, the 5-2 favorite when we come back.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at Naira Tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry saw room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Back on Saratoga Live. So many great things to do here in upstate New York, not just this historic racetrack. Take advantage of everything offered around you. We have a lake just a few minutes away from here. Of course, Lake George as well. Always try and make a lake visit while I get up here with the family.
It was awesome. Lake George is one of the most spectacular lakes I've ever been to.
Here's Cigarette Boat to kick off the post parade for Mike Maker.
Yeah, I like this inside draw for this horse. Tactical speed. Has been outside his last 3 starts.
Yarrow for Christophe Clement with Joel Rosario.
Yeah, another one that makes a little bit of sense. See if Joel can work out a nice trip from this inside draw.
So Alexis Zorba, Tattersall's graduate.
A horse that's shown speed going longer, but 0 for 4 at the distance. I don't know if it equates to 5.5 furlong.
Sugar Gray Leonard, big price, blinkers on.
I mean, this horse wins the award for the best name.
That's about it?
That's about it for me.
Determined effort. We'll see if Arad Ortiz Jr. can make it an early triple to start the card off.
Well, we just had card talk with Mr. Pletcher and the same connections with Rapoli here in St. Elias, and Irad gets aboard this one.
Won the debut at Gulfstream at 9-2. Spirits Mischief, Wesley Ward.
If Wesley Ward is 11-12-1 at a turf sprint, the horse probably isn't very fast.
New gelding and LASIK, so he's trying to fix some things. The 8 Urban Legend, Jose D'Angelo.
Yeah, Ricardo Santana picks up this on another colt with some speed.
Final verdict, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, ran extremely well last time. Exits a pretty productive starter allowance race. And you get the red-hot Dylan Davis.
And a horse who has at least tactical speed. He's very quick from that outside post. 9-2 right now. So 4 minutes away from race 3. I want to remind everyone about track stats. Take advantage of it with Naira Bets, weekly track trends, stats, and betting insights. For more stats on tracks across the country, visit nairabets.com. So back to the Mike Maker runner here. Manny Franco aboard this one here. We know those silks well. 3 Diamonds Farm. This is a Tattersall's graduate. Alexis Zorba from that 2021 October yearling sale. And 7-1 right now, cutting back in distance. JK, what do you think?
I mean, look, I've always been a huge fan of Alexis Zorba. I thought that Mike Maker was pretty cheeky getting this horse, stretching him out, excuse me. I'm hopeful that he's going to run better getting back sprinting with a nice foundation.
Any positives you guys see?
Well, this was the race on the dirt, 3 back, on the turf, sprinting, and showed speed. I mean, it just got run down by Mischievous Angel. Can this horse show the same speed here or get to the front end of this field? I just don't know, but this is a good effort here.
One thing I like about him here, you see him, he did all the dirty work, all the heavy lifting in that race, and he just lost right on the wire to Mischievous Angel. That was at 6 furlongs. In his 2 most recent races, he ran at a mile. Now he's cutting back to 5.5. And what I like about that is when a horse is getting a little tired or leg weary at a sprint race, and then they run 2 long distance race, it makes me feel like they're gonna have a little more punch in the end with the stamina that they got out of those mile
Likes
races.
to be forward, though. We'll see if that going longer dulls that speed any at all. But yeah, he's been effective sprinting, too. Let's go back to Acacia.
And as far as Alexis Zorba is concerned, I know that he has been running longer, and that is the question, is it going to dull his speed? But the way that he's built physically, I have always thought that he looks like a horse that wants to go shorter. And the last time that he was sprinting, he was beaten just ahead behind Mischievous Angel when he did show speed, even if he didn't break as quickly as he sometimes does. And Mischievous Angel, I think, is a pretty talented, though lightly erased, Jorge Abreu horse. So this is a horse that, like I said, I know he's been effective going longer, but I've always felt a little bit shorter is better. Also, sometimes he's one that can really get to throwing his head around in the warm-up. And Manny Franco keeping him with the pony today, which I think was the wise choice, kind of getting him to conserve a little bit more. He certainly has the fitness to be able to sustain things when cutting back in distance. The number 8 Urban Legend is another horse coming in from South Florida. This one for Jose D'Angelo, and started out after selling at an OBS April 2-year-old sale for $1.3 million out in California with Bob Baffert. It just never really materialized. So he moved to Florida and turns out he's more of a turf or synthetic horse, and sometimes that's just how it happens. Did win sprinting, showing speed on the Tapeta down at Gulfstream, and I thought actually ran pretty well last time out, finishing second in his first turf sprint. He's a good-looking individual. He's pretty big. He's not necessarily built like a turf sprinter, but I think he's just so fast that he's really able to carry it, and I can certainly see it. He has a turf hoof to him, and does have pedigree for it as well. The only sibling, a turf winner in the Dam, won both turf and dirt. So he's, I think, an intriguing new face in this race as well. Not the only horse that made their last race at Gulfstream. That means your favorite at 5-2 with determined effort. I think this one you should pay attention to as well, Greg.
We have a rider off the 9 here. That's final verdict, Dylan Davis. Looks like they're just making some adjustments to that saddle. Paul, you like this one?
Yeah, I do like this one. Thank you, Greg. If you look at the 9, 1 from the 7 out of 8, lost from the 1 hole. 1 from the 10 out of 12 spot at 70-1. And if you go back to the dirt, 6 out of 6, winner. 6 out of 7. This horse likes an outside spot, draws in a little bit. I liked his last couple of races. Dylan Davis gets aboard. He can be forwardly placed. He can pass horses. I think 5-1, you're getting a great price. I understand that the 6 had a lot of trouble, but sometimes going against winners for the first time can be tough.
I mean, determined effort is my top pick, and I was very impressed with his debut effort. I know it was back in December of 2023. I was actually at the track and saw this race. So take a look at him. First of all, he broke from the far outside post, and Ira did a great job to get him towards the rail. He's at the back of your screen right now, the number 10. But watch here. He had to get steadied behind the 1 who kind of backed up into him, broke his momentum, and got him shuffled. And this was a horse that's making his debut, so he was just learning the ropes. And now he's stuck between a wall of horses. Irad had a lot of horse, but he didn't have anywhere to go. Once the split was there, he just bursted through and won pretty convincingly. And for me, this effort showed that he's a really quality horse, and it on the paper, it didn't show like that. It looks like a horse that just won by a length and a half and picked up the pieces, but he actually did some serious running in there, and I'm pretty excited to see what he does today. Plus, there's going to be a fast pace in front of him, and he shows he can close into a pace.
See what happens here. Arad Ortiz Jr. on the 5-2 favorite, determined effort. That is the 6 horse, trying to take the first 3 on this Sunday card. Teaming up in this one with Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thanks, Greg. Final verdict is the last one to load. Walking up. Backs away momentarily. Assistant starters have a hold. Goes in. All set for the 3rd. And they're off. Not the best of beginnings for Alexis Zorba at the back of the field. A quick one, however, for Urban Legend, who speeds up to take the lead. Spirits Mischief now a little bit quicker, and Cigarette Boat comes through on the inside to challenge. They are followed by Yarrow in 4th, only 3 lengths off the lead. Then comes Final Verdict on the outside of Determined Effort, who has 6 lengths to make up. Alexis Zorba is out of last. Sugar Gray Leonard at the back of the field. It's Spirits Mischief, who zipped through an opening quarter in 21 3/5 seconds, leading the way, with Urban Legend on the attack in the black and orange colors in 2nd. Cigarette Boat a joint 3rd, a wide bid from Final Verdict, who's on the far outside as the field turns for home. Cigarette Boat on the inside of Urban Legend. On the outside, trying to close the gap on Spirits Mischief. Also with a big late run is Determined Effort, who's 4th and has 6 lengths to make up. It is Spirits Mischief on the inside, head and head with Urban Legend. 2 lengths back to Final Verdict in 3rd. It will be Spirits Mischief to score by a half length. Urban Legend was 2nd photo, Determined Effort and Final Verdict in a tight show photo.
Spirits Mischief ready to run today with all those changes. New gelding, getting Lasix, coming back for the first start of his 3-year-old season for Wesley Ward.
This $350,000 purchase gets the complete makeover today. Gelded Lasix and puts in a much improved effort. He was favored in all 3 of his starts, so they always had high expectations of this horse. Hasn't run since last December, but wow, he broke out of the gate like a rocket, was hounded every step of the way, and just kept repelling his competition.
Kind of hand-ridden home by Junior Alvarado. You don't see Junior Alvarado ride a lot for Wesley Ward, but they're now 2 for 3 so far this year. 2 for 2 at this meet will get you back to the start, and maybe the race was run 1 at the start here, Rajiv.
Yeah, there was quite a few things going on, and as you can see, the number 8 actually bumped the 7, but the 6 and the 5 squeezed the 4 out of there. The number 4 was Alexis Zorba, was one of the expected pace setters, and he got shuffled back to last, which in a race that we expected a heavy, hot pace, we got a hot pace, but it wasn't a head-to-head ding-dong duel as much as it could have been if the number 4 Alexis Zorba would have broke better. So with him being shuffled back, that completely changed the pace dynamics and actually aided Spirit's Mischief chances, and he really took control and ran a really good race though.
18-1 to start off a pick 5 here. And this horse off the bench, showing serious ability. Did get bumped, as you said, Raj, right out of the gate, and didn't really hinder him too much.
He did make contact, but he quickly recovered. The one that it hurt the most was Alexis Zorba, because he got pinched back and shuffled. For a horse that wants to be close to the pace, his race was done right there. In addition to that, it also changed the whole race shape and the race flow. Had he broken well, he might have been able to challenge and soften up Spirit's Mischief a bit, but take nothing away from Spirit's Mischief. He got to the lead. He was hounded a bit coming off the turn. Urban Legend had dead aim to go by him and couldn't quite go by. Solid effort for a horse that hasn't run since last year, December. So man, he might even move forward out of this race.
He was ready to go today, no question. Spirit's Mischief, you don't see this barn. You know, turf sprints go off at this price very often. Wesley Ward, Silks of John Oxley, Junior Alvarado, and an 18-1 upset here in race 3. We'll be back.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 places at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Glad to have you with us. Check out that shot. Just a glorious day here. Junior Alvarado winning race 3 on Spirit's Mischief, victorious off the bench. As Junior, the pace held together in here too, but this horse was definitely ready off the layoff.
Absolutely, he was very ready, warming up, with the pony. He feels like he was very strong and very sharp. Any kind of movement around, he feels like he was just ready to go. And he broke out of the gate when he get out of there quick. I say, well, that's kind of Wesley's style, so let me just go with him. And I think the 7 kind of set up with me. We kind of nursing him around a little bit. And then, it was between him and me when we turned for home. And, I just got the best part of it today.
And in a turf sprint, how much of an advantage is it to be on a horse that has early speed like that?
Yeah, it just help you, period. Sometimes you don't need to be in the lead, but as long they help you out of the gate to get a good position, because you don't have really much time to come from behind or to get a position, So when they leave out of there running and you get to be whenever you want, it's always a big advantage. 2-3 lanes you gain right there easily.
Yeah, putting you in the right spot today. But another horse that has a lot of speed, though going a bit longer than 5.5, is Arthur's Ride later. I'm sure you've looked at the race quite a bit, and you're well familiar with this horse. Is it go to the front at all costs with him, or do you think that he has a little bit more versatility?
He's a more versatility horse. I think he can do anything, but I think we just have tried last time, had to be a little aggressive because we have a terrible pose, so we had to try to outcome the pose, and then, we ended up being in the lead, and, he took it that day. But, we're going to get out of there running, too. I think he likes that, and I'll put him in the engine today, try to go a solid pace, 47 and change, and then if somebody wants the lead, they have to go 46 probably. But, that's kind of the plan so far.
I like it. Can't wait to see him, but congratulations here.
All right, thank you, Cassia.
Arthur's Ride coming up a little bit later in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. See if he can do back-to-back Grade 1s today, Greg.
If he can, he's going to move to the top of that mountain in this older horse division. If he does it impressively as well. Back-to-back Grade 1s at this meet, that is something special. Spirit's Mischief, the win here. Wesley Ward, 3-year-old debut. Hadn't raced since December 21st. And everyone forgot about this horse from one of the sharpest barns with young sprinters in the country.
Probably the best turf sprint trainer we've seen in our lifetime.
With 2-year-olds?
At least in my lifetime, yeah. With anybody. I mean, we see the Golden Pal. We've seen so many different from him that are champions. But, yeah, you don't see them go off at 17.
That was strange to see, and he makes everyone pay as a result. Race 4. 1 mile, $25,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price. Horses who only have 1 win on the resume, so non-winners of 2 life. Cloud Forest, for a young man having a terrific meet. Ray Handel, see if he can keep it going here, JK.
Yeah, I like the 5 Cloud Forest. He was my top choice that I picked. But look, the 10 Ice Time. If this horse goes off at 10-1, this horse was closing into a slow pace last time for our friend Tom Amos. I thought this horse ran well, and I like the outside draw for Ice Time as well.
You like the outside draw?
I do.
Okay, it could be difficult though at this out of the Wilson chute, can't it?
It can, but this horse is going to come from out of it, so I think they'll probably break away from there, tuck in, and then make that 1 run.
We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, favorite moments of the meet that has provided so many. We'll go through them all for each of us when we return as we wind down this Saratoga summer.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
it's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano
winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage, Saratoga Live, today and tomorrow. And then JK, Paulie, Rajiv, you can't stay here. You got to go somewhere. You got to go home. Can't stay here.
Okay.
I'll stay here. It goes so fast every year. It is amazing, but we still have a lot of great racing to come over these final couple of days.
Absolutely. I mean, anytime you have the hopeful to kind of wrap it up, you got the Jockey Club Gold Cup today. It's always the hopeful. We know how important the Kentucky Derby is in this country, and it's well named, that race, because whoever wins that one's the kind of leader in the clubhouse at this point for the Kentucky Derby.
They're very hopeful to be in the Kentucky Derby.
All right, we're going to go through our favorite moments of the meet. We're going to start with you, JK.
Yeah, mine was Carl Spackler. I obviously have a personal relationship with Bob Edwards, so it was fun to see him get that grade 1 with a homebred like Carl Spackler. But it was also cool to finally see Chad win a 4-star Dave, which I think would probably shock a lot of people that he hadn't. If you hadn't seen Bob's post-race interview, also hilarious. I have to look that up on YouTube. And it was also good for me to see Tyler win a grade 1 for Chad with some of the stuff that went on with Sierra Leone, him being taken off. It's kind of nice to see a happy ending there. And then also Tyler winning for his father-in-law, the whole story as a whole. And Carl Spackler, he's won here so many times. When horses win multiple times at Saratoga, they become fan favorites. He's no 4-star Dave, the horse, but he did win the 4-star Dave.
And kind of piggyback off that a little bit, Bob Edwards, probably because this horse won, was feeling in such a good mood. He came to the set, tuna that he caught himself.
Sushi,
fresh sushi brought to the set. I know I have a horse that's going to be my favorite one of the meet, but that could have very easily been my favorite one of the meet. That was the best sushi I've ever had.
I've never seen anyone dive into sushi like you dove into that sushi. So if I'm going to guess, I think that was actually your best moment of the meet.
Did you guys get any? I apologize.
Yeah?
Paulie?
Yeah, we got some.
Well, I want to start with the fans. Listen, the beginning of this meet, we had a lot of weather that was just not cooperating. And I just want to thank you guys for sticking with us, because when we got to Travers Day, DraftKings Travers Day generated $63 million with $11 million on handle, broke a record that was set in 2022, and the attendance was 47,000 people. It was a magical day, and I thank the fans because, listen, we went through a lot of tough weather. You guys toughed it out. And then my second part is obviously what I was able to do with Jason Worth. Jason and I met each other in 2004 when he got traded. We became instant friends, and then I got traded away. We kept in touch a little bit. No way in my wildest dreams did I think after our careers were over, me and Jason played together, that he would be so involved and so engraved in horse racing, so refreshing. Tried to get him to wear that Met hat, was not happening, but it was a blast to be around Jason, a clubhouse friend, and anytime you get to do that, it's a lot of fun because that's what we kind of miss. Got hit up by Alex Bregman, got hit up by Victor Martinez. The whole baseball community was a lot of fun.
And it turned out to be, obviously, Dornick didn't keep it going and didn't run his big race at the Travers, but that was just following Jason ride with this horse has been one of the great stories in the game this year.
I still think the best part of the whole story is when he knew his horse wasn't going to win. I've said this a couple times. He said, darn. Okay, let's go. Come on, Torpedo Anna. He started rooting for the filly. So Jason understands the history of the game, and he knew if the filly won that race, there was going to be history. And that's what I love about Jason. He's learning this game on the fly.
Sounds like plan right now to train up to the Breeders' Cup Classic for Dornick. We'll see if plans change. Rajiv, your favorite moment?
I mean, you guys are talking about the DraftKings Travers and the 4-star Dave Grade 1. Memories can be made even at lower level claiming races. That's one thing about this sport. And my favorite moment of the meet came in a very low level claimer where my cousin Romero got his first win off the meet. Romero, the good-looking cousin, Romero got off to a slower than what we would have hoped for a start. We lived together, and it was grinding it out. The perseverance and the dedication he's shown after not getting off to the start that he got off to, it made this moment even so much better. When you have to work hard and you're in the weeds and things aren't going your way, it makes that victory even so much better. And I was just so happy to be a part of that. It's one of my special moments of the meet.
I got to say, you made it even better when you crashed that winner's circle interview.
I couldn't help my excitement. And, you know, we always mess with each other. It's one of our, you know, family fun things that we do. And it made it even more fun being a part in the winner's circle and then, you know, photobombing his interview.
No, that was so, you made it was so much fun to see that. I liked that horse that day. That was great. He's added another one since then, so good for him. And I'm sure you guys talk a lot of strategy when you get home every night.
Yeah, we do, and he was really upset with me last week. He rode such a good race on Annie Goodbody, and he was the leading candidate for the ride of the week. And then Johnny V puts on the performance with fierceness in the DraftKings Travers and stole it from him. But spoiler alert, his ride yesterday on Kid Kriza, winning the third race, it was the most remarkable ride, one of the most remarkable rides I've seen this meet, and he's going to close out week 8 as the ride of the week. We're going to be filming that later on today, so we can air it tomorrow.
Oh, wow. Sneaking one more in.
I don't think there's any bias there. It was the ride of the week.
Really?
It was a great ride. It really was.
Fourth race. Non-winners of 2 lifetime claiming group. Mile out of the Wilson Chute, 8-5 favorite here, Cloud Forest. For Ray Handel, let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start off with the number 5, Cloud Forest, who, as you mentioned, is taking the early money here, coming in off of a layoff, not having run since January, so does have that to contend with. But what a meet it's been for trainer Ray Handel with first-time starters, with claiming horses, and kind of everything in between. The horses have just been well spotted and have been training strong coming into their respective races. So for the 5, Cloud Forest, I like that he's cutting back in distance off the layoff as well. After the last try was at the 2-turn mile and an 1/8, and he ran actually quite well that day. Recently, a horse that had had a little bit of trouble braking and bumping at the starts, but he does have some tactical speed, and he looks great coming in here. He's very powerful. He had cotton in his ears, but very relaxed here in the preliminaries as well, and he's one that sometimes early in his career lacked a bit of focus. I like what I see him coming back now towards the second half of his 5-year-old season, and I think is a very likely winner and understandable favorite. The 7 wait list is a little bit intriguing for trainer Safi Joseph, as he does go from turf to dirt. Now, he had just one race on the main track. That was in an off-the-turf race at Monmouth. The earlier race at Gulfstream was on Tapeta. And while I know that he's been running on the turf, I think it's a little bit of a case of what I touched on earlier. Sometimes with Todd Pletcher, going long on turf means they don't have a ton of early speed. And this horse doesn't. He's not quick early. I always found him a horse that maybe wasn't overly turf looking, wasn't one that would really grab your attention. He's much sharper today. He was a little bit naughty last time out, and he's not doing that today, but he just kind of has that forward energy. He's being a little bit naughty, getting the tack on now. And so I think he's a bit interesting switching turf to dirt, and he is dropping off the claim. It's an aggressive move, but obviously he wasn't able to fit for the 50,000, and this barn with dirt horses has done quite well this summer. Now the number 9, Smilemon. Rajiv, you should like this one. The number 9 for Rob Atras, also taking a drop in class, just facing so much tougher last time with the likes of Yo Daddy in that race. And he was one that I thought just didn't look great in his coat last time, looking much better today. So I certainly appreciate that about him. He's a tall and lanky type of individual as well, and I know he really didn't run well. Again, just a huge price in that group and facing so much tougher. I just think he belongs here, and you can see it when comparing horses in the paddock. He stacks up favorably with his competition today. And finally, the 10, Ice Time, another class dropper, this one for our friend Tom Amos. And boy, is he a big boy. He's a big, solid individual. Very similar in that build to his sire, Keen Ice. You can absolutely see the influence in it. And he's one that just, given his size and given just how large he is everywhere, takes a little bit of time to get in his stride and to get going. He's kind of one of those grinding types. So I think he's interesting as well on the Clash drop. Was claimed for 30,000 two-back, which was where he broke his maiden. I think certainly he fits in here, and hopefully we'll get some pace to run at, Greg.
8 minutes to post in his fourth. Acacia, thank you. Julian there in the background as well has done a terrific job for us as production assistant all meet long, getting some airtime.
Got to give him some airtime. It's been, what, 59 some, how many days we've been here? I don't even know anymore.
Quite a few.
Yeah, but we haven't shown him yet. There he is. And I'll tell you what, on DraftKings Travers, Jay, he was dressed to a T.
He was. I mean,
there he is.
He hustles more than anyone. And all those people, they're doing a great job for us behind the scenes. Man, he hustles. He's done a great job.
Yeah, he has. He has.
Everything we've needed, he's brought to us as soon as possible. Thank you for that, Julian. 8-5 favorite here. Cloud Forest, Dylan Davis, Ray Handel. As we get to our post parade here in a moment, this is certainly a contender. Raj, you got to be on this one, right? Smile Mon?
Oh, I like Smile Man a little bit. At least I can say this word good. It matches with my accent. But, yes,
Are we
Smile
still
Man.
struggling with the Pam and the Palm?
Oh,
okay
don't
with that?
even go back. I don't even go back to that. Pam, right?
Yes.
All right,
There
I
we
got
go.
it.
Done.
My English is getting better. In the meantime, Smile Man, I do think he has a shot here. He's got some early speed. His last race, he ran against much tougher competition, and he has some back class. He just needs to refine his form of the past, and he'll be really tough in this race.
I mean, Yo Daddy could have beat some of the best 3-year-olds in the country probably in that last start.
I know, right?
How fast he ran.
And I didn't run awful back on the turf either, right? Came okay. But when you look at Smile Man, if this horse gets back to where he can be, is he the pace setter in here?
Definitely is.
You think so, JK, too?
He's got some back numbers, yeah. It's a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah,
he
it
didn't
is.
run well last time, so you have to ask yourself. And look, he wasn't. I understand it was tougher competition, but he didn't even pick up his feet. So you do. It's at least worth the conversation of, is he the same horse that he was? But yes, if he shows up and runs his good race, he should be forward.
Got a little bridal shower. Get a lot of them here.
Eric from Miami, far outside post. And it's Katie Davis, who has a big pickup mount later today.
Yeah, for Rachel Sells here and Katie. This one dropping for 25, 1 for 12 lifetime.
Masterworks going to inherit the rail here, Heeman Harkey.
Yeah, it was bad last time and moves to a low percentage connections.
Stretch out for the first time beyond 7 furlongs, Uncle Charlie's gift.
Couple good efforts. This went for Nick Zito in this 25,000 level. Lane Luzzy got his first win in the meet yesterday. See if he can get his second.
5-1 on a horse who was just third at this level sprinting last start. Cloud Forest still the favorite, 9-5.
Yeah, this horse is the one that I picked in here and rooting for Ray Handel. I know he wants to try to be in the top 10. He's one win behind getting into the top 10.
Ooh. Road Soda win came on a race taken off the turf.
The first time gelding today and drops in class.
Here's Weightless, Saffy Joseph Jr. off the claim.
Yeah, this horse can win on the draw, but this dirt race that he had 3 races back wasn't very good.
Big price on Cavendish. Kerry Bryant with Ramon Vasquez.
Yeah, and a horse that is really done much. Not much. 1 for 8 lifetime. The lone win was for 12.5.
Kendrick Carmouche on Smilemon, 7-2.
Yeah, has to find that back class. His last race was pretty poor.
And Ice Time, Tom Amos, second off the claim, was third, first off the claim at Ellis.
It's going to be launching from way out of it, and if the pace heats up, I'm kind of with JK. 9-1 is a ridiculous price on the 10 in here. I think one of the players.
So 4 minutes away.
I like those silks. Is that the
from this fourth? We're going to go to Acacia.
The Riddler?
Are you okay to walk with me? Oh, all right, Greg. So I've got to check out some cool things. Yesterday I was at the Stanley Cup, but today this is pretty special as well. Next to the paddock, there's a year-end party to celebrate all of the kids and their families that have been part of our NYRA Star program this year, which is a new program that NYRA implemented for young fans to come and get a taste of what racing is like, students of thoroughbreds and racing, and it's awesome over here. So we'll take a little walk through. So you have some families getting a chance to play basketball. There's a fashion show over on this side. You can get your picture taken, face painting. You can even go in the back and try on some racing silks or kind of the pennies that the grooms do wear to hold their horses as well. And one of the cool things I was told too is that there were about 800 kids that became members of the program this year. So the goal to get to 1,000 by the end of September, but just amazing to see how many young fans have had the opportunity to come in here, get a taste of what racing is like. So be sure to check out nyra.com/star if you have a young one who might be interested in learning a little bit more about the world of thoroughbred racing. And this is a really fun party that they get to come and participate in here. I may hang out back here for a little bit more, Greg.
Oh, it's terrific. Get these new young fans engaged and become fans of the sport. NYRA Star, students of thoroughbreds and racing, and just the meet ending party for people involved with that group. And if you're a parent out there with a young one, bring them out to the track, sign them up for NYRA Star.
Those were NYRA stamped cornholes. Pretty cool. And I think I saw spike ball there. Do not challenge me in spike ball. You'll get destroyed. But that was a pretty cool area.
I love spike ball.
I love spike ball too.
We're going to have to play.
No more pickleball, spike ball.
Back to the favorite here in this fourth. So Cloud Forest, that'll be neat for a handle. Shows you how much everyone is paying attention to things here in terms of the standings if you get in that top 10. Let's go back to January 12th. This is the last time this horse ran and got beat a length, running second at 5-1.
Yeah, it was wide all the way around there as well, and hadn't run. It's been a while, but this horse comes in here after running well in two, at least from a figure standpoint, in back-to-back starter allowance races.
I understand the horse is 1 for 11 with a lot of seconds, but a lot of these horses are 1 for everything. And when you look at Cloud Forest, I just think he's got the best numbers going into this race. That last race wins this race. Now, you got to hope he's ready off the layoff, but Ray's been having him ready. I think he's going to be tough.
Paul, where are you going to wind up? With the 5?
Yes, the 5. I thought he was going to be very tough. You know, I had this race 5-7 with the 10. If the 10 gets pace, I'm with JK. The 10's going to be flying late. But I think the 5 and the 7 might have a little bit. At least the 5 has a pace edge.
Raj, what about you? Where are you going to wind up?
I landed on the number 7. You know, a lot of these horses have had many chances to break through at this level or similar level. They've won their first race, and then they've been finding it hard to win their second start. He is lightly raced. In fact, he's only raced 6 times. He's only raced once on the dirt. It was an allowance race that was taken off the turf, but he ran a credible second-place finish in that race. And I feel like if he can duplicate that race, he's going to be really tough in here. And he hasn't proven to be stuck at this level.
Selections from all. The left-hand side of your screen. And the public remaining with the 5 as are Polly and JG. Let's go back to Acacia.
And as far as the number 5, Cloud Forest, is concerned, warming up beautifully out there on the track, too, guys. I landed on the 9, Smile Mon, liking what I saw from him back in the paddock, but just have to put the disclaimer. I think your favorite's going to be very tough with Cloud Forest. Like I said, liked the warm-up that we were getting to see from him out there on the track. As far as the number 10, Ice Time, does go, real quick, wanted to circle back to him because, as I touched on in the paddock, he's one that just takes a little bit of time to get his stride going. And I think that that's going to be a key in here as far as how that pace might set up, because he is going to be running late. And if we could get a shot of him at any point, how about the silks for Concord Racing? Just a question mark. Really made me laugh. I like it, Greg.
What are we supposed to take from this?
I said it before. Tom is a little guy, a guy that is kind of the Riddler. You never really know. And by the way, again, we mention this all the time. The best seat in the house is always on your dad's shoulders.
Always.
Always. But yeah, I think maybe Tom's got a little riddle here. I like it.
Concord Racing There he is. Sign that young man up for the star program.
And I love his little bow tie on the shirt. Well done.
Fans enjoying these last couple of days. Can't get enough. Luckily, we have a lot of racing we've packed in to this final weekend of action, including a grade 1 to come in that Jockey Club Gold Cup, the hopeful tomorrow. And we're going to see tremendous crowds over these last couple of days, and luckily great weather as well. There's the favorite, the 5 for Ray Handel. Cloud Forest stepping in, been favored throughout. As we get set for this 4th start of a pick 4, we send it up to Frank Miramati for the call.
Cloud Forest going in. Here's Smilemon, son of Run Happy. Road Soda. Eric from Miami. The 2B breaks from the extreme outside. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Quick start for Uncle Charlie's Gift and Waitlist. Those two are 1-2 right out of the chute. On the outside, Smilemon in the lime green colors and a hard to handle. Masterwork is tugging pretty fiercely at the rail. Up and on to the backstretch they go, and it will be Uncle Charlie's Gift with a narrow advantage. Pressed pretty hard now by Waitlist. Those two together. 3/4 of a length in front of Cavendish, who's 3 deep in 3rd. Down at the rail comes Masterwork in 4th, Road Soda in between horses, and Smilemon on the outside, 3 lengths off the lead. Cloud Forest is next. Eric from Miami is second to last, and Ice Time is almost 15 lengths off the battle up top. The quarter went in 25 seconds flat. Uncle Charlie's Gift is the leader. Masterwork has been able to get off the rail and try and press now, heading toward the 3/8 pole. In the meantime, Arad Ortiz has a good hold of Waitlist while 3 deep in 3rd. Smilemon reclaims 4th by himself. At the rail, Cloud Forest with Cavendish in between horses. Ice Time trying to make some headway inside Road Soda, and Eric from Miami. 48-1. Waitlist can wait no more at the top of the stretch. Makes a wide bid after Uncle Charlie's Gift, who hugs the rail and fights willingly. These two come to the 8th pole together. Uncle Charlie's Gift resolute on the inside of Waitlist. Waitlist trying everything he can to get by. It's a 2-horse race with Cloud Forest a distant 3rd. Uncle Charlie's Gift in front for the Hall of Famer Nick Zito under Lane Luzzy. Waitlist was second, a long way to Cloud Forest and Ice Time.
Uncle Charlie's Gift, Nick Zito. 2-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer, Hall of Famer, and Lane Luzzy gets another one. Out dueling one of the favorites in here, Waitlist.
Remember when Mr. Wayne Lucas said, sometimes the first olive is the hardest one to get out of the jar, but once the first olive comes out, the rest comes out easier. Lane Luzzy yesterday had his first win of the meet, and today comes right back with his second win of the meet. And what a beautiful ride he put on Uncle Charlie's Gift. Got to the lead, set a slow pace, and it was able to repel Waitlist, who seemed to have dead aim on him coming off the turn. Uncle Charlie's Gift relished the stretch out in distance today. Kept on going.
You can't help but be happy for Nick Zito. He's 1 for 28 this year. And to get a win up here, he's won a lot of big races. Something tells me that one was a special one. And what was a rough year in terms of getting to the winner's circle.
And he won the race out of the gate. It was a great job by Lane to just, the horse broke so sharp, went to the lead, seized the lead, and just went around there the whole time. You could tell that the 5 got pinched back. Dylan made a big move, but there was nothing left. But you got to give credit to the 4 here for sticking it out. And if you watch the start, watch Lane right from the beginning with the intent, with the 4, but go, 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 and he's established the lead already.
Yeah, and once the other jockeys seen his posture, his body language, that he wanted the lead, right away they don't want to get into a tussle with him. And one of the cool things that you can do as a jockey is actually sometimes even fake it like you're so adamant on the lead, and surprise the other guys. And they're like, oh, no, this guy's going to be going crazy. I don't want to get in a duel with him. And once they anchor back, that's when you start rating your horse. And I think Blaine did a good job of showcasing to other riders that I'm going to take the lead, but then almost tricking them into saying, look, I'm going to walk the dog now.
And this young man right here, working so hard, finally got that first win just the other day, got kicked in the face just the other week, came back and rode a race later, and now he gets a pickup mount here. Persistence paying off.
I mean, you can't help
There's
but
Nick Zito.
be excited for everyone involved. Nick Zito.
Flip phone.
Way to go, Nick.
Motorola flip.
That's a call from either Louis Lazzanera or Anthony Valinati, obviously from DeLuca's Pizza. Great friends with Nick. Got to speak to Nick multiple times when I was at Oaklawn. He's
So
fun to be
many
around
great
because
stories.
Oh, the stories that he have are just they're unmatched. You cannot. When you talk to Nick, you can't even come back with another story. Put it that way.
You just let him go.
Yeah, he's let him go.
Because it's that good, it's that entertaining.
You think got an Instagram app on that phone? Or is it compatible? No, right?
Uncle Charlie's gift for the legend, Nick Zito with Lane Luzzy here in the fourth. We'll be back.
Marshalier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
We're back on Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. One of my absolute favorite people to get to interview, Nick Zito, standing here with me as Uncle Charlie's gift takes them every step of the way. Nick, he got very comfortable out there on the front end today.
Yeah, he did. He's an Uncle Mo, obviously, and, you know, they just amazing horses, and they like to run that way, and Uncle Mo himself beat me a few times, so I'm glad about Uncle Charlie's gift. I want to give a shout out. You know, Mr. Riggio passed a few days ago. He was the founder of Barnes & Noble. He owned this horse with Marty Bender, Richie Goldberg, and my good friend Jeff Lipson. And it's just a tribute to him. he had Oldham. And I want to say shout out Jerry Caroom, who had a procedure not too long ago. I think this woke him up. So he has a medical problem, but there's no cure than this, Atasha. No cure than this. The best kid. Praise the Lord.
No better cure than a winner, that's for sure. And our prayers certainly with Jerry. But you were saying to me, too, that this is a horse that you feel like longer the better for him.
Yeah, obviously. You know, again, he's by Uncle Mo out of a great mare and a good family. And this is what it's about. You know, listen, you got to fight, like they say. But I'm happy. You know what? I never wore this tie. Look at this, Letitia. Look at this tie. I got it in the Garden City Hotel many years ago. And I said, you know what? It's New York, Saratoga. I'll wear this tie.
Well, it's the lucky tie now. And we have to set the record straight, because I know they got the shot of you with the flip phone, but I know, I've seen it. You have the iPhone, you have the Naira Bets account, and the Naira Bets account is a little bit stronger now.
Yeah, I had 54 cents, so before this, I think I got a couple hundred. So
I like
I'm still in business. Tell Andy I'm still in business.
I certainly will. But real quick before I let you go, because I always love getting a chance to hear the great stories from you, is we have Jockey Club Gold Cup today. Albert the Great back in 2000. What a horse.
Oh, my God. That was incredible. Tracy Farmer, that was incredible. I trained his dad, Go for Gin. No, that's what history is about. That's why I'm still doing this, you know. So somebody said to me, you know, Toby Keith, may he rest in peace. We're having a lot of eulogies today. I hope not. But before he passed, I said, you know, Toby, my favorite song? He said, yeah, I know. I should have been a cowboy, because he used to call me the Yankee Cowboy. I said, no, Toby, I'm not as good once was as I once was, but I'm as good once was as I ever was. So get me Secretariat. Nick Zito will be here with Acacia. God bless America. God bless Naira. God bless Naira. You hear that? Okay.
Thank you, Nick. Greg, I don't have anything more to say after that.
I mean, he needs his own show, basically.
He kind of does. Jay Caroom, he's a character. I love Jerry, and best wishes to him. I know he's having procedure, and he's doing a little bit better, but that's the wrong prices. What prices from race 4? But this will hopefully.
That was a race earlier.
Jerry's such a great guy. We see him wrong in Oakland all the time. He's by the fence. So congratulations to everybody involved in this horse.
Great to see Nick get a win here at the meet. Uncle Charlie's gift, 21-20. He's had so many incredible moments, especially here at Saratoga. Birdstone.
Been a lot.
Ended Triple Crown bid. True legend in the sport, so that was fun to see. We're going to get into race 5 coming up in a moment. 7 furlongs, $16,000 claiming race. Starts a mandatory pay. Pick 5. Got to take these shots, don't you?
Oh, you always got to take these shots. I thought this was a tough race, one of the toughest on the card. My attention went to the 2 outside horses, the 12 Nolo Contesto and the 13 Gangley, who I thought made the most sense in here.
I really like the number 3 in here, Market Alert. I think he had a pretty tough trip last time in between horses, and going out for a hot trainer, Rob Falcone Jr., who's been spotting his horses really well at the meet. I think today, first off the claim, this horse is going to run a much better race than he did last time. It'll be tough to beat.
All right, we'll talk more about this race when we come back. Of course, big one on Monday, closing day, Labor Day. Hopeful, grade 1 for 2-year-olds, and we'll talk about Chad Brown's 2 hopefuls in the hopeful when we come back on Saratoga Live. Stay with us.
$1,500,000, Tom, thank you. $1,700,000, Jody, thank you. 9.5. Thank you. In the back, $1,900,000. Thank you. Please hold your applause.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
The biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs is even better. Friday, September 20th, along with Parks Racing and their great card to the following day, Presque Isle has 2 new wagers, each with a 15% takeout. The Keystone Daily Double combines the Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters with a Grade 1 PA Derby at Parks. The Pennsylvania Pick 4 has a mile in the Masters at Presque Isle, plus the PA Derby and the Grade 1 Cotillion from Parks. Friday, September 20th, first post at 4 p.m.
Ferocious hugging the rail and trying to chase him down. Angles out now with good strides in second. And these two will come to the 8th pole together. And Ferocious is gathering serious momentum as Preeter has surfaced from well out of it. Ferocious takes off through the stretch. What an effort. It was expected and he sure delivered. Ferocious jogs.
Good God. I mean, you can just see this stride. It is magnificent from this $1.3 million horse. This is the debut. If this was the debut, this is going to be fun to watch him go forward.
Sensational. He didn't have a great trip either. To just reach and extend like that and run away from these horses, I was very, very impressed.
I'm his biggest fan. He has all the tools you look for in a horse. He has the demeanor, level-headed, he's composed. He has a beautiful stride. He's fast. He's big. He's just a super quality horse. If you had to tell me today, Raj, you have to pick one horse as a future bet in the Kentucky Derby, 100% I'm picking him.
96 Beyer speed figure, that is big in the debut. Now comes the hopeful. So he'll get his first test against winners in Grade 1 company to close out the meet tomorrow. And it's going to be a change. Obviously, Javier Castellano injured in a spill. Pretty good replacement here in the meet's leading rider, Paulie Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, nothing wrong with getting Irad in the saddle. Obviously, the leading rider at 8-5. It's going to be very interesting because, you know, this race is obviously he ran so giant first time out, but he can't have the same hiccup that he had at the beginning of that race. If you watch the beginning of the race, he got left and then he rushed up and he was monstrous. I get it. But this is a little bit tougher field he's facing.
2-year-old report from Maggie Wolfendale, centered solely on this hopeful in the barn of Chad Brown.
Here is Mr. Debut winner, Chancellor McPatrick. Where's he going to go next?
I'm going to train him up to the hopeful at this point. He came out of the race healthy. First crop McKinsey horse. I've liked these McKinseys. I have a handful of them. They all act like runners. They all handle the dirt well. And this guy had some trouble early on in his debut and was able to overcome it. So, and I also think longer the better. He was able to get up in sprint distance, but he's a true two-turn horse.
I know you said to Fabian Pratt after he won, I heard you say, oh, this horse doesn't want any part of this 6.5. He definitely wants to go long. So for him to get up and do that at that distance, how impressed were you?
Very impressed for a true route horse to be able to get there sprinting, and he'll surely never run that short again.
Here we are with Incentive Pay, another debut winner. And we were just talking about the difference in physicality. He's huge. He looks like a 3-year-old already.
Yeah, he does, and he acts like one too. He's another horse that I decided to run early in the meet because he was so advanced mentally. He handled everything well. First crop stallion by Volatile, so he's owned by Klarovich. We've had tremendous success with first crop stallions. You know, both of our Preakness winners, Cloud Computing Early Voting, were first crop stallions. They seem to be good value for us. So we look for good physicals. We're not afraid to take a chance on our first crop stallion if they look the part. And this guy was an outstanding yearling, and he's turned into an outstanding 2-year-old. We're real excited about him.
If these two were to square off in the hopeful together, different running styles. No, he's a little bit more forward.
I'd say so. Now, with Chancellor McPatrick, he did have some trouble down the backside that put him further back than he probably would be. But yeah, this guy has a little bit more zip to him, but both beautiful moving horses.
Well, we all know these 2-year-olds, they can improve by leaps and bounds. They might need to deal with Ferocious in this spot. Obviously, there was a lot of talk about Chancellor McPatrick before he even ran. He lived up to the hype as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think a lot of people thought he was going to run well, and when he broke slowly the way that he did, I think a lot of people were pretty impressed by the way that he came running. The problem I have with Chancellor is this. That pace was very fast. The race kind of fell apart. And the horses that were second and third in there, T-Craft and Noble Confessor, came back and didn't run very well. I'm just questioning how good that performance actually was.
I have a take on this, both Chad Brown horses. I actually like Incentive Pay a bit better than I do Chancellor McPatrick. And I think that's an unusual take, but that's where I'm standing because he beat Dapper Moon, who came back and won pretty impressively in a solid race yesterday.
12 minutes of post here in this fifth. Let's go to Acacia.
And favoritism shifting between a couple of horses, but we'll start with one that was taking quite a bit of early money, and that is the 5 Critical Threat, who's a reclaim for Rob Falcone, who actually has 2 in here, both of which he's previously trained. And I always pay attention to reclaims. I think it's always intriguing, especially for a sharp claiming outfit, to dip back in with a horse, especially one that they had success with. And Rob did win here at Saratoga with this horse 2 starts back when taking a pretty good drop in class. Now, last time out, I thought that he had lost a little bit of conditioning off the back of that win, and seeing him today, he's put it back on. Now, also, this one is claimed for Flying P Stable, who has been aggressive with spotting their horses this summer and has had a tremendous amount of success in placing horses just in spots where they can win. And I think with the natural early speed that Critical Threat does have, it's absolutely a possibility that we're going to see him find the winner's circle once again. Now, Chateau won last time out. We know that blazing early speed that he has. Critical Threat was not going to get the lead that day. We'll see what kind of race flow he gets this afternoon, but should be able to get himself in a pretty comfortable position. And like I said, I like seeing him, what I've seen from him today, especially in comparison to his last couple of starts. The number 2, Prince James, off the back of a win for Ray Handel. And this horse is taking quite a bit of attention, 15-1 on the morning line and 5-1 right now. After winning last out, he was able to control on a wet track going 7 furlongs, and this is one who I think does run better when he is a little bit more forwardly placed instead of leaving himself a bit too much to do. He's not the most consistent type, but I think one thing that we can certainly say for sure with him is that he's probably best at the 7 furlongs, which he gets to do today. Both of his 2 recent wins did come on wet tracks, which he's not going to have this afternoon, but he's not built like a horse that would love a wet track. He is a big, burly individual, which oftentimes those types don't really love a wet track. So I think it was more by virtue of his the way the race played out and his running style on those occasions. It looks tremendous here for Ray, and maybe see what he can do with the slight jump in class. The number 12, Nolo Contesto, I find very intriguing for Fernando Abreu, whose horses I always take another look at, a trainer that I have a lot of respect for, and I think you kind of leave them out at your own peril even when they're prices, and this one actually vying for favoritism because he goes back to the dirt and gets a drop in class. I know that he is not a winning type. It's been a long time since he's seen the winner's circle, but he is dropping in class versus the tougher competition that he's been facing lately. Even though he has a bit of a turf hoof, he's shown he's better on the dirt. He's one that always kind of announces his presence, very vocal in the paddock, but last time out, he was totally washed out. He's a little bit warm, has a good natural sweat today, but not over the top and not washy. So I really like what I'm seeing from Nolo Contesto this afternoon versus what he showed me last time out, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Well, the post break when we come back, approaching the 8-minute mark to post. Here in race 5, Nolo Contesto, a very mild 9-2 favorite. Difficult betting race coming up.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
Back on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live post-parade for certainly one of the most challenging betting races of the day. Here's Classic Mark.
Yeah, Classic Mark draws the inside for Joe Sharp. Second off the claim. Give this horse another chance.
Prince James, Ray Handel, Dylan Davis.
Taking a lot of money from 15-1 down to 5-1.
Comes off a win for 10, jumps up in class. Here's Market Alert.
I'm a huge fan of Rob Falcone. I'm a fan of the Cantor Mossies, too. I'm not sure about the trainer change.
This one claimed off of Linda Rice last start, Bourbon Calling.
Yeah, this one brought in, and Abner Durno comes in to ride. He's a regular rider over at Parks.
Another from the Falcone barn here, Critical Threat.
I think it's starting to get to that point where these Flying P horses are getting a little bit overbet.
31-1, pick 5 coming back to this horse is what, $800,000+?
Yeah, somebody that has the 6, yeah, $800,000. I'm wishing you all the luck in the world.
Charlie 5-0 for Rudy Rodriguez.
His last 2 starts aren't that impressive, but 3 and 4 back absolutely win this race.
Stablemate with Mr. Mirage.
Guess I'm rooting for Ramiro.
First he went from the handsome Mirage to the Mr. Mirage.
Let's get it, cuz. Sutton Breeze at 28-1.
Yeah, Heeman Harkey aboard was a winner last time at Finger Lakes.
Orlando Noda Barn and Joel Rosario Ski Country.
Fun fact, I've never been skiing.
I haven't either. Paulie?
Never. I could never ski because I lose my contract.
Horse comes off a win. Oh,
warm in Jamaica.
I like
Nolo Contesto at 9-2.
I like Nolo Contesto in this spot. Good signs that maybe that the horse isn't washing out before the race.
And John Kimmel first off the claim of Gangley from the outside post.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't cut in line to bet a horse off of Peter Walder, but I do think maybe there's a chance this horse has some back numbers if John Kimmel can make a few tweaks to try to find that performance.
Yeah, from 1993 to 2010 when I retired, no. You couldn't ride a motorcycle. It's all in your contract. Motorcycle, accidents, skiing. So you do some stuff, but a lot of guys got caught, like Jeff Kent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's go back to Nolo Contesto, who still is co-favorite right now at 4-1.
Doesn't love to win races. That's the one drawback with Nolo Contesto. A lot of second-place finishes, 10 out of 38 starts with 4 wins. But I do think the drop in class kind of puts him, now at the age of 8, in the mix.
See if we can get back to this performance. This is an incredibly difficult race. Again, starts a mandatory pay, pick 5, and you'd love to see races like this in a pick 5. assuming you have some opinions elsewhere.
I mean, races like this almost guaranteed that it's going to pay okay, just because you'd like to think that not too many people are singling here. Lots of people are spreading throughout this race. I mean, look, the favorite's 4-1.
I like how that 13 has looked.
You like this horse, JK, no? The 13?
The 13?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not mad. I mean, I picked the 12 on top. I used the 13 second, if I'm not mistaken.
Again, that 6-horse ending a pick 5 here, over $800,000.
If you're alive to that horse, does it like do you see 800,000 through the screen imaginary?
That'd be so nervous. I don't know if I'd be able to watch. Let's go to Acacia.
Well, we have a couple of trainers sending out 2 in here, starting with Rudy Rodriguez. The number 7, Charlie 50, as Jonathan mentioned, last couple of races disappointing, but Amundsen is just a much better horse. I know Nolo Contesto was second in that race, but this is one who was showing speed prior, ended up in a chasing spot last time out. The last time that he won was with Flavien Prat aboard. Flavien's back aboard today, and Flavien gave him a spirited solo warm-up out there. He blasted off out of the post parade and got a big warm-up. I would expect him to be forwardly placed again this afternoon, and he looks great. He's a rather athletic type of individual as well, and I think the drop in class, he's one that is a pretty generous price right now that you should pay attention to. Talked about Rob Falcone's critical threat in the paddock. He also sends out the 3 market alert, and I completely agree. I think the Cantramasis do a tremendous job. But one thing I think is interesting is that Rob actually had this horse back in March, April. The Cantramasis reclaimed him a couple of times as well. Charlie Baker had him twice. This is a horse that good, sharp claiming outfits keep dipping back into. And I think that just really speaks to the soundness, the durability, the consistency of the horse. I mean, you really have to respect and like a horse like that in Market Alert, who plenty of sharp trainers want to have back in their barn after having him before. And for claiming horses, the backbone of this game, oftentimes that's the biggest thing. If you can just keep them happy, they take care of themselves. And clearly Market Alert is one of those. Looks great again today. And I just respect a horse like this that seems to hold himself well no matter what barn he's in, Greg.
Yeah, I mean, this is the backbone of the game. Brad Cox started out with just a couple of horses, claiming horses, trying to get the most he could out of those horses. And here's a horse now coming out of the race. The 7 will be a scratch here, Charlie 50 for Rudy Rodriguez.
Well, I think it's safe to say that that horse was probably not going to give the performance of 3 and 4 back.
All right, so take the 7 out. That one will go back to the barn. And favorite now, public it's still very mild favoritism, but settling on Nolo Contesto.
Yeah, and I get that I picked this horse, but I didn't think this horse would be the favorite, especially a horse that doesn't love to win races. You see Flavien Prat, he'll get a ride back to the jocks room. And the 7, Charlie 50, hopefully everything is okay. We talk about it all the time. The state vet took a look at the horse, and there is the cart that's probably going to take Flavien back to the jocks room. You know, at 7-2, like again, I like the horse. 3-1, my goodness. This is too short for a horse that doesn't love to win races.
I really like the number 3 Market Alert in here. If you look back at that last race, it was at the $25,000 level. He was part of a heavily favored entry. He broke well and was in a good position, and then got shuffled back from 3rd all the way out of the race. Got steady, jostled, pushed back to last, and tried to re-rally, but his race was over in that race. He's taken a significant drop in class down to the $16,000 level. 3 starts back, he was second at the $32,000 level at this race. I think that this horse, a good start is very important for him because he had some tendencies in the past to not break as well from the gate. In his last race, he broke well. If he breaks well today, he's going to be sitting a really good trip, and I think he's going to be tough to beat. Funny enough, his stablemate, the number 5 Critical Threat, is favored over him. However, that horse lost at the $16,000 level, 3rd beaten 6 lengths last time. So I really favor Market Alert over Critical Threat, even though there's not much difference between the two.
Difficult race here. The rest of this pick 5, if you are playing this, I mean, it doesn't get a whole lot easier than the next race. Maiden 40, mile and a 16th on the grass. That appears wide open. You got a Maiden special weight in race 7. Did you have any buzz for horses in that race?
Yeah, the 2 Scottish Lassie has a couple of B-plus workouts, and you get Jorge Abreu, who is who's an outstanding first-out trainer. In his career, he's 19% with first-time starters.
Yeah, and in the next race, I think a lot of people will lean on Adventurous Spirit. That's dropping in class for Todd Pletcher. And then in the 7th race, the Danny Gargan horse is working well. In race number 8's difficult. It really is.
Big pickup mount for Katie Davis.
Yes, it is. The 9th race is what you got to decide whether
that's on title forces.
Yeah, 9th race you got to decide whether you like St. Benedict's Prep or Mighty Madison. You trust both of those horses. I kind of think Signal from Noise is 7 for Chad Brown's got a shot in there.
And we talked about Ringy Dingy too. A little interesting. So Charlie 5-0 late scratch here. The 12 Nolo Contesto favorite, starting a mandatory pay pick 5 in this race coming up. And as Raj talked about, it's the other from the Falcone barn. The 5 Critical Threat, the shorter price of the 2. He's got the 3 Market Alert in here as well, but that's the second choice on the board right now.
The most important factor of the race for me is if Market Alert breaks well, because he does have a tendency to sometimes not break as well. His last race, he broke really good, and I hope if he breaks well, his jockey, Manny Franco, who's an aggressive rider, forward-thinking rider, would keep him close to the pace. And I think it'll be really tough to beat.
Well, let's go to Frank Miramati to start off this middle pick 5.
One more left to load as Gangley goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Gangley broke out very alertly. Winter's Ghost has some speed too. And here comes Critical Threat in the pink silks. Critical Threat is up to take command. So it's Critical Threat leading 3/4 of a length as Prince James comes through on the inside to be a joint second. Sutton Breeze with the red cap is up and on the pace too. And Winter's Ghost is now currently in that second spot. The opening quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. That group is followed by Market Alert, who is just on the inside of Gangley. Moving into the far turn. Then comes Nolo Contesto. A length and a half back to Classic Mark on the inside of Bourbon Calling, who's hard-ridden. 2 lengths in front of Ski Country as they move around the far turn. Flashy Alex is the trailer. It is Critical Threat in a half that went in 45 and 2/5 seconds. Critical Threat leads it by 2 lengths over Winter's Ghost in second. Nolo Contesto in the orange colors on the outside of Prince James, top of the lane. Critical Threat. Critical Threat is all by himself. A wall of horses seemingly battling only for second. Critical Threat is clear by a dozen lengths past the 16th pole. Another for Arad Ortiz Jr. That's 3. It's a good battle for second behind Critical Threat. Tight photo indeed between Ski Country and Market Alert, but that was a 1-horse race.
This horse just demolishes this field. Another victory for the Silks of Flying P Stable. 3 wins, as you heard from Frank Miramati for Arad Ortiz Jr. today.
I had the wrong Falcone horse on top as Critical Threat just blows the doors off his competition. Never had a threat. He went to the lead and just kept on increasing his position, winning by about 10 or more lengths.
And if you had this Falcone Exacta, you just held on there, Rajiv.
No, I think he got beat.
No, he did not. 5-3-4.
Pretty big move forward for this horse.
Yeah, big move forward. I mean, it was a reclaim from Rob Falcone. Excuse me. Let's see here. Let's
That's more, it seems like more than 10 lengths. I don't know if it's a real...
Here's the Bob back. Don't question me.
No,
the 3 ran.
No.
The inside was the 4. I thought the 3 was inside.
The 11, no. The 11.
I thought the 3 was inside. My goodness, that's a bad beat.
5-11-3.
5-11, wow. I thought the 3 was inside the whole time.
Now 5-11-3-1. Flying P Stable, I mean, they've been noise all meet long with their horses just jumping up to new levels. This one jumps up to a massive new level.
claim back too, right? I mean, they've had this horse in for 12.5, claimed it right back for 16 from Greg DePrima, then runs 122 and 1. My goodness.
What a meet trainer Rob Falcone is having with limited starters, 15 starters, now 5 wins. Batting a high percent. He's been spotting his horses terrifically at the meet, and they've been performing well.
My goodness. I mean, this horse just ran like about a 85 to 90 buyer, easy. This is, wow.
Huge performance. And, you know, we talk about a lot of barns over the last few days have been having big meets. Rob Falcone Jr., another guy we could throw into the mix, who's had a terrific Saratoga summer, now his 5th win. 16 starters at the meet, 3 for that man right there. Well done to Rob Falcone Jr., and that man is more than sealed it at this point. 3rd straight riding title to Iran Ortiz Jr. 5-11, 3-1, 7-2 here on Critical Threat.
And they're off in the Curlin, Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Good magic.
75, hey, $774,000, 775, want to be 60, then help you 60, 75, 7, 60, 60, 75, and now 85, 785, 85, 85, 800, $800,000 Panker Surge, got to be 8, now 25, 825,000, 50, $850,000, 50, 850, 75, out on $860,000 and a half, $850,000 in the back of Woodrow, thank you.
And my brave will be Dormant to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Fauna. In Italian to win it.
Big F has won.
And it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road.
Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl.
State of Rest. Newspaper of record.
You on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, Saratoga Live. It's brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Those Silks getting their picture taken again. It's been a recurring theme at this meet this summer. Let's go to Acacia.
And happy to be joined by Jay Provenzano of Flying Peas. Jay, Critical Threat with the win. You told me the other day you were not done yet, but were even you expecting that kind of performance? What a big effort today.
You know, Rob really loved the horse. He, he owned him to somebody else, and he wanted him back. And I said, sure. I said, you know what? We can take the horse back. We got a spot. Let's do it, you know, because I think we had to hold for about 20 days to put where we wanted. And I mean, ran fantastic. I mean, Irad came out. I said, what do you think? He goes, we got to go. I said, that's exactly what I thought. So I said, you just, you know, you do you, you know. I mean, excelled. Rob's assistant said to me the other night, we were out after Travers, and he's like, dude, he's doing great, you know. And I was like, okay, you know, just performed like they thought he would, you know.
And a horse that, like you said, Rob always thought highly of, one with him 2 starts back. When you have a trainer and you've been successful claiming horses and your trainer says, I had this horse before, I'd really love to go back for him. That's something I always pay attention to. It often really plays out.
For me, I usually don't go back for a horse. I've never had the horse, but when a trainer thinks enough to go back for the horse, I got to listen to the trainer. I respect Rob a lot. He's an up-and-coming trainer. I love to see youth in the game. He said, I want the horse back. I was like, done. I mean, he thought enough to want to take the horse back. Who am I to, stop it?
And it provided you with a very nice victory here. Well, like you said, not done yet. Live chances still tomorrow?
We do. It's a shame. I really love my filly later on, but unfortunately we had a scratch. We were up against a little cut on her heel, and I loved her spot today. She, relishes 7/8. So, I had to get out of that one. We have 2 and 1 on the AE, which at this point, I can't win it, but I'm not conceding, I'll fight as hard as I can,
We've definitely made it fun to follow this summer. Congratulations on another victory.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Critical threat dominant. Here, Greg.
$9.60. Dominant does not tell the story. I mean, it was beyond dominant, that performance.
Yeah, I mean, Rob Falcone, like you said, lost the horse a couple starts back and then jumped right back in and claimed back with a different owner, and was rewarded nicely there, and just missing the Rob Falcone exacta.
And Irad, 3 wins so far this day, holds a hot hand, and he rides a lot of live horses later on the card, so maybe keep extending that lead atop the jockey standings.
Jonathan and I together, piggyback, could have won on that horse.
Well, I don't know about that. Jonathan's hair might have got caught in the wind.
That's true.
And held him back like a parachute.
Drafting. Yeah,
Race 6. As we move along, mile 16th on the turf. $40,000 maiden claiming event here, 3-year-olds and up, and another wide open race. It's Guile from the inside. Guess who? Mike Maker and Rad Ortiz Jr. looking for number 4. That's the favorite right now, JK.
Yeah, this kind of felt like a 2-horse race to me. The inside with Guile, or almost to the outside with the 11 Adventurous Spirit. Adventurous Spirit's dropping for Todd Pletcher. His last 2 races against maiden special weight horses were faster than anything in here has ever run. I think Adventurous Spirit might be too tough.
I'm going to take a long shot in this race, but maybe when we come back, we talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, well, more on this coming up in just a moment. We're 20 minutes away from this 6. Time for my moment of the meet. For me, ever since this horse won the Brooklyn, I had actually August 4th circled on my calendar because I could not wait to see next line up in the Birdstone. This is one of the most interesting, fun stories, I think, in the sport right now. Horse was claimed for $62,000. He's sort of become the flight line of the dirt marathon division. He's just, it's like that Pacific Classic that horse won. He's not running those fast kind of numbers like that horse. No one probably ever will. But he's winning by 22 lengths, 11 lengths, 11 lengths, just dominating his competition. Doug Cowens, who doesn't have a ton of big top horses, this is incredible for him. Since they claimed this horse, he's won 9 times. He's won 6 times in a row, and he wasn't even asked for much in this Birdstone, which he won by more than 22 lengths. Frank Miramati gave him a tremendous call during the moment of the race, said, let's hear it for him. He is a superstar. He's slated to go next in the Greenwood Cup at Parks. I know a lot of people have said we want to see this horse. You know, some people said, let's see him today in this Jockey Club Gold Cup. Give him a shot maybe in the Classic division. I love that they're keeping him doing what he does, where he's more effective, getting to go a little bit slower on the front end in these marathon races. He is an absolute superstar. And in this sport right now, he's as close as there is to an absolute sure thing. It's been fun to watch him do his thing. That was, for me, watching next was special.
Yeah, I thought he was outstanding. A really cool horse. I was hopeful. I was one of those people that was hopeful we might see him this afternoon taking on some of the bigger grade 1 horses going 1.25 miles. But respect the connections, right? Just do what he wants to do. Keep him happy. Keep winning races. Keep getting checks. Keep getting your picture taken. But you're right. He's a very, very cool horse.
We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, the voice of New York racing, Frank Miramati, we're going to take you inside his call in the DraftKings Travers for the Mirror Man. Stay with us.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
In the DraftKings Travers.
Boom, they come out of there, everything's smooth as silk. I see the gray in front all of a sudden. Wow, batten down's going to actually set the pace. But then Dornick gets a perfect trip. He's sitting right outside of him, and we know how tough he is when he gets the lead.
Dornick coming at batten down now. They're on even terms, with Fierceness looming 3 wide. Torpedo Anna is 4, just 2.5 lengths off the pace.
Fierceness takes the lead. He got the best of Dornick. Sierra Leone switches to the outside, and then Torpedo Anna all of a sudden shows up.
Fierceness takes command. Sierra Leone is coming with his run on the outside of Torpedo Anna.
And Torpedo Anna all of a sudden just starts rolling, cutting into his lead with every stride. And the crowd must have been going nuts. I didn't hear anything. I was in my own world, just watching and letting my adrenaline tell the story.
They're in the final furlong. Johnny V asking Fierceness for everything he has. 3-length lead. Torpedo Anna running her heart out and coming with every stride. Fierceness, Torpedo Anna in an absolutely dramatic conclusion. The champ is back. Fierceness holds off a gallant Torpedo Anna.
I don't remember what I said until I've watched it so many times and I know now, but I wasn't thinking, and it was going to get very close, and I knew it. Although if you're watching on TV, you might not have realized it. I knew what was coming because she was really, really making up the ground. But it's just almost like Blame and Zenyatta. It tears at your heart because you could feel the crowd. And if you actually were to put a tracker in my body to say, like, what are you thinking? I'm thinking, like, go get him, girl. It's natural. But, like, I wasn't rooting for her. I wasn't rooting for him. But it's just this dramatic moment. You can't help but root for something like that. The underdog, you know, the filly against the boys. But in the end, it's just not easy to come on in as a filly and take it. And so when you look at the way the race ended, when you step back afterward and let the dust clear, it was just an incredible result for a race that lived up to the hype.
That race exceeded expectations. Frank's call lived up to the moment as well. He was spot on. It was a terrific call. As you see him perched above the track there in his announcer's booth. And I mean, everything about that race, call included, was just, it's hard to not say that was everyone's best moment of this meet. It was special.
No, and Frank nailed it. You know, if you go to YouTube, watch the race, put it on mute, and you give it a try, and you'll start to have a lot of respect for these race callers and the job that they do. And Frank nailed it. He was 100% right in a dramatic conclusion to what I felt like was one of the most competitive and interesting Travers I've seen in my lifetime.
I think Frank's the most underrated caller. I mean, he's a great caller, and he's the most underrated because I'll tell you what, he actually tries to call the photos. He'll call the photos when everybody goes, "Oh, it's a photo finish." Frank will tell you. And I think that's another thing that's missed with his calls. He's been phenomenal. He hasn't missed. And that booth is tough to call from. We've chronicled that for before. He's got different angles. And for him now, second meet calling, he's gotten better and better.
And he said in that piece too, Raj, it's great to, you do all the preparation, you have things you want to say, but at the end of the day, you be instinctual about it too in the moment, and that's where you feel that emotion come through.
I mean, I would probably think it would be similar to riding races, You go into the race, you have a plan, you read the racing form, but when the gate opens, things can change. But for the Travers in its own right, that race played out what everyone was hoping it would or expecting it would. There was the people that were the Torpedo Anna fans and expecting that she would win. And there's the ones that thought Fierceness is the best 3-year-old in the country. And the race lived up to expectations. We got to see the showdown of the ages that we were hoping for. All in all, a great moment.
So many great storylines, just going into that race. And then to get that stretch stool as we bring into Keisha here, it was just a really special moment. That's going to be a very hard race to top, Acacia.
It really will be, Greg. But one thing that I loved about hearing Frank talk about that call as well is that you could feel his emotion. You could feel the fan in him come out. And I think that was the case for all of us. No matter who any of us picked, we were just so thrilled to be able to see a race like that coming down to the wire. It's really the best of our game encapsulated in just a couple of minutes. That's what we want to see, is the best 3-year-olds of the division, in this case, male or female, throw it down, lay it all out on the track, and that's exactly what happened between Fierceness and Torpedo Anna for the celebrations from Mike Rapoli, this being a homebred for him, for Todd Pletcher, saying how validating this victory was, and then for Kenny McPeak, who brought so much attention and brought fans an excitement with Torpedo Anna taking on the boys. He made the race better with her presence in there, and we did that piece on her exercise rider, Danny Ramsey, and I talked to him the day after the race, and he said, "I'm just so proud of the filly," and she came back with her head up, her eyes clear, and just ready for the next one. And it's moments like those where your racing fan comes out, and I think it's a good reminder, Greg, that we should never forget that first and foremost, even though it's our job, we are fans of racing first.
No question, and that day I think created a lot of new racing fans with what they witnessed that day and that story.
The other morning I was driving in to film Kart Talk with Johnny and Todd, and my phone rang. I looked down, it was Kenny McPeak, and I answered. He goes, "You were real close to getting that tattoo, weren't you?" And I said, "I was very close. I was absolutely close to getting the Torpedo Anna tattoo." She ran outstanding, and I think she's going to be a bear moving forward in whatever race she shows.
Don't jump on her bandwagon.
No, I'm not jumping in. I'm just saying when she gets back with the Phillies, she's going to be impossible to beat. I think she's your distaff winner.
I think you're being too result-oriented. I think you should still get the tattoo since she ran a tattoo-winning performance.
It hurts too much. Hurts too much.
Let's just be clear. You picked against her in the Coaching Club of American Oaks also.
Yeah, so I'm 1 for 2 picking against her. You know what I mean? There you go.
Incredible stretch run. We had a lot of great moments, obviously, that meet, but that was a standout Travers. I think anyone who was here will remember that for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, it's one of those ones. I think the last time I can remember is when you and I were here, Greg, and we watched Rachel.
Yeah.
That was literally the same kind of feeling.
The first time I ever came to this racetrack.
Yeah, you and I were sitting there. I still have the pictures of you taking Rachel when she crossed the wire going by us. That's the only time I've ever been that amped up.
Yeah. Race 6 on the turf, mile and a 16th. And JK talked about, 2 looking like strong standouts in here, and there's one of them, the 11 Adventurous Spirit for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, look, we talk often about how Maiden special weights to Maiden claiming is one of the biggest drops in racing, and that's why I landed on this 11 horse. I just felt like just going to be too tough for them.
I'm gonna get crazy in this race and pick. There's two big long shots that I like that I'm toggling between. But you know, to take a look at this Adventure Spirit race, he's here in second. He's not doing much running for me. He's just going through the motions, kind of closing in on the horse on the front end, but non-threatening. And I do get he's making a massive drop in class here, but he draws the far outside post, and he just doesn't set my world on fire. Neither does the number 1 Guile, a horse that, you know, runs the same kind of way, just steady, is slow early. They do put the blinkers on him today, trying to probably get the desired effect of having him a bit more engaged. But those two horses at short prices don't do much for me.
Back to Guile for a minute as we look at Ricardo Santana Jr. on now the favorite Adventurous Spirit, the 11, and we showed you in that race. 2-1 on Guile? Is that a little overboard here, Paul?
Well, I think it's just IRAD, blinkers going on, Michael Maker, a lot of different things going on. And then what do you see? A bullet drill. So obviously the work in the morning with the blinkers was good. That could be a recipe for disaster here and there, because the one race on turf, I mean, he was 7-8 wide is actually being generous. He might have been 10 or 11. So he could be better than it looks.
Post parade coming up. It was 6-1 morning line, 2-1 co-favor right now, Guile from that inside post. Mike Maker off the claim with the man looking for his 4th win on today's card.
Yeah, making the switch to Mike Maker, always going to draw some money, especially when Irad Ortiz is involved.
First time on turf for this one, Fatouche.
Yeah, well, Ramon Vasquez will get aboard, son of Gunrunner.
Fire Baron, last time on turf, was 2nd at this level.
0 for 30 in the career.
For Jennifer Paragallo. El Alacron for the Tom Morley barn.
Yeah, we were just talking about Torpedo Anna. This is a son of Fast Anna.
LC Go Lucky, Lane Luzzy for James Ferraro.
Yeah, Lane Luzzy seeing the ball well. He's got 2 wins in the last day and a half.
Here's Smooth and Easy. 0 for 10.
You know what? I understand a giant long shot, but 41-1, I mean, this horse has got a race to maybe hit the board.
Get ready to rock as Jose Lezcano in the irons.
Never taken much money and never done much running.
Is tackling the easiest field he's ever faced. The 8 Comanche Peak, Jose Gomez.
That race 2 back puts this horse right in the mix at a big price.
Yeah, ran a 75 buyer that. They get it to Matthew Ray Handel.
Has some speed, always dangerous in this level of race.
New gelding and first on turf for that horse. The 10, Hard Scholar, has Cuz.
Yeah, Romero Mirage board for Jenna. This horse might outrun his odds, too.
Adventurous Spirit, 2-1 favorite.
Those last 2 races are faster than anything in here has ever run. I think this horse is going to be tough.
And here's Bourbon Outlaw, gets in from the also eligible list and in for a tag for the first time.
Yeah, this horse is a little sneaky. He's got some back numbers. Hasn't run particularly well lately, but does have some numbers in the past earlier down at Gulfstream that could make this horse competitive.
So 5 minutes away from this 6, starts the middle pick 4. You can play it with Naira Bets, the official betting app of Saratoga. And that's the offer, that $250 deposit match. Sign-up bonus with that code there at sign-up. New members punch in spot 250. Again at NairaBets.com. Tough to take a short price in a maiden claiming race where horses have not shown us a whole lot.
Yeah,
Things can happen. Trip matters, but we will see what we get as we look at Guile.
You know, I can understand. Listen, Mike Maker claims horses because he wants to stick them back on the turf. That's kind of his game. Now, this horse did run on the turf, like I was saying, got left, and I actually thought it was a better than looked race. Blinkers go on. The horse did show speed last time. You get IRAD, and that's why the horse is getting bet. But I do think there is some credence to this horse.
Second choice there, favorite. That's the 11 for Todd Pletcher, dropping in for a tag for the first time. With more, let's go to Acacia.
And we'll get to that number 1 horse, Guile, in a moment. But starting off with Adventurous Spirit, I agree with Jonathan that this horse's races so far are just faster than what he's going to be facing in here today, and is dropping in class for the first time. But yes, he's a short price with 4 starts and 3 in the money finishes, so that's always a little bit tricky. But he has some tactical speed, was a little bit aggressive last time out, but Ricardo Santana's given him a big warm-up out there. He looks fit from watching his replays. He looks like he's a horse that carries some condition. He's certainly fine, but I think that this is a wide open race and quite intriguing with some horses making surface switches. Going to the number 1, Guile. It is much more of a turf pedigree on the bottom side, the dam and the siblings as well. And I have always written that this horse just moves more like a turf horse, has a very high knee action to him when he covers the ground fully extended at a gallop, and short kept cheater blinkers going on for the first time here. First off the claim for Mike Maker. I think that he's very logical getting to the turf, and he was incredibly wide in that turf race 2 starts back. His lone start on the grass, I've always felt that this is probably what he wants to do a little bit more. Now, looking at a couple first-time turfers, the number 9, Get It to Matthew. The dam never tried the grass, but there was a stakes-winning sibling, Pray for Peace, who did win on the turf, and Mendelssohn certainly can be a good turf influence. Comes back as a gelding as well. He's a little bit lighter behind the saddle, a little bit more angular, and oftentimes that sort of physical will lend itself to the turf. I think this guy is intriguing getting onto the grass the first time, especially with his early speed. And as far as first-time turfers do go, yes, I'm going to take a shot with a 22-to-1 shot. I think that number 2, Fatouche, is very interesting in this spot. Call me crazy. Maybe he's just not good enough, but at a huge price, I wanted to highlight him. I wrote last time out in my notes, his lone start here at Naira, that he looked like he wanted to go long on turf, and that's what he gets to do today. This is also his first time running for a claiming tag, because those maiden optional claimings, the one that he debuted in, if you're a Florida bred, you do not run for a claiming tag, and this is a Florida bred, so he's been protected in all 4 of his starts so far. Like I said, maybe he's just too slow, but I think for the first time he's getting to do what he really wants, and it is his first time dropping in class, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Minute to post coming up here in this 6th on the card on a glorious Sunday afternoon. I mean, we've had some good days here. This might be the best.
Yeah, the weather's wonderful. If I'd bottle it, if it could be just like this every day, this feels like ideal, perfect.
If Acacia thought they were going to call her crazy for picking the 2, here's a horse that I like at a generous 53-to-1. The number 5, LC Go Lucky. I know he hasn't done much running in his first 2 starts, but he did improve in his second turf start, and he's first time gelding and first time Lasix. I think this is a horse that can get into the money at a long price and really spice up some of those superfecta kind of tickets.
Drunk on sake. Beat this horse 2 starts back.
I know you're trying to imply that
I was just saying who beat the horse.
Okay, yeah.
Drunk on sake. I went to Hibachi last night.
Let me double down on it right now. And here goes my top pick. So I go from a 55-to-1 to the number 7, Get Ready to Rock. The first time he ran on grass was in September of 2023. He was 10th, beaten 7 lengths behind Agate Road, who came back and became a greatest stakes winner. He was involved. He was bumped, checked hard in that race. Had a tough trip against much tougher horses. In his next start on the turf, he didn't do much running. Ran poorly on dirt. He gets back to the turf today off a long layoff. I think he's a renewed horse. Drops in class. He's going to run a massive race.
I upgrade any horse on the grass with that man on board, Jose Lezcano.
More sake, more happy, I guess.
Yeah, more sake, more happy. For all the millennials out there, I have to say this: the 1, Guile, named after one of my favorite Street Fighter characters.
What was his weapon?
Sonic Boom.
Sonic Boom.
Wow,
that's your favorite now. Irad's going to hop off. And it's going to load this horse without him, I believe. Gate open. You had to try and coax him into the gate, so maybe a bit of a bad actor. Being told this is the standard MO for Guile.
Yeah, some horses like to get loaded first, and the jockey just gets them a little bit more comfortable. So they got him in there, and then Irad will get settled in there. It's tight quarters, so you want to get the horse comfortable as can be. And a lot of these horses, and the guys, the gate crew, Rashid, they already know the tendencies of a lot of these horses.
Yeah, they have experience with them, and they know what they're capable of and their past. I would say this about the 2 favorites in here. First of all, number 1, Guile, doesn't have much early speed. and number 11 is stuck wide. They're so vulnerable at short prices. That's why I want a long shot.
And you said you didn't love that performance last half from the 11. That was against better company. He's only been in against straight maidens. Dropping in for Maiden claiming today. We'll see what happens. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Bourbon Outlaw will be the last one to load. They are now working on one of the others behind the gate. That's Smooth and Easy. Opening the front for Smooth and Easy as Bourbon Outlaw awaits his turn. Going in now. They're in the gate. And they're off. A little bit of a stumble for El Alacran, but still flashes sharp early foot. Adventurous Spirit comes away in good order. Hard Scholar third in the early stages. And they're joined at the rail by Guile. Guile is now third as the field rounds the clubhouse turn. Just in behind that group comes Smooth and Easy, who's 7 lengths off the pace, racing 2 clear of Fatouche, who's just in front of Fire Baron. Then on the outside comes Bourbon Outlaw. Toward the back of the field, LC Go Lucky. Then a big gap to the 3 trailers. Get it to Matthew Comanche Peak and get ready to rock. You do not get much more of a strung out field through a quarter that went in 23 2/5 seconds. El Alacran leads the way by almost 2 lengths over Adventurous Spirit, a tracking second. Then Hard Scholar on the outside of Guile, third and fourth. Smooth and Easy is fifth, 8 or 9 lengths off the speed. Fatouche trying to get going along the rails, starting to gain a little bit of momentum. Right inside Bourbon Outlaw. Behind them, Fire Baron and LC Go Lucky. El Alacran still there. Adventurous Spirit, though, turns up the pressure and takes the lead away with a quarter of a mile to go. Hard Scholar is coming after the top pair in third. They're at the top of the stretch. Adventurous Spirit builds up a 3-length lead with a furlong left to go. Out in the center of the racetrack, Bourbon Outlaw is firing big and starting to close the gap with every stride. Adventurous Spirit, Bourbon Outlaw within 3. Adventurous Spirit by 2 to Bourbon Outlaw. Adventurous Spirit holds on. Bourbon Outlaw's rally just came up short. Behind them, Smooth and Easy finished third, and Fire Baron was fourth.
Adventurous Spirit, there's Todd Pletcher. Picks up another win, and the drop in class works out here.
It's a great ride by Ricardo. Popped away from there, found himself forward, going into the first turn. If you believed that the 11 Adventurous Spirit was going to run well, you had to love where this horse was early.
Yeah, it was a great ride, you're right. And you even said as soon as we hit the first turn, the race was over. I'll tell you what, the 13, you were right. Big trying.
2 biggest class droppers run 1-2.
They ran 1-2, you're right. I mean, in the 13, K. Davis gave the 13 a great ride. And I was telling you guys, the 6 had numbers, Smooth and Easy, 67-1. Runs third.
A very aggressive and assertive ride from Ricardo Santana, because the one thing about this horse is the post. It was a dangerous spot to be in on the outside. He could have got caught seriously wide if he would have broken and been passive. He was assertive, he was aggressive, he made sure he established some forward position, getting over closest to the rail as he could. And right from here, you can tell when the gate opens, Ricardo, well, you can see him flicking the horse on the shoulder with a crop, ensuring that he cleared off some of the horses so he was able to get over as close to the rail as possible. And when you draw the 11 hole, which is a short run to the turn, and you get to the 2 or 3 pad, it's like a win right there.
Yeah, at that point, post position did not matter at all, establishing very good early position. The class dropper with the win for Todd Pletcher with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring,
Orleans Grade 1 Son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Welcome to those just joining us on Valley Sports SoCal on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon here in upstate New York at Saratoga Springs at this historic race course, the premier meet in the country, with just a few races left. This latter half of the card on Sunday, and the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup still to come, and then closing day on Labor Day with the Grade 1 hopeful for the 2-year-old Colts going at it, including the $1.3 million purchase, Ferocious, who was impressive first time out. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin, Paul Laduca, Rajiv Mirage also have a big Pick 6 carryover to come beginning in race 8.
Yeah, absolutely. $210,000. That pool, especially on a weekend like this, closing weekend with a Grade 1, that pool could get very, very close to $1 million, if not over.
Back in race 6 that just ran, a couple of horses dropping in for a tag for the first time. They wind up running 1-2 in here. Adventurous Spirit, Todd Pletcher, Ricardo Santana Jr., far outside post, but because of Santana early, JK was aggressive and got good position, that was not an issue.
Oh, yeah, Ricardo won this race in the first 4 or 5 jumps when he got to the 2 path, going into the first turn, able to save ground. He was on the best horse, just needed to give him the best trip.
Yeah, and it was in a sticky situation because when you draw that far outside post, if you're not able to clear those horses going in there, you could get caught in no man's land and stuck really wide. And that was the crucial factor of the race. But also, even down the lane, he's such a strong finisher. He's able to, polish it off and hold off the closers.
Owner Vinny Viola of St. Elias Stable, who was gracious enough to bring us the Stanley Cup yesterday.
That line was the longest line I think I've ever seen here at Saratoga, by the way. Let's go to Acacia in the winner's circle.
Yeah, I wish we had the Stanley Cup in the winner's circle right now, but a very cool moment here at the spa as Todd Pletcher joins me for Adventurous Spirit. Todd thought Ricardo did a really good job with that post, getting him in some forward position.
Yeah, that was the key to the race for him. We were concerned about the outside draw. It's a fairly short run to the first turn. We wanted to try over and get over and save some ground, which he was able to do well.
Now, I asked you yesterday about Right Future in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, so let's talk today about Tapit Trice. Big win last time out. I know at times he's not been the most consistent. What have you seen from him recently to give you the inclination that he's trending the right direction?
Well, he's certainly been consistently training well. I love the way he's been breezing coming into it. We've had a really good, schedule since the race at Monmouth, and we've been pointing for this since then. So I think he'll appreciate the 1.25 miles, and hopefully he can get a little bit of pace up front to run at. And, of course, the favorite looks like the controlling speed, which is always a concern.
Well, we can't wait to see what he offers later. But I have to ask you, as Jonathan Kinchin's on the set right now, be honest, what was the real highlight for you this summer, winning the Travers or being on Cart Talk?
Unfortunately for Jonathan, I got to go with the Travers.
That's fair. Thanks, Todd.
Thank you.
Sorry, Jonathan.
I'm sure it was a close second, though.
Yeah, it was close. Close.
Jim Dandy Travers double, by the way, for fierceness. Officially, the 2-year-old champ is back and answered a lot of questions, winning back-to-back starts for the first time in his career.
Absolutely, and he's put himself in the driver's seat. If he can run well in the Classic, I don't even think he has to win. I think he will. I don't think he has to win the Classic to be the 3-year-old champion.
Yeah, it's definitely top of the division right now. And you know what's so cool about the horse is there's never was any doubt that he was the fastest, most talented 3-year-old. But, when things don't go his way, he hasn't been lucky. When he puts it all together,
He's still the best when things don't go his way?
No. Well, when he puts
No,
it
but
all
there's no one
together.
faster.
No.
Is what he said. Yeah.
I'm just asking.
And the one thing, though, that Johnny said in the post-race I think is very important to realize when you're looking at fierceness moving forward. Johnny said the races that he didn't run well, Johnny asked him away from there and then grabbed him. And he said he resented that, and he now doesn't do that anymore. He lets him just roll away from there, and it's got the old fierceness back.
Still, back to your point, real quick. I mean, he's gotten cozy outside posts in the
If
Dandy.
he draws the one hole in the Breeders' Cup Classic, you betting him?
Yeah, because he'll drift up in price.
He'll have to answer that question.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Acacia right now. We want your top moment of the meet.
It was hard choosing just one, Greg. We've had some spectacular moments here. I ended up landing on Carson's run, winning the Grade 1 Saratoga Derby. Of course, it was special for me personally, being associated with the connections, but oftentimes the story, we hope that it plays out coming through on the racetrack, and sometimes we don't get a chance to learn the story behind a horse's name, and being able to highlight the story behind Carson's run, named in honor of Carson Yost, son of Wade Yost, who Terry Finley has known for many years, and a son with Wolff-Hirschhorn syndrome, the same disease that we saw Cody Dorman suffering from. And it's just amazing to me when you see these types of namesakes come forward and be so successful out on the racetrack. And for a horse like Carson's run, who's by Cupid, not necessarily one who looks or has the pedigree to belong on the turf, in seeing that rainbow come out on the Saratoga Derby, run 8 days after it was initially supposed to, it just felt like it was all coming together at the right moment, and such an emotional victory for the owners and for co-owner Steve Boucher, who lost his wife Sue just a few months ago, and as I mentioned, for the story with Carson and the namesake. When you name a horse after somebody, Greg, it doesn't always pan out, and so seeing it do so here at Saratoga was truly an incredible moment.
Yeah, that's special. You know, we've seen it a couple times now. We've seen, obviously, Cody's Wish was a story that all of America latched onto and became just this incredible moment with the bond that horse had with that young man who, you know, after he won again in the Breeders' Cup on the flight home, basically saw him win and then passed away afterwards. But Carson's run another example.
And we saw it with the Fleet Alex, too. And that was a great story, too.
We're going to take a timeout. We have more coming up on our Sunday coverage, including the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Still ahead, our 2-year-old report for this 7th race is next.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
When you can bring over a champion like this to the Night of the Stars sale, it's exactly what we dream of and what you hope for.
Anytime we've got a marquee filly that is ready to be brought to market, we know that the Night of the Stars is the venue.
It really wasn't a question as to where we were going to sell her.
We have had a long history of selling 7-figure mares here at Night of the Stars. Boyd Browning and his team just do such an exceptional job promoting these mares, getting them sold.
Hi, Tom.
What's up, Greg? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you.
Great, great. Let's make this good for them. Ask me the tough questions and
Tell us about the Mackenzie filly that you like.
Well, I bought her at the sale, at the April sale in Ocala, and she came out of the sale in pretty good shape. I had her in Belmont. I gave her a couple of breezes, and I backed off of her a little bit because she was getting ready too soon. And I didn't like that. And I have her breeze 2.5 mile here, and she has breezed very well. I think she's going to be a very nice filly. That's all right.
That's her. Do you find training and working with babies is more rewarding or more challenging?
It is. It's more challenging and more rewarding too, especially when they win and when they compete here in Saratoga and you walk them into the winner's circle.
You have a great record with your first-time starters, no matter how old they are. Is there something that you figured out with them that kind of gets you that success?
I think since I rode for 17 years, I didn't row races, but I galloped for 17 years, and I think horses got two languages. One is their body language, and one is their fitness. Silver Satin was an example of a horse that worked last year in a minute and came back to the barn, and he literally ran through the stall. And I stopped on him, I galled him, I sent him to the farm, and he have done nothing wrong. He got a win, 2 seconds, and a third here in Saratoga. So with babies, it's a very challenging, but it's a day-by-day thing with them. They go through changes every day.
Scottish Lashy for Jorge Abreu, 5-2 favorite, opening up as the top choice on the board here. Arad Ortiz Jr. will ride for Jorge Abreu. Tough to win at this distance. 7 furlongs here in the debut, but taking a lot of attention from what this filly by Mackenzie has been doing in the morning.
Yeah, look, she looks to be working extremely well, and Jorge Abreu does outstanding work with first-time starters. He's doing outstanding work altogether at this meet.
Well, our colleague Tom Amos has a second-time starter in this race, and a great race to have experience in, because as mentioned, it is a tough distance to win at first time out. Let's bring Tom in here with Quick Kick, who breaks from the rail. Tom, what'd this filly show to you in her debut?
Well, she's got tremendous stamina. If you watch her last race, her finish was really good. Her gallop out was very strong. We would like to be going further than the 7/8 distance. We're not. We'd rather be outside. We drew the rail. But these are the hand you dealt, and she's very talented. Right now in the paddock, all the traders are doing the same thing. We're all getting ready to saddle. We're paying attention to our own horses and seeing how calm, cool, and collected they are, and everybody looks to be very calm and cool. And then secondly, we're kind of sizing up the competition. I mean, the 2 is the favorite. I've been paying attention to that horse, seeing if there's anything I consider a kink in the armor. I don't see any. So, but I like us. We have the experience. We've had a race in our belt. Greg, you mentioned it's 7/8 distance. That's a tough distance to come in to a race without a race. And so with a race experience, I think it helps us. I'm just bringing my girl in the paddock right now, put her in the stall. I'm going to check her bridle a little bit, make sure everything, the equipment is correct. And now I'm just waiting on the valet to make the saddle. You can see she's acting very calm. Pay attention to those ears. See how they're forward like that? She's alert. She's ready. That's what I like to see. And my valet's coming right now. We're going to go ahead and put the tack on her.
Well, last time. Do you think that's who she is, or do you expect her to break much better today?
I expect her to break a lot better because she has a race experience. And Jonathan, as you know, she's got blinkers today. That should probably help her a little bit, be a little bit more sharper. I have a little concern about dirt in the face. She didn't do her best running until she got outside of horses last time. And unfortunately, that's not something we can practice in the mornings. And you got to learn to do by experience. And so I'm hoping that first race helped her a lot. Typically it does in terms of those kind of things. So I'm putting the undergirth right on right now. As you guys can see, we use 2 girths on the horses when they're in the paddock. And this saddle that I have right here, I could pick it up with 2 fingers. It's very, very light. These are aluminum, the stirrups, also very, very light. The weight that you see in the program is the weight of the rider along with the weight of the saddle. Going with the overgirth right now, guys. You can see she's acting really good, and that's what we want. We're going to tighten this right now, and she's going to be ready to go. One last check on the bridle. Make sure that equipment looks good.
So
and then one of my favorite things to do, my signature move. I like to take the foretop, and she doesn't have much of one, and I like to put it underneath the bridle like that. So that's my last move to her. Now it's time for the blinkers. As I told you guys, there's blinkers on today. We've been practicing those. This isn't the first time she's seen these. And we practice in the gate with them as well. So she's done all of her things. And right now I'm just going to wait on Dylan to get here, and we'll take it from there. Let's make a round with her.
So
Get her good and
Tom,
loose.
she ran August 11th. I mean, did you have a chance to do much really with her, or is it just get that race of experience into her, make a tweak with the equipment change, and see what happens here in start number 2?
That's a good question. So the meet's coming to an end tomorrow, and this would be considered a little bit quick back by my standards. But I did breeze her. She breezed very well. She's acting like she's got a proper energy. So although coming back quickly, I'm okay with it.
Tom, we've seen a lot of these daughters and sons of Mackenzie really come out running, and obviously this one is a good looker. What drew you to this horse?
So she's, I'm sure the girls would tell you, Case would tell you, she's scopy. She's got a lot of length to her, and her best race is going to be when she stretches out to 2 turns. I'm not trying to dissuade you from what she's going to do today, but we would like to get this race under our belt and go to 2 turns. Dylan's coming over here right now, you guys, and we're going to talk a little bit about the horse. I'd love for you to listen in and see how we do as trainers when we're talking to riders. And of course, Dylan was on this horse in her initial start, so he knows her pretty well. What's up, Dylan? All good? Good to see you. You remember from last time?
I do.
Yeah. So we didn't get away too well, and her best running was late. You know, I think she'll be a little better for you today. We've worked her back. She worked well.
Great.
I'd like to try to get a more forward position than that, and maybe the blinkers will help or won't help. The one thing I wonder about is dirt in the face. You know, it seemed like when you got her outside, that's when she did her best. But if she's good inside, leave her there. If you start feeling like the dirt's bothering her a little bit, you go ahead and move her out if you can from that inside spot and race from there. But warm up like you see fit. You can take away from the pony. A good, solid warm up is the way to go.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
Let's walk over there.
So Tom Amoss with Quick Kick, start number 2 coming up for this 2-year-old filly.
Great stuff.
And we will see. That's so great to go behind the scenes and get that interaction. See if that equipment change has the intended effect here, JK, because she was very far behind early.
Yeah, it doesn't mean she's got to be on the front end because she's adding blinkers, but just have her focus down the track a little bit and help her kind of pop away from there. And like he said, get her position a little bit more forward.
With more on the rest of this field that Tom's going to be lining up against, let's go to Acacia.
And wishing all the best to Tom, and some tremendous insight there throughout the saddling process. And each trainer has their own little particular step-by-step process that they do, but a lot of it the same for these young fillies. And we'll take a look at a couple of first-time starters to the outside of Quick Kick, starting off with Scottish Lassie. As you mentioned, Greg has been training very well in the morning. I watched her last workout on XBTV, which was in company with Jody's Pride, who is the filly you may remember for Jorge Abreu, was second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf. She won the Busher, a very accomplished workmate that she was outside of and actually went by late. I thought it was a very impressive work, and she is well built. She is physically mature. She looks like 7 furlongs should be well within her wheelhouse, if not longer in the future, and looks tremendous in her coat here for Jorge Abreu after she worked 21 flat at the OBS March 2-year-old sale. One thing I did note in that, though, is that very late switching leads. So it seems in her workout she's been professional doing that, though. The 3 Snow White for Danny Gargan, another one that reportedly has been training very sharp in the mornings coming in here. This is a filly by Good Magic. The Dam Snowfall was a multiple stakes winner, and she took a little time to get going. She was better going longer, and this filly does look like more distance the better, as she is so cool and laid back here in the paddock. She has a lot of good size to her, but that demeanor really hinting at distance going to be her friend, and a big leggy type as well. I think the 7 furlongs is fine, but like I said, probably a starting point as well. As the number 8 Soothe is a Tappet filly. You definitely see that Tappet influence in her coloring and the way that she's put together. She's out of Lull, the multiple graded stakes winning mare who was very good on the racetrack for Christophe Clement, but has also been a very good producer. Despite Lull being a very good turf horse, she did produce Time Out, who we saw win long on the dirt and was 3rd just recently in the curl and behind Unmatched Wisdom. You definitely see the Tappet influence in this filly, though, and what I mean with those gray Tappets is sometimes they really lack a lot of focus, and that's what I'm seeing with Soothe. Longer, definitely going to be better for her, too, and she probably needs one mentally to bring things all together. A very good-looking filly, like I said, from a productive family, but maybe one to watch moving forward. Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. That Paddock Report brought to you by Spendthrift. This is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion, General Sire, into mischief, and some potential future stars in the filly division. Many getting their first crack at things, but one like Tom has here, and this is expensive daughter of McKenzie start. Number 2 coming up for quick kick.
Yeah, quick kick for Tom Amos. You heard the instructions. Try to get your position forward. Try to avoid the kickback, and if you have to, get outside.
The favorite, a lot of buzz with what this one's been doing in the morning, Scottish Lassie.
Yeah, another filly by McKenzie and Irad Ortiz Jr. Yeah, been flashy in the morning. We'll see what happens in the afternoon.
Daughter by the 2-year-old champion, Good Magic. This is Snow White.
Yeah, Danny Gargan 1 for 19 for the meet. This horse does seem to be training well. But Danny also not one to have a first-time starter cranked and ready first time out.
8-1 on all the fields. Todd Pletcher Barn.
Yeah, Flavian gets aboard. Todd's going to look for back-to-back winners.
Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr. Team Torpedo Anna with McKenzie's Glory.
Exits that really productive race of Raining Flowers and Opulent Restraint and Good Long Cry, but that race was on the grass.
Matolita, Rudy Rodriguez, Jose Gomez.
If this horse isn't bred for speed, my goodness, out of a sensational mare who was in the exceptionally fast horse for Bob Baffert.
Just going steady for Dwayne Lucas, was in that quick kick race. That was start number 2.
Yeah, you know what? I think you have to, if you like the 1, you maybe got to look at the 8 a little bit in here with experience.
There's Soothe. Pretty gray here for Bill Motts on a Tappet.
Absolutely.
Daughter of Tappet, excuse me.
Absolutely. You see those gold silks of Claiborne Farm. You know this is a Claiborne homebred. You know there's some good pedigree in there.
And a Shug McGahee first-time starter. Daughter of Malibu Moon, Pure Beauty.
Yeah, $435,000 purchase, Florida bred, and you get Jose Lascano in the irons.
4 minutes to post here in the 7th. Do you guys lean in a 7/8 race like this as well on experience?
I mean, yeah. I mean, if it's good experience, I mean, obviously, quick kick having run prior, it definitely doesn't hurt. But a special horse will win first time out going 7. I mean, if Scottish Lassie is as good as the workout report suggests and the money coming in on Scottish Lassie suggests, I wouldn't be shocked if this horse won first time out. There's a lot of pedigrees in here that suggest longer, better, so maybe the 7 actually helps some of these.
Yeah, and then when you look at somebody like the 1, okay, you saw the 8, the jump the 8 had between start 1 and start 2. If the 1 makes a jump between start 1 and start 2, the same kind of jump, the 2 and the 3, who are supposedly the horses working well in the morning, are going to have to do some running.
Experience is always a big factor in these maiden races. And, you know, however, in this one, I'm picking the inexperienced first-time starter, number 2. That's my top pick.
There's the warm-up, though, that Tom wanted from Dylan Davis that he talked about in the paddock. JK, give this filly a big warm-up, get that air in the lungs.
Yeah, and warm them up a little bit. I'll let Rajiv kind of elaborate on what giving a horse a significant warm-up prior to a race, how that affects the start of the race.
It's like warming up your car engine, right, in the wintertime. You know, when you come out, the car is cold. You want it to be warm and ready to go. And for the horses, when you want them to be a bit more forward, because in her only race, it took her a while when the gates open for her to kind of get into gear. So, you know, warming them up before the race gets the blood boiling, gets the engine revving. When the gates open, they usually show a bit more readiness right away from the first jump.
2 minutes to post. We have a mandatory pay pick 5 that begins here in this 7th, and it's the first-time starter, Scottish Lassie, who's still favored here for Jorge Abreu. Let's go back to Acacia.
And while I really do like that first-time starter and think that she has quality, I often find that in 7 furlong races, it's just such a tough distance to debut at that often an experienced horse can really have a bit of the edge. And so seeing that big warm-up for Dylan Davis with the 1 quick kick for Tom Amos, and obviously I know we're all rooting for Tom in this spot, but she's moving beautifully out there. And it's funny, I was nodding along as Tom was talking because she does. She looks like she wants to go long and get some more distance under her belt, but she has the experience of having gone this 7 furlongs already. And I just asked Tom because I was curious that I noticed when he adds blinkers, especially on young horses, he'll go with a 3/4 cup blinker. And that's a little bit more significant than what we talk about a cheater cup, which is basically just a couple inches of plastic limiting a horse's peripheral vision. And he said he really feels that that is the right type of blinker for a horse to use. You don't want to do too much for a young horse to have a drastic drastic change, but it's the perfect Goldilocks effect to give them the desired effect with the addition of those blinkers. Now, another experienced runner is the 8 Going Steady, who definitely took a big step forward from first to second start, and she faced another good Tom Amos 2-year-old Kimchi Cat on debut, and then Lakara, who had the experience edge last time out, going 7/8, and she is much more settled than she was in her first 2 starts today as well. She's alert, she's taking it all in, but definitely more professional now in her 3rd start, and also the most fit that she has been as well. The 4 All the Feels for Todd Pletcher, always going better than the workmate, who's an unraced 2-year-old in that most recent effort, the most recent workout, I should say. This went by into Mischief, and the dam was better going longer, but did win at the age of 2, so pretty precocious. I just really think that this filly is going to need to start to strengthen up, especially behind and across her top line, Greg.
Post time coming up. Thank you, Acacia, for this start of a mandatory pay pick 5. This is significant money on this 2 Scottish Lassie. To be it's been favored throughout the wagering here for the debut.
Yeah, I mean, this is all, from my opinion, based on the workouts and the workout reports suggesting that this horse can absolutely run. Jorge Abreu has outstanding numbers with first-time starters, and you get the red-hot, meat-leading, and about to be crowned Angel Cordero riding champion, Irad Ortiz.
Does the sales work from the OBS? What do you see from here, Rajiv?
She's definitely fast. She worked good this day, but I really wanted to touch on the fact that last year at this meet, there was a buzz horse from the same stable, Jorge Abreu, called Jody's Pride. It was burning up the track in the morning, and she won by 12 lengths in her debut. Didn't disappoint. Scottish Lassie has been her work partner in the mornings, and she's been working heads up with Jody's Pride, who is a phenomenal racehorse. That bodes well for Scottish Lassie. I think she's going to put in a massive performance in this race.
Doing it in the morning, one thing. You got to show up in the afternoon. She's getting bet like she can. We will see. But again, 7/8 of a mile. These dirt races, it is tough to win at that distance first time out. Experience can matter. Tom Amos with the 1 quick kick. Certainly the 8, the Dwayne Lucas filly, going steady with 3 starts under her belt. She has some as well. The only other one with a race under her belt, McKinsey's Glory, big long shot for Kenny McPeak. As we send it upstairs for the 7th from Saratoga to Frank Miramati.
Last few runners left to load. All the Feels has gone in. Soothe and Pure Beauty. And they're off. It's a fast start for Going Steady. All the Feels came away pretty sharply too. Miraleta is in between them, showing good speed, and now Snow White has come through to take that 2nd spot. So it's Going Steady in front, confronted by Snow White. All the Feels is down on the inside, just passed by Scottish Lassie, who's able to get into the 3-path down the back stretch. Quick Kick in the green is next. Mitoletta is dropping out of it, passed on the inside by McKinsey's Glory, who is right next to Pure Beauty, and Soothe 4 wide and last. The opening quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Snow White is the leader by a half length. Going Steady second. Scottish Lassie making her bid 3 wide with 3 furlongs to run. Just in behind them, Quick Kick is in 4th. It's a long way to the next flight, headed by McKinsey's Glory. They're at the quarter pole. Snow White, Scottish Lassie, these two square off at the top of the stretch. Quick Kick has been looming behind and makes her run now. They're coming toward the 8th pole, and it's Snow White and Scottish Lassie. Snow White at the rails, Scottish Lassie alongside, and Quick Kick in the center of the racetrack coming to the 16th pole. Snow White, Quick Kick, these are the two. Quick Kick on the outside with good momentum. Overhauls Snow White, and it's going to be Quick Kick to win it going away. Snow White was second. Scottish Lassie third. McKinsey's Glory was fourth.
Quick Kick, Tom Amos, high five from his wife Colleen, 2nd time out winner in what could wind up being a very talented field.
Never looked like the loser. Really good job. I mean, Right to a T. Tom said, listen, let's warm this horse nice. Let's get out of the gate. And he's sitting in the pocket trip about 4th or 5th. And I turned to you guys. I said, he's home here. Because when you have 2 horses that have not run, and Tom said as soon as you get to the outside, he's going to give you your kick, or she is, and she did, Rajiv.
Experience, the X factor here, as you know, Dylan able to save all the ground from the inside. And early in the race, we saw Arad make a conscious decision to vacate the rail down the backstretch. He wanted to be in the outside because he knows his filly is inexperienced. He rode her like he thought she was tons the best, going wide so she doesn't have an adverse position to be in. Dylan, on the other hand, he stayed on the fence and said, look, I'm going to save all the ground and wait for the stretch to make my run to the outside.
But the key is that Tom told him, get off the rail. Now, there was a split, and he went to the outside like his trainer told him to, because he said the best running is when you get her clear. I mean, he executed the instructions
She had to wait, too, because someone took some ground away. And then when she got there, you saw that kick really matter here down the stretch. Let's go back to the beginning of this race.
The 3 didn't get off to the best beginnings, or the 2 didn't get off to the best beginnings. Got put behind the 8 ball a little bit.
Yeah, and here, so you look at the 1, 2, and the 3. Arad in the purple and white. Watch him. He's looking to get to the outside.
But when he got off the rail, that gave the 1 a candy trip.
Exactly what I'm saying, because now Arad, I understand what he's doing, right? He doesn't want to be in the pocket with a horse that has no experience. But one of the benefits of Dylan knowing his horse and that she has the experience, she's been in that position before. So he was more comfortable letting her stay there, stay down on the inside, and be patient until the straightaway to get to the outside.
And what
Green
did Tom
cap
say too?
down on the rail.
Tom said she might not like the kickback, but if she's inside and she's enjoying it, leave her there. And she enjoyed the kickback today.
And then Dylan wisely swung out, and then this happened.
Yeah, she just kept motoring down the middle of the track. And look, although she was in behind horses, you look at her chest right there, she didn't have much kickback on her. He was in behind horses, but he always was off center of a horse so that he didn't eat a lot of kickback. I mean, her face is as clean as before she was on the paddock.
When you're close enough to the back of the horse, the dirt doesn't hit the horse in the face. It's when you're a few lengths behind the horse that you're tracking, that's when the dirt actually kicks up to the face.
Is that why you'd rather be closer on their heels?
You'd rather be close enough where the dirt is hitting the lower part of the horse's extremities, like legs down. Once it starts hitting them in the face, that's when they start reacting to things being thrown at them.
Best Saratoga meet that Tom Amoss has ever had. Now a talented 2-year-old filly winds up winning an open maiden special weight where there could be some serious runners in here.
Oh, absolutely. You win an open race here for 2-year-olds. You start thinking about, what kind of stakes can I get into next time? So definitely one that you'd imagine that Tom's excited about, and really thankful that he allowed us to kind of go on that ride from start to finish with him there.
Yeah, that was actually cool. And listen, the 2 and 3 were touted all over the racetrack. So this is a good race.
Quick kick. Second timeout winner here for our colleague Tom Amoss, who will be unhooking. Actually, we're going to hear from him right now. Let's go to Acacia for more.
That's right. We have to wrap up this storyline here. Tom, you told us in the paddock that this filly had quality, and you were just telling me that you're very familiar with the family as well.
I am her mom. Graham 6 was a little bitty girl. She came up to New York and ran and placed in a Grade 1 stake, and that made her a mama, and she's been a really prolific mama. And Quick Kick is a great example of the baby she has. Quick Kick is the polar opposite of her mom. She's tall and lengthy, but we talk about it all the time, Acacia. I think having a race under your belt, knowing what to tell the rider, and the rider having experience on the horse, I told him, I said, look, if she's not taking that dirt in the face, move her out. I mean, Dylan did just that, and, when he did, she kicked home nicely. That's the advantage of having that race under your belt.
The experience, such an edge at 7 furlongs as well, and you had mentioned her wanting a little bit more distance. Do you have any thoughts for the future for her?
Well, I'll talk to the owner, Greg Trementine, and I know Greg's excited about her too, and we would like to see how we compete with the other 2-year-old fillies in the nation, going a little further in distance, going 2 turns.
Well, Tom, can't thank you enough for giving us a behind-the-scenes look, and we'll see you on the set in a bit.
Well, thanks, Keisha.
Tom Amoss in the winner's circle, and soon to be analyzing the rest of the races, Greg.
One of the best horses he ever had, biggest win of his career, was a 2-year-old filly who ran here at Saratoga, didn't run all that well, and then Serengeti Empress became a superstar after that. This one does win at the mean. We'll see what's next for Quick Kick.
I think the biggest winner of all this is that Colleen didn't get tackled.
Which happened after that Kentucky Oaks win. That's it for us. Next crew coming up after a break here for Rajiv, Paul, JK. I'm Greg. We'll see you on closing day with the hopeful coming up on Monday, but a lot more coverage coming up on this Sunday afternoon, including that Jockey Club Gold Cup. It's Quick Kick for Tom Amos in the 7th.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
War Cancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
We're back on Saratoga Live as we just saw a nice maiden performance from the #1 Quick Kick here in race 7, showing that experience really does pay off in these 7 furlong maiden races. The horses behind her certainly ones to watch moving forward, but big thanks to our colleague Tom Amos in our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, giving some tremendous insight as Quick Kick returns $10.40. Dylan Davis in the saddle over Snow White and Scottish Lassie. Again, two-year-old fillies with a future for sure. There's plenty more exciting action to come, including the Bernard Baruch and the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. We'll see if Arthur's Ride Whitney winner can pick up another big victory for trainer Bill Mott. That and more coming up. Stay tuned as Lafitte Pinkai and the rest of the crew coming up to take you the rest of the way on Saratoga Live.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Located at the Oklahoma training track, the Whitney viewing stand provides a picturesque view of morning workouts. Modeled after the 1892 Judges Stand at Saratoga Racecourse, the Whitney viewing stand opened in 2013 to honor the racetrack's 150th anniversary and the Whitney family. The Whitneys have been intimately involved with the track for more than a century, and their contributions to the facility and community remain evident today. Mary Lou Whitney, considered by many to be the Grand Dame of Saratoga or Queen of Saratoga, was present for the stand's public debut. Mary Lou bred and raced 2003 Kentucky Oaks winner Birdtown. She's the only woman to have done so and was inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame as a pillar of the turf in 2019. The scenery from the Whitney viewing stand is a true testament to Mary Lou and her family's devotion to the sport's most iconic racetrack.
All over this storied racing venue, all over this town, Mary Lou, her legacy honored and remembered. Welcome back, Saratoga Live, for another day and a half. So why not embrace every moment, because we're not done yet. Still summer, fans still here, party still going. Top class racing still to be contested. From the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. This is going to be somewhat short and sweet. Very soon we'll be saying goodbye to our FS2 viewers around 3:45, as I understand. We'll be back on Fox Sports 1 around 5 Eastern for Bally SoCal viewers. No worries, we're staying right here. The good news, nobody's going to miss the Jockey Club Gold Cup, today's marquee event. There's the field, 1.25 mile Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Number 7, the Whitney winner, Arthur's Ride, 4 to 5. Odds-on morning line favorite as I welcome in my co-host. He's a champion jockey, Richie McBiore, New York Racing Association analyst, Andy Serling, and multiple Grade 1 winning trainer Tom Amos, who just saddled the winner of the 7th race. That was awesome. Quick kick. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was awesome. I mean, she's a young horse. She's only her 2nd start. She showed promise in her 1st start, you guys. And to come through again today has us, myself, and the owner, Greg Trementine, thinking big things.
I can't believe he's here. That happened like a few minutes ago. I can't believe he's here.
Miss extra time with me. This is our last time in the set together, and every minute Tom and I spend together is precious. I tell you what, it was a fast race. You pretty easily beat a couple of extremely highly regarded 2-year-olds in that race, and I hate to say it, she feels like she may have a bright future, and I look forward to seeing and rooting for her in some stakes down the road, Tom.
I do too. Thanks.
Tom, if I was you, I'd still be out in the winner's circle trying to talk to somebody in the press and take as much time as possible.
Somebody offered me an adult beverage, and that was the hardest
part
after the race.
And you turned it down.
I turned it down. And I knew I had to come on the air with Andy.
That would have helped.
Then you really should have. I ran into you last night. I think you've had enough.
Yeah, look, my gas tank's empty, but that win kind of recharged me.
We have a lot going on. We have this pick 6 with the carryover about to get underway, and then that Jockey Club Gold Cup with Arthur's Ride and what he was able to do. This was the acid test here, and he had never raced in a stakes event, and all he does is wire the field in the Whitney, providing Hall of Famer Bill Mott with his first Whitney victory.
Which in and of itself is almost the most incredible thing of the entire meet. It took so long for Bill to win a Whitney, and I'm going to try to beat him today, but I have an enormous amount of respect for him. And he obviously is way the horse to beat. What I loved so much about this race was not just his performance, but the ride by Junior Alvarado. Junior did what I think more jockeys need to do, and I know Richie agrees. Said to me in the race, if you're going to beat me, you're going to have to run with me. And if you're running with me, you're probably going too fast.
And he told everyone what he was going to do before the race. I'm going. And he threw down the gauntlet. He had the horse to do it, obviously. But very impressive effort. He went fast early, fast late. And then what Junior did after the finish, when he kind of ducked out underneath him, he landed on his feet, kept his feet, and hung onto the horse and pulled him up from the ground. That was one of the most...
all those curls. It's all those curls, Junior Alvarado. And then couldn't you make the argument, though, that the pace scenario should be softer today than it was for the Whitney?
I can't find a horse that can go with Arthur's Ride early. And if he controls everything, got that outside post again, I think he's a major player and the big favorite, obviously.
Jockey Club Gold Cup, race 12, 6:15 Eastern. Saying goodbye to our FS2 viewers. Fox Sports 1 at 5 Eastern. He is the man of the hour. Arthur's Ride, odds-on favorite, ready to stamp his ticket towards the Breeders' Cup Classic. Bright future. It's all about a title
defense for him, trying to go back-to-back in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, one of the most important races for older horses in the country, and tap it twice. Is this his time? How much has he improved as a 4-year-old? We'll find out this evening. Jockey Club Gold Cup. See you on FS1 at 5
The
Eastern.
rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. Poppy Flower with the momentum.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmar Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. At any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Gorgeous Saratoga Lake. And here, we have a gorgeous Pick 6 carryover about to get underway in this 8th race. Horses in the paddock. We welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Standing by with this race 8 paddock report. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Lafitte. And yeah, we have horses ready here in the paddock, and we see kind of a cluster of about 3 horses taking the bulk of the play here in this field. And while Perros, first after the claim for trainer Mike Maker, is getting some attention, the horse that honestly makes the best impression, that is also the most logical, is number 10, Capture the Flag, a horse that I have truly been a fan of ever since he began his career, though he has had a bit of trouble staying on the racetrack with plenty of breaks in his form. But now he's pairing races back to back to back, 4th start off the bench here for Todd Pletcher now, and he looks sensational. He's really striding out well, and sometimes it just takes a while for horses to get over some of those baby issues, some of those hiccups, to kind of grow into themselves, and the more racing they do, the sounder they become. So I really am a fan of number 10, Capture the Flag, as he does return to the turf today. Number 5, Tosin Wish, he'll make his stateside debut, not taking that much money, but I feel like I need to comment on this horse. This is the smallest 5-year-old I've ever seen. I can see clear over the top of him, and it was funny, I was watching some of his workouts you can view on XBTV, and Mark had been pairing him with 2-year-olds, granted one that has one, and he looked minuscule next to the 2-year-olds. So I was expecting a very tiny horse, and that he is. He's also coming on off a little bit of a break here as he makes his stateside debut. Obviously, I'm not that familiar with him, but I just get the feeling that he's going to need a start as well. He's a little bit soft around the edges. We'll see how he stacks up with a crew of some much bigger foes. Let's talk about number 11, Kalik, who I'm sure has been a little bit frustrating for trainer Chad Brown. I know he was advantageous in those wins, especially when taking the Grade 2 Pennine Ridge, but he's also lost his speed. Where has it gone? putting blinkers on today, I think we're trying to find some of that because he seems to be getting away slowly, Lafitte, and then getting a bit rank. So maybe with the blinkers on, he can put himself in a more forward position. It's just a shame that he draws in off the AEs and is stuck on the far outside. He's also one that hasn't really gone on that much physically from 3 to 4. But again, I think he is intriguing. Now his third start of this season does look a bit stronger, and those short cup cheater blinkers on today.
Click. Tricky post time favorite, last year's King's Plate. Riders up. Manny Franco, grade 1 spin-away winning jockey. Manny Franco, wide open 8th race here. Very competitive allowance race, mile on grass. And the board surprising you a little bit here, Andy?
Yeah, I think we're all a little surprised. We had expected to see Tidal Forces, the number 2 favored. He's a slight second choice to the number 3 looking at doubles, and a lot of money coming in for Capture the Flag. But, gee, Tidal Forces ran second and taking candy. He was going to be one of the favorites in the Bernard Baruch. Thought he ran extremely well in that race. The horse who's third is an excellent runner for Brendan Walsh. And while I'm not knocking Peros, he's been getting absolutely perfect trips, beating cheaper, lower level horses in his last couple. And I don't see why Mike Maker should improve this horse from Linda Rice. And I'm not saying he's impossible, but I thought Tidal Forces would be 8-5 in this race, and I'm dead wrong about that.
7-2. We'll revisit that effort after the post parade. Call to post. You see the pick 6 starts here. Couple of graded stakes races, Bernard Baruch and Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Let's start with Tidal Forces and Joel Rosario taking over for Javier Castellano.
I mean, a horse that really closed well in his last, and a force here in this race. I think by the time we get to post time, this horse will be favored.
Peros, claimed from Linda Rice by Mike Maker.
I don't think there's been a better ride given than the one that Jose Ortiz gave him last time out. And while he did beat up on a field, these are just much tougher horses he's running against. I respect him, but he's gotten good trips against lesser.
19-1, Ever Dangerous.
Claimed his last 2 starts and stepping up in class.
Tosin Wish, Irish Gelding, U.S. debut.
Yeah, Mark Cassidy, for its worth, with foreign shippers on the turf over the last 5 years, is just 1 for 24 and 0 for 17 in routes.
Ruse make the rider, Romero Mirage.
Yeah, Rue's been trying this level, trying to get there. He kind of runs middle of the pack last 2 times.
Mawad, grade 2 place gelding.
Yeah, but he's a horse that gets good figures by doing no running against much better horses, makes him look better than he is, but he's a big price.
Didinger, claimed from Butch Reed by Tom Morley.
They're going to try something different here. They're going to the grass, never done it before. Some horses dig it, some resent it.
Half to 3 turf winners, this horse.
Dude in Colorado representing speed.
If Didinger doesn't show a lot of speed, I think he could be clear, and I thought he was a threat to upset.
He's all grown up, according to Maggie. Capture the Flag towards the outside, Flavian Pratt.
If you're into pedigree, this is the one. Mama War Flag was a Grade 1 winner Flower Bowl in 2017, and a horse that wants to be on the turf. Was
Ever
on the
play
dirt
Capture
last
the
time.
Flag?
Capture the Flag when you were a kid.
Great game.
Kalik draws in with Manny
for
Franco.
today's kids, you know?
I know. I used to go to camp. We used to have an immense game based on Capture the Flag. Kalik has yet to find his former greatest stakes form, and he's a better horse forward, and he's drawn poorly on the outside, but he is in for a tag for the first time, and I think he's a bit of an overlay maybe at 9-1.
Former King's Plate post-time favorite. The field wide open 8th race. Pick 6 starts here. Circling back to Tidal Forces. There he is. This was his latest opening weekend. He's 30-1. Doesn't run like it, Andy. Big effort.
No, this was an excellent race by him and what I thought was an extremely contentious field. I'm not really sure. Like, it's not like that form came out of nowhere. He was barely beaten in a stake down at Gulfstream this winter, and I think he's run against some good horses. I just think he's way the horse to beat in here, and he draws favorably, guys, on the inside. With the rails down on the inner turf course by the first time in a few weeks, I think the inner paths are a big advantage, and so far it's played out that way in the inner turf races we've run.
Why wouldn't this qualify as a last time was the time?
That's a fair question. He was 30-1. I mean, part of it is he's not favored. And the other thing is, I guess he is. The last time was sort of the time where I guess you're not wrong, but for me, still handicapping the race, I think he's the right horse because I think they're overbetting both the 3 and 10. I mean, the 3 has gotten great trips against inferior horses, and I don't know why the 10's taking so much money. Maybe he does have a lot of upside, and Maggie's right, and he'll really improve, but I think he needs to. And to me, Peros is getting just incredible trips and rides.
This was a good trip.
This
on the
was
rail
brilliant.
away, finds a seam, Richie, goes right through, makes it look like a really, really good race, maybe you take a little bit away from it based on the trip he had.
And this is a trip he needs because he's a horse with a short run. That's why he's good when he's in that pocket position and he's held up and he give you a really good 3/16 of a mile.
He broke from the 10. Jose Ortiz found the hedge.
Incredible.
And I want to point out that, like today, the rails were at 0. And the fence had come down. It was the first time we were running on the inside. And it was a distinct advantage. So not only was saving ground good, but particularly good on that day.
We check in with Maggie.
Yeah, I agree with you. I can't warm up to Peros as the favorite. Obviously, we just saw why he was such an easy winner with that luscious trip that he got last time out. But he's a horse that I just never really been able to warm up to. And I think, he's taking that much money because people just love claiming, or when Mike Maker claims turf horses. But Underprice does a pretty good job. As let's talk about number 2 in here, Title Forces. He looks so healthy. He's very, very relaxed, much like he was last time. So all things good for Title Forces. And I agree with Andy that he probably, not that he had a bad trip last time, he just didn't, he kind of wasn't able to save as much ground maybe as he would want to, and today he should be able to do just that. As we'll move on to Dude in Colorado, I was joking with owner Kirk Wyckoff. He said, well, you have to pick Dude in Colorado. He's the best looking horse in here. I said, yeah, why have you never sprinted him? He looks like a sprinter. Look how big this horse's hind end is. Look how short his back is and how much he's built downhill into his shoulder. Now, that is typical of Uncle Mo, but not as compact as this guy is. So, yeah, he's going to be forward. And I know we were joking. He's like, well, he's not a closing sprinter. I was like, well, maybe, that Mike Maker guy, you could train him to be one. He looks great. But again, it's funny that I wonder, and obviously he's won at this distance, but I wonder there's going to be closers coming after him. Let's talk about a wild card in number 8 in here, Didinger. As you heard Andy say, he's actually full to a 2-time turf winner, and 2 other halves have won on the turf. Obviously, that's what Tom saw when claiming this guy. I personally have ridden him in the morning. He's a really, really cool dude. Just a joy to get on. And I galloped him over the turf course on the inner part of the turf on Oklahoma. And honestly, there wasn't much difference. He handled it, but it wasn't a massive improve from galloping him on the dirt. So we'll see. He does have a little bit of that slacker pattern and flatter foot, and there's pedigree, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to move this guy up. Lafitte?
And we're about to find out. First start on grass. Richie, race shape, horses with speed, tactical speed towards the outside. Didinger, Dude in Colorado, capture the flag. How do you think it all unfolds early?
It feels like there's a tremendous amount of speed in here. Even Roos, when he's good, he's forward. I think there's going to be pace on. I think that aids the 2 Title Forces, who I know Andy and I like. I do think that the 10 horse capture the flag gets out-footed. He's got to find a place to find cover, tuck in, but he's got the right rider in Flavien Prat.
Right to his inside, the dude, he's got to be the speed dude
in
Colorado.
I agree with you. I don't think there's going to be as much pace as you do, Richie. I could be wrong. It's all a question of whether the 8's a speed horse in the grass. And he might be.
Right, because he has speed sprinting on dirt.
If he does, then it puts pace in it. If he doesn't, I think the 9 clears in here, and I think it makes him dangerous, depending on that. But I think the 2, the advantage he has on the 3 and 10 is that not only having the inside Tom, he's a little more forward than them, and I think he can get a good tuck here for Joel.
You've taught me. It took me a long time. I'm not about to guess about pace on the grass. I thought there was pace in the Flower Bowl yesterday.
There was.
Guess I
one.
There was.
There won.
118 and 2 for 3/4. Stop it.
Is that
fast or slow around here? I have got to lost count.
Sometimes
the rabbit that won.
Rabbit.
I heard some of the harness drivers were snickering about it.
That was one of the wackiest payoffs I've ever seen, where that horse paid $64. If you look at the exacta and trifecta, that horse was a $150 horse, 75.
How does that happen?
The exacta with the heavy favorite second paid $310 for $2, and the triple with the only other horse taking money in the race paid $665. They didn't bet. They bet a little bit because I guess Chad Brown's going to take money in those situations. He's not going to go off at 80 to 1 in a stake race. But in the exactas and the tries, he was even like 30 to 1 was like a short price.
We'll recap later in the broadcast the Flower Bowl yesterday, Spin Away, and a couple of graded stakes races still coming your way this evening on this final Sunday of the meet. As you look at Ruse, Romero, Mirage. Tom, so yeah, you went with who is now the favorite, Capture the Flag. So yeah, what do you want to see? There he is in Flavian Pride. Where do you want to see him situated early then?
Well, he's got the right rider to try to get the right trip. And from that outside post, I mean, it's simple. Shortest trip home is the best trip home. That outside post, got to establish some sort of position when they get to the turn, which comes up fairly quick.
Somebody said to me they thought the 10 was going to be the favorite and they were willing to bet on it. I'd have just lost a couple $100.
Damn.
I wouldn't have seen this in a
still,
million
you
years.
You still have a moment or two?
I can't believe he's vying for favoritism. I would have thought it was the 2, but I certainly would have thought it was the 3, if not the 10.
All the better. You got a better price on Title Forces.
I'm sort of invested in some multi-race bets. I went against what I normally would do, and I used Tom Source in the last race. I don't feel good about it, but I did what I had to.
What did you make of the overall sequence?
Well, I got involved with making a pick 3 where I'm singled the next race to horse I like, the 7 Signal from Noise. I'm trying to get a little bit of hopeful value by doing that. I think the 10th is a very, very open race. I like a weird horse in that race. And the Baruch is somewhat open.
Bernard Baruch, Jockey to Gold Cup, all coming your way here on Saratoga Live. Time for the pick 6. Filing in, Frank Mirmati with the call. It's post time, race 8, live from Saratoga.
One more left to load. Kalik to the outside. Assistant starters teaming up on this 4-year-old. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Duden, Colorado, and Didinger are both out quick enough. They are joined by Capture the Flag, who's hustled up for early speed, and up to be second. Ruse is down on the hedge. Kalik is 3 deep into the first turn. That group is followed by Paros, who gets a good spot in mid-pack, 6 lengths off the lead. Ever Dangerous is next and just went by him. The 3 trailers are Tidal Forces, Marwad, and Tozen Wish at the back of the field. Onto the backstretch, Dude and Colorado and Luis Saez have the lead by a length. Tracked by Capture the Flag and Ruse along the inside, with Kalik in 4th, 4 lengths off them. Another 2 Ever Dangerous, hard held, 2 lengths clear of Tidal Forces. Didinger is losing ground steadily, was just passed by Paros heading to the half-mile pole on the inside of Marwad, and then Tozen Wish. The half in 48 and 2. It Dude in Colorado and Capture the Flag 1-2 so far. Ruse continues along the inside. Kalik inches up, trying to take that 3rd spot away. Another couple of lengths back to Tidal Forces coming to the quarter pole. Ever Dangerous in the orange making headway. And then Paros there at the top of the stretch. And it's Dude in Colorado clinging to a narrow advantage. Capture the Flag trying to get by in second. They're in the final furlong. Tidal Forces looking for a spot, and now Paros comes alive, and Paros just gobbling them up in the center of the course, confidently handled, and will win it wrapped up. Irad Ortiz Jr. is in a zone. That's number 4. Capture the Flag was second.
In his zone is right. Irad Ortiz, perfectly timed ride. Paros, giant strides late, 4 wins on the afternoon for Saratoga's leading rider.
Well, if anybody was entertaining ideas like Flavian Pride of catching him, he just put that all to bed. I mean, he just put it in another gear. Paros a little further back, but got that inside-out trip again. Saved ground, waited, came out, and he makes this 3/16 of a mile explosive run. A little bit of traffic for the 2, a little bit of traffic for Roos as well, but Paros put it in another gear.
I mean, nobody closed but him. No. I mean, this race didn't look like anybody was going to close. That's a big race, 3-horse Pharos. I mean, that's a horse to think about moving forward.
He was much the best in this race. I was wrong about him. And, you know, they claimed him for $40,000 just about a month or so ago, and they just won over $60,000 in purse money in this race. They're already out with him. And as you said, feels like a horse that could do a little bit better even going forward. Nobody closed. There's no excuse for the 2. You have a little traffic? Yeah, so what? He was bad.
He was never in a comfortable spot, Andy.
Yeah, but he was bad.
If we watched the head-on, he really couldn't even ride him. He was in too tight.
I want no part of him going forward. I thought he stunk.
3:10, 9-6.
I thought he was very disappointed.
Paros, 3 straight. Brother Jose had ridden him to victory in his last pair. He gets claimed now with Mike Maker, so it's Irad Ortiz who winds up in the cockpit.
You know, one thing about Irad, too, he's a student, you know, and obviously he has a resource. He can talk to his brother about a horse that his brother's ridden, but you know he watched replays, and he knows this horse has a short but explosive run because he rode him like that. He saved ground in the stretch and then sifted to the clear, one pop.
And it's funny, as a trainer, when you get in the paddock with a rider, especially up here, and you're talking to him, and I've used a wide variety of riders up here, you know who does their homework and who doesn't. When you start talking about your horse, and they're just very quiet, you know they're not really doing much homework on these horses. Most of them do. Most of them do a lot of homework.
He definitely is. And listen, Linda probably got this horse wrong a little bit early, and then she was running him shorter on the turf. He's terrific going along. This is a very good claim and a very good performance. He was best.
Powerful stretch drive. Peros, 6 of 15 overall, perfect 2 for 2 here at Saratoga. Razor sharp, 3 straight. Results, reaction when we come back. Plus, some of the highlights of the meet here at Saratoga. And our coverage continues.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale Adelapa. Closing week, fan appreciation week. Nothing like the Saratoga fan base each and every summer. They bring the passion, they bring the energy, and a salute to the fans here at the spa. Off and running, and he picked 6. Arad Ortiz, one of those avalanches here. 4 wins and still 6 races left. This one aboard Peros. Leading rider, standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
On his way to yet another riding title. I've got to ask, did brother Jose give you any tips with Peros?
He knows him pretty well. I just ride and watch some replays and try to give him a good trip like he does, saving ground and work it out perfect. And I was able to hit the clear down the lane and got give him a good turn of foot all the way to the wire.
He seems like a horse that has a little bit, not a steady, sustained run, but you got to produce him at the right moment because he does have a run. It's just not that long.
Yeah, he got a good turn of foot. He have a good turn of foot for probably 200 meters, and after that he can like stay even. But I just trust the horse, and he get me there.
Hey, he did. It really impressive today against a good field. Arad, we'll see you. Eat my hair, sorry. For the first time aboard Ferocious tomorrow in the Hopeful. I don't know about you, but watching this horse move, it's breathtaking, his stride.
Yes, it was very impressive the way he won on first time out with the one from the one hole, and he overcome everything, and he looked really, really nice on the end. He looked really good in the mornings, and unfortunately Javier can be on him tomorrow because whatever happened, the accident, it happened a couple days ago, but thank God he's in one piece, and we just pick up, and we understand we pick up the horse because Javier is not 100% right now. So hopefully get quick recovery for him, and we're going to try to do our best tomorrow. The horse look amazing.
Well, Arad, humble words from you. As best of luck with him. Congratulations on yet another winner on this card with Perros.
Thank you.
All right. I think it's signed, sealed, delivered, right? Lafitte, how many meet titles is that?
I would say so. Who knows? He could win another 4 races this afternoon. He's on the 6-5 favorite in the upcoming 9th race in Mighty Madison and picking up Ferocious. We look forward to seeing Javier Castellano back before long. Thankfully, not a serious injury, but what an opportunity for Arad Ortiz, not to have a mount in the Hopeful. And so,
how's that possible?
I don't. That,
well,
it's good to be Arad Ortiz.
We were talking about it this morning, and immediately I went to the race, and I who's available, and I was shocked to see that Arad Ortiz was available, and I figured that made him a heavy favorite to land them out on Ferocious.
I mean, what kind of agenting is that? That's amazing.
So I'll wait and sit this one out and see how it plays out.
Played out pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Played out well for Arad Ortiz.
But we want Javier, and we all want Javier to get back as soon as he can, and hopefully it's nothing serious at all, and he needs a little time. As an old timer myself, you don't bounce back. If I was athletic, I would think I would.
You calling Javier Castellano old now? Now it insult to injury.
A little older. He's
not
as old.
Taking
as I
a little of the heat off
Tough
of me.
room. Get back soon. Get back soon,
you're
Javier.
You're not old.
Highlights of the meet. Now we'll get to some highlights of the meet. The Summer of Fierceness. Back where it all started. He returned a champion. Surrounded by doubters, he silenced every one of them.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Abs, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
They're at the top of the stretch, and Fierceness takes command. Sierra Leone is coming with his run on the outside of Torpedo Anna, who's currently second. They're in the final furlong. Johnny V asking Fierceness for everything he has. 3-length lead. Torpedo Anna running her heart out and coming with every stride. Fierceness, Torpedo Anna in an absolutely dramatic conclusion. The champ is back.
Travers Thriller, Fierceness, the champ, Torpedo Anna, Gallant in defeat. The filly one final surge, but the champ digs in, holds on. Fierceness. So we weren't allowed to choose the Travers for obvious reasons. It would have been 14 Travers selections in terms of highlights, moments of the meet, Tom. What did you wind up going with in terms of your highlight this summer at Saratoga?
Well, I love Fierceness in the Jim Dandy because that was his redemption. He was favored in the Kentucky Derby this year, champion 2-year-old. He didn't perform that day. There were a lot of doubters about Fierceness. In the Jim Dandy, he drew the outside post, and he put those fears away. Huge performance that day. He showed you that he's much better than any 3-year-old in the country. And when he drew the outside post again in the Run Happy Travers, that was an opportunity to make some money. Yes, my heart was with the filly, and she ran great. Torpedo Anna ran fantastic. My pocketbook was with Fierceness, and he showed why he is the best. And not only is he the best, Andy, he's much better than anybody in second.
Wait, your pocketbook. There's one guy in the entire group that picked Fierceness, and that was Rajiv Mirage.
I was trying to protect my price.
So you're admitting to lying on the air. It's good to know. You are a trainer, so I get it.
Even after that effort, he still had his critics. I was among them. Before the Jim Dandy, I said he's going to win the Jim Dandy, and he's going to lay an egg in the Travers. That was dumb.
I don't know if it was dumb. But I mean, you really got an idea of what he really was made of.
Of course,
He's a fabulous 3-year-old.
I have a slightly different opinion. I don't think any
What
of
a
us,
surprise.
I don't think a single person here didn't believe that he'd already shown he was the most talented member of this 3-year-old crop. We all said it. Every single person said. What we said was he hasn't yet shown that he can overcome any adversity. And what I was wrong about in this race was that I thought it was going to be a fast pace. And I thought that was going to be his undoing. It turned out it wasn't a fast pace, and he got the kind of trip he wants. We all know that when he gets the kind of trip he wants, he is very, very good. I think I was a little surprised how well the filly ran, to be honest.
Yeah.
And I thought she gained an enormous amount of respect, which is hard to believe considering how much respect she has. But I think he's yet to show that he can handle a quick pace and finish the deal.
Well, look, and all kidding aside, it was the price on the board, right? I mean, we make our picks long before the race.
Yeah.
The price on the board on Fierceness going into the DraftKings Travers was huge.
He paid
compared to what he
$9.
is.
I wouldn't have bet him in a million years. I'm not going to sit here and say there's any circumstance where I would have bet him, and I lost.
Fierceness. Next stop, the Breeders' Cup Classic. Maggie, what about his little brother, Menti, who was so impressive in his debut? It's been a while. What's been going on with Menti?
Right, he was entered to run opening weekend here in the stake earlier on in the meet for the 2-year-olds, but that day he was scratched due to a fever, but it kind of escalated from there, Lafitte, and he actually had a problem with an inflamed hock. So that was obviously a bit infected, so therefore that caused the fever. And then sometimes when a horse is getting weight off of a certain limb, then you run the risk of laminitis. And luckily, Todd Pletcher and his team catching the onset of laminitis much in advance, sending him over to Rood and Riddle, where he was in 24/7 ice boots and rotating them and having him monitored. So it did not develop into laminitis. They cured the fever. Actually, he said the hock was the most problematic for them, but he has had 3 breezes back since then. And I guess he's ready to go for this hopeful.
Menti, it's a cool story in that big brother wins Travers, little brother running in the hopeful, Tom. But he's been through a lot. As a trainer, aside from mere performance, what else are you looking for?
Well, I mean, I think Todd Pletcher is a Hall of Fame trainer.
Sure.
And, you know, when you have to call an audible in training, just like when you have to call an audible when you're riding a horse, you know, you're trusting and believing, as you should, that Todd Pletcher knows what to do. And he's making the right move and putting the best foot forward for his horse.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm not as worried about that because of that factor, because of Todd Pletcher. But I will say, he won going 5 furlongs there. Johnny Velasquez folded up a bit late. The comments, his confident handling. he could not have run any faster. That was one of those cases where horses got their ears pinned, and they're doing all they can do no matter what, if the rider rides harder or rides less hard. He was all in. He almost got run down by what looks like a nice prospect in Colloquial.
He hasn't run back.
Who has not run back, but he was striding out coming to the wire. But, you know, there are times when a horse wins handily, and I can look at it and say, yeah, there was more left. He had nothing more to give in that spot.
So it wasn't a measured win in the end, like he knew they had it wrapped up.
It was a fast figure.
To my eye.
To be fair, a fast figure.
No,
no,
fast,
you're not saying
yeah.
it. I wouldn't bet a nickel on him, but I wish him luck.
Ferocious 8-5 favorite, grade 1 hopeful. Tomorrow is always the traditional closing day feature. We still have the Jockey Club Gold Cup coming your way this evening and this 9th race. If things didn't work out, if you played the pick 6, if it didn't work out, well, we have the late pick 5 about to get underway. And race number 9 in 13 minutes. 7/8 of a mile back to the main track, fillies and mares. And for trainer D. Wayne Lucas, represented here. And for Lucas, for everything else he's accomplished, also the all-time hopeful winning trainer, 8 of them over a 27-year span.
That's the amazing part, 27-year span. Richie, I think you and I were there for every single one of those.
Well, I ran second to Salt Lake. I know I was in that one.
Who was that?
I finished fourth on Tom's horse behind Dublin.
Who was second to Salt Lake?
A horse called Slew's Ghost.
Wow.
For Rick Violet.
Wow. High Yield was a good horse. He won the Bluegrass.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Wayne Lucas, the coach, the legend.
More than ready.
We ran out of superlatives, Maggie, a long time ago when it comes to Wayne Lucas.
That's right, as he will celebrate yet another birthday tomorrow. I mean, and he is still as sharp as they come. Every opportunity I get to talk to him or interview him is truly a treat for me. So we are still so lucky to have the coach here training horses at the spas. We'll check in with number 4, Ringy Dingy. She is the class dropper. She's faced some good ones in her last 2, including Power Squeeze, our Alabama winner, as well as Gunsong, who won the stake at Parks for the fillies, the prep for the cotillion. Looking at her here in the paddock, I like the turn back. She's one that's never really grown that much. She's very petite. She's built a little bit more downhill, so I think sprinting is best for her. She's been accompanied by the pony here in the paddock, but she hasn't really turned a hair necessarily, so it's not something I'd seen from her before. It's been a while since she's run at an IRA racetrack. Actually, it's the first time as a 3-year-old she's doing so. I don't know if she had gotten nervous at those other racetracks at Delaware and Pimlico, but really calm, cool, collected here in the paddock. It is a shame. I'd feel a little bit more confident if the barn had been doing a little bit better this meet, guys.
Ringy Dingy at 6-1, not the most intimidating name. As we await riders up, and it is about that time, Tom. Let's see it. The late pick 5. Your ticket, your strategy.
Well, we want to be thrifty. We keep these tickets at a minimum if we can, and so I'm going to hold my breath in this race. I'm a single right off the bat.
Nice.
Mighty Madison is my single in here, the 2-horse, favored in here, of course. And I stay skinny in the second leg as well. I like Run Curtis Run and Set, the 2 and the 7. I'm going to spread it out in the last 3 legs. You'll see the ticket momentarily, I believe.
It's coming. Oh, I saw it for a second.
Man, it went by so quick. It looked like Mighty Madison finishing up.
We're doing the fans a favor.
That was fast.
Keep going. Yeah. I have a great
there
hunch.
We go.
There it is.
Ready? There we go. So, yeah, look. Got to get that single over the fence. If you can hit it over the fence, then you can breathe a little sigh of relief.
Yeah, I don't know about the rider on your single. This guy's got to shake out of this slump at some point. Rado Ortiz, go ahead.
Can I give you the great hunch? I got a great hunch play in this race. A horse I don't like. Ringy Dingy. Now, I think we can agree this is named for, was it Ernestine, the character of Lily Tomlin? And Laugh-In?
Come on, man. How old are you, Laugh-In? Jeez,
I'm
you must
as
be
old
ancient.
as you. And I believe it's Lily Tomlin's birthday. That's pretty good.
Today?
Right? Yeah, I believe
Can we
so.
get confirmation of that before we go
saw
with
it
this hunch?
I saw it on Twitter, and I believe everything I see on Twitter.
Everything on Twitter, everything on the internet.
I believe everything they say about Tom Amos.
I was getting ready to say, they say a lot about you on Twitter.
I know all of it's true.
While I check to see if it's her birthday, I believe you have a bankroll play you can share with the audience.
Here we go.
I do. I like Signal from Noise in this race. Here's my Signal from Noise race. I agree. I'm a little worried about the pace, and I'm hoping the 1 and 2 get engaged, and I'm hoping maybe Backyard Money shows a little more speed than she could show. Bankroll is ahead. I'm a little proud of that, to be honest with you. I don't know where the others are. I'm sure they're very close to me. But I'm going to bet 60 to win on her. I
Very
feel like
condescending.
This is
Go ahead.
I'm a condescending guy. Why would I stop now? So anyway, my feeling is she ran a race that's good enough to compete with these when she came off the layoff, coming off a, 10-month layoff. Not surprising. She comes back and underachieves. She came back in just about 3.5 weeks, and she didn't run that well. Now it's her third start off a layoff, and I think we expect to see her A performance in this race. I got a bad taste when Mighty Madison lost last time. She's certainly the horse to beat, Tom. I don't disagree with you, and I can understand singling her, putting this ticket up in the sequence. I prefer her to St. Benedict's Prep, but I think Signal from Noise has a chance to upset him a little bit at a fair enough price. Third choice.
And I will confirm it is Lily Tomlin's birthday, and I want to be the first on our show to wish Miss Tomlin a happy birthday.
I saw her in my building once. She must have been friends with somebody in my building. I saw her there one day.
Lived in a neighborhood just one town over. She would walk her goat. She had a pet goat that you would see her walking once in a while.
Very underrated for her performance on West Wing.
I like 9 to 5.
9 to 5's a great movie. Great movie.
Fantastic.
She had a pet
Gabby
goat.
Coleman
Happy
recently
birthday.
passed away.
I'm still
Lillian,
stuck
you
on
have
the
Tom
pet goat
Amis's
thing.
ticket to play. You have Andy's bankroll.
I'm just giving out that's kind of a weird thing, right? Ringy dingy. One ringy
Do you
dingy.
remember that character? She squinted her eyes when she played that character. Do you remember that?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
She was so great, right? It was the character I remember was
I mean,
that
that's
one.
what my dad told me. I
Edith
wasn't around
Ann
back
also. Edith Ann on the yeah, I love those characters.
Signal from Noise, owned by Seth Klarman, leading owner, trained by Chad Brown, leading trainer. The standings look like this with about 17 races left. Richie, Chad Brown about to capture a 7th Saratoga training title and 4th in a row.
Yeah, the training title, there was no suspense there. That was pretty much decided a few weeks ago. Yeah, and he's just kept an incredibly torrid pace throughout. Years ago, if a trainer had 10 winners, he was leading trainer in Saratoga. That's a bygone era.
More racing days, more wins, bigger stats, and for a combination this powerful, success goes hand in hand, Andy. Seth Klarman, Klarbridge Stable on the brink of another owner title.
No, it's over. I mean, he's up by 4 from the Flying P stable, who had a 4-go-like winning performance earlier today, but they've only got 2 starters the rest of the meet, so it is over. Klarbridge Stables wins. I want to say it's their 7th straight owner's title.
Incredible. Incredible.
That's
Again,
got to be a record.
Success.
That's got to be a record, right?
You would think so?
I would think so.
It was easier to look up Lily Tomlin's birthday than that. So.
As it should be. This late pick 5 about to get underway. Race number 9. 7/8 of a mile sprint, fillies and mares. Is this Mighty Madison 7 to 5? Wow. Rod Ortiz seeking a 5th. Get another look at her in the post parade. St. Benedict's Preps. There she is. Sharp. When the rider stays on, she's won 3 or 4.
She has been in sensational form. I don't want to knock her. I thought she ran well yesterday. I don't think she was flattered, though, by the performance of Zadorsky, who she beat last time, who ran an okay second.
Mighty Madison, quick filly for Whitney Racing. Phil Bauer.
You can't argue with the meet they're having. As a team, they're doing great, and you're getting the meet's leading rider, Rod Ortiz.
4 wins and counting, then Into Happiness, and Flavien Prat takes over.
Speaking of horses that have no early speed, and she just doesn't have that form that saw her have a great year here last year.
Aforementioned Ringy Dingy.
Yeah, getting medication Lasix for the first time today and dropping in class. Makes her a player in this spot.
Backyard money for the Lucases, Lori and Wayne.
She's a horse that's broke her maiden, actually, in Saratoga, and had run well here. Last time was the first time she didn't run well in Saratoga. I think she's going to be more forward today.
Signal from Noise, those connections, and a better post today.
Yeah, you heard my spiel about her. I'm expecting her to run her A race, and I just hope it's good enough.
And Luna Moth on the far outside, and spin-away winning jockey Manny Franco.
I think she's an overlay in this race. First time for Linda Rice. Cutting back in distance. I don't like her chances to win, but at 22 to 1, I could see using her in some tries or something on the bottom.
Late pick 5 gets underway. 4 minutes. Gorgeous afternoon in upstate New York. 2 more days of racing remain. Tomorrow, the hopeful 2-year-olds. This evening, the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Circling back to the favorite at 3 to 2 now. In Mighty Madison, her latest opening weekend. Same level, same distance, Tom. She opens up, turning for home, but she's not home yet.
No, she's not. She's set right off the pace setter, and she's going to get nailed right at the wire in a race that looks like she's clear. You're right, Lafitte. You know, did she move a little too soon, maybe? What do you guys think?
I don't know. I mean, did she really run a bad race? Or did she just lose to a horse that ran a little bit better than she did in running her down? I don't know. You know, it's easy to, in retrospect, did she move a little soon? maybe, but it wasn't a particularly fast pace, Tom.
Not many horses of trainer Phil Bowers have been run down late in a race here.
No, they haven't.
I didn't get the impression that he moved too soon, though. I mean, she traveled into the stretch. It wasn't like he was all in, and he built her into a gradual drive. Sometimes I see a rider go all in at the quarter pole, and then it would lead me to feel like, you moved a little early.
I think it's fair. Yeah.
And she has won at this 7/8 distance. Andy, we talk about how good Phil Bauer has been at Saratoga, right? And now, as we were just looking at the data to support that.
I mean, it's amazing how well his horses have performed over the last 3 or 4 years here. And I know she was the favorite, but his filly ran very well to be second in yesterday's Prioress. He had a 2-year-old that lost the meet that probably should have won, had a tough trip. He unveiled a very nice-looking 2-year-old earlier in the meet. He obviously does a great job. You wonder a little bit, Tom, his situation as a private trainer for Whitney Racing, and no idea what the deal is. But, I mean, if this guy started taking other owners, they'd come flocking to him, wouldn't they?
Probably. But, you know, I'm sure after last meet, the meet they had last year, I'm sure those offers came. I'm sure there were times. And, you know, Phil's a quiet guy. He keeps his cards close to the vest. We're neighbors at Churchill. We get along great.
He likes you?
He's one of many that like me.
Not on him.
But he's out here early. I mean, when we like to work horses when the track first opens, because the track's at its best shape. So it's 5:30 a.m. and Phil's horses hit the track first, almost always.
It's one thing to point for Saratoga. It's another thing to do it and have success, and he always does.
Well, to execute, right? You can come in with a plan, but then you've got to execute. And he's been doing this consistently. It must be a really good relationship between him and the owners, because you got to have trust and communication.
And
any successful
they don't buy that many yearlings. Their success from the sales ring to the 2-year-old races is remarkable.
Yeah. And they were all involved in a plane crash not that long ago, right? Wasn't there a? I believe there was in Australia or something like somewhere. Unfortunately, everybody was okay.
Scary situation.
Whitney Racing.
I think
Bauer.
she's going to be very tough to beat. I'm taking a little bit of a stab with the 4 Ringy Dingy Lily
for
Tomlin's
Lily. You're doing it for
aside.
Lily,
of course.
Now, getting Lasix for the first time, cutting back in distance, and getting class relief. And I don't think she wanted to go as far as they were trying to run her. And that being said, she was beaten 3 3/4 lengths by your Alabama winner in Power Squeeze. Now she's turning back to, I think, what is a more appropriate distance. I think maybe she has a chance to come running late.
Talking about Ringy Dingy, looking at St. Benedict's Prep, and Maggie with more on the favorite in Mighty Madison.
Yeah, Mighty Madison. When I saw her last time, I'd actually really liked the winner that day. I was just kind of taking a flyer. She had some back class and going first time out for Bill Mott. And Mighty Madison, she looked good, but she also just looked really kind of, I don't want to say drawn up, but almost over conditioned, I guess would be the right way to say it. And now there's some more weight on. There's just some more substance to her, which I really appreciate seeing. And last time she did all the dirty work and still was only beaten just a neck. She's definitely the horse to beat. I have no problems with her whatsoever as she comes in here for her second run of the meeting. For Phil Bauer, she wears that Halton bit. I noticed a lot of Phil's horses do go out in that for racing. So I think it just provides a nice amount of control for the rider. Moving on to a horse that my eye just kept going back to. That's number 9. I really can't offer much on form, but it's the first time for Linda Rice, and I don't mind the turn back. She might be a horse that does prove to be more of that miler type, because she is quite long and she has a big kind of bounding stride, but she just looks as though she's thriving here for Linda. So maybe one as a complete outlier to throw in underneath. But Meg, you and I yet again land on the same horse, Ringy Dingy. I just saw everything that you said from her physically here today.
How does she win it, Richie?
Well, I think she settles and makes a run. You know, the way she broke her maiden at Aqueduct would be the ideal trip. You know, that was 6.5 furlongs, sitting in behind the pace and come with one run. And particularly coming out of those longer races, going 7 furlongs, you know that she's got plenty of foundation.
What are we looking for early, Tom?
Well, speed-wise, I think it's to the inside. The 1 and the 2, to me, Andy, are the speed. St. Benedict's Prep and Mighty Madison. Mighty Madison has showed that she can lay off the pace a little bit, so I think the one's in front, the 2 right on her shoulder.
Yeah, I think you'll see them forward in here, and I wonder if you'll see a little more speed from Backyard Money or if she just really lost her speed. I'm kind of hoping she's forward because I'm going to need a little pace with the 7 in here, but I have no argument. The 1 and 2 are the most forward horses in here.
7-5, Mighty Madison. Rod Ortiz looking for a 5th on the afternoon. Post time, race 9, starting the late pick 5 here from Saratoga. Frank Miramati standing by.
Backyard Money goes in. Signal from Noise, second to last. Gray mare. Daughter of the late great Arrogate. Luna Moth. They're in the gate. And they're off. Signal from Noise did break alertly, but the others are naturally quicker. Mighty Madison goes to take the lead, and St. Benedict's Prep is also right there. And those two are stride for stride through the early stages. Backyard Money is just outside of them, putting the pressure on. 4 clear of Ringy Dingy. Signal from Noise settles now 10 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers into Happiness, and Luna Moth is at the back of the field. St. Benedict's Prep ran the opening quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Comes to the half-mile pole just in front of Mighty Madison second. It's 3 more to Ringy Dingy inside Backyard Money. A gap of 6 or 7 to Into Happiness, Signal from Noise, and 4 to Luna Moth. 3 furlongs left. Mighty Madison on the inside. St. Benedict's Prep. These two going at it, coming to the quarter pole. They've been going at it throughout. 2 lengths back to Ringy Dingy in third. They're at the top of the stretch. Mighty Madison, red colors. St. Benedict's Prep along the rail, battling bravely. 2 more to Ringy Dingy, who's had a good setup as these two brush while getting a little bit tired. And from the back of the field on the inside, Into Happiness is trying to get a piece of it. Center of the racetrack, Backyard Money, a 16th to go. Mighty Madison trying to gut it out. St. Benedict's Prep. These two have gone together the entire journey. Here is the line. St. Benedict's Prep has that winning spirit and wins it over Mighty Madison with Luna Moth on the scene late.
Slugfest in the stretch of the ninth at Saratoga. St. Benedict's Prep. Jose Lizcano digging, and just able to repel Mighty Madison and Rod Ortiz, the favorite.
What a game effort by these 2 fillies. They just threw it down from the start. I'm scanning behind them to see who's running because I thought they might have, ruined
What about the contact?
Chances. I think it was more Irad taking a step in when his filly changed leads. I don't think it was anything that very consequential.
How about the 9? The big run that Luna Moth made it. A huge price to almost blow open this pick 6.
You're watching Lizcano on the inside, Irad Ortiz on the outside. They're counting. They're out of ability to hit with a crop anymore.
Yeah.
And so they're having to use their hands, any kind of thing they can use to get these horses to the wire in front. Lizcano, that was brilliant riding on both parts. I love watching a stretch duel like that.
Bad performance.
Does it make the hair on the back of your neck stand up when you see one of those?
I love watching good riders
It's
pull
got
out
to.
all the stops.
It's got to.
And when you beat an Angel Cordero, or for a Jose Lizcano, when he beats an Rod Ortiz in a race like this, does it mean a little bit more?
Oh, absolutely. You come back to the room and you feel good about yourself. You're proud. You took on the best and you came out on top. That doesn't happen all the time.
And let me clarify that last statement. So under our new rules,
Yes.
under Heiss's new rules, you're allowed to use your crop 6 times in the course of a race. Anything after that is too many. So these guys are having to learn to adapt to those rules.
Her last 6 races, on one occasion, lost the rider. Aside from that, she's now won 4 of her last 5. St. Benedict's Prep at 2-1. Turns back Mighty Madison. Results, reaction when we come back. Plus, what a difference a day makes with the rain falling in Saratoga. A filly named Immersive emerged from the darkness. A strong finish. Manny Franco, 12-1 upset in Saratoga's marquee event. For 2-year-old fillies, the spin-away. We'll recap.
$1 million, did I hear? $1 million, $1,000,000 a fee for your mama, $1,400,000 a pie, $1,500,000 and $1,600,000, $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half, $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Welcome back. Thanks for joining us here on Saratoga Live as we are brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Well, we saw St. Benedict's Prep not dealt an easy hand, but she played it with authority, as I'm pleased to be joined here by winning trainer Linda Rice. Linda, you have to be so proud of your filly.
Oh, I really was. I mean, it was such a dogfight down the stretch, and I wasn't sure she was going to come out on top of that dogfight, but she gutted it out. I'm so proud of her.
And she's been such a claim for you. I know first race didn't go as planned, losing Kendra Cumberbatch at the start, but ever since then, she's just been fabulous.
Yeah, she really has. She's been a terrific claim, and we're really excited about her. I'd like to think that there's some stakes in her future. You know, there's a stake at the end of September that I'm pointing towards, and I think it's a garland of roses.
Yeah, I always want to say bed of roses, but it's one of those, something roses.
We're shooting for that. We'll see if she can get a piece of that. So.
Linda, you'll send out Pioneering Spirit. He just runs pretty much every week. Talk a little bit about the Bernard Baruch. I feel like this is the best spot for him.
Yes, you know, I was a little apprehensive about running him last week at 1.5 miles. I spoke with my client about it at length, and he and his wife and family were here and on Travers Day and wanted to run, so I was like, all right, let's do it. He said it worked last year. I said it doesn't have to work this year just because it worked last year. But I think it's a pretty solid group, but he's live. He's very live.
Wishing you the best of luck. Congratulations here. First and third in this one.
Yep. Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Linda Rice here. St. Benedict's Prep's done an excellent job ever since she claimed this filly. Guys.
What a fighter. Warrior late, digging. St. Benedict's Prep, $6. And what do you make, Richie, of Pioneering Spirit's chances in the Bernard Baruch in that quick turnaround, exiting the Grade 1 sword dancer, and what sounded like a very confident Linda Rice?
Well, I mean, Linda is very proficient doing this, and she's done this with this particular horse as well. He came out of the sword dancer to win it last year in the Bernard Baruch. And some horses thrive on a workload. You know, we're so used to horses not running for 4 to 6 weeks now that some horses actually excel with extra work. It's just something that we don't normally see anymore.
This horse is obviously underachieved this year compared to last year. It was really good, but you look at him, and I'll tell you something. He actually didn't run that badly to 1.8 mile back. He had a bit of a trip that day. He had a little bit of a trip in his race 5 back when he's going a mile. And I think if you look at his races at the shorter distances, they're okay. I think he's absolutely a player. I picked him second.
4th start in 42 days. This horse, I think he was 6 for 12 last year. He's 0 for 7 this year. He's got to find that old form. I mean, they might bring him by the Big Red Spring and give him a little drink out of there. Sometimes that rejuvenates him, but he's got to get back to last year's form.
Brought him last night to dinner with you.
Yeah, he wouldn't have had water.
Bernard Baruch, first of 2 stakes races on the evening. Of course, he Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup a little bit later on, and yesterday's Spinaway, the most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies at Saratoga. Immersive. Andy, how impressed were you as she goes to work and Manny Franco goes to work in the stretch?
Well, I think one of the hardest things to do for 2-year-old fillies is to come back after a nice maiden win and improve on it or run it back. And both the first 2 finishers ran better. The winner, Quiet Side, did everything but win. And running second, a very strong effort. Maybe moved a little soon as it turned out. But I think just got run down by a horse. Immerse, we talked about, was just too big a price in here. And she improved off her win. Wet track always makes me wonder if, when they win the wet track. But both these horses ran very, very well. And I think bode well for them in the future.
I think Immersive, she did her best running late. This race speaks to her future as she goes further in distance. And if you happen to have a 2-year-old filly you got high hopes for, it's okay to say you're scared. Because you need to be scared of this horse. This horse is a really, really good horse.
Franco fired up, and
great.
Richie, it looked like, goes back to one of your bicycle horse type examples, that Franco was riding her getting into the far turn.
Well, I think that's just trying to ride her through the kickback. She was kind of going up and down a little bit, and he's like, hey, I got to get her going forward. Maybe not so much a bicycle horse, just the conditions kind of backing her off a little bit. Because once she got in the clear, her head dropped, and she really finished.
So Brad Cox said eventually the goal is the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. We're not sure if that's the Alcibiades or the Frazetta Aqueduct. Does she give you Breeders' Cup vibes?
Oh, sure.
Andy?
Well, right now there's a horse out there that we'll talk about later in the show that might be too good for them, kind of an Echo Zulu-like talent based on her debut. But other than that, from we've seen the 2-year-old fillies, that was the second and third best performances I think we've seen all year from the 2-year-old fillies.
That was yesterday's Grade 1 Spinaway. Tomorrow, the Grade 1 Hopeful for the boys. Also, the Flower Bowl. And so, how did this happen, Richie? How did Idea Generation pull off this massive upset in the Flower Bowl?
Well, she got to make an easy lead, open up an insurmountable lead while setting those soft fractions. And a lot of the time, Tom, psychologically, when a trainer has 2 horses in a race and it looks like one's being used as a rabbit, you disregard that horse. You go, I'll wait till that one comes back. I don't want to make the early move and set it up for McCulloch. And then you've got a huge psychological edge. Everybody was sitting back waiting for her to come back, and she never came back.
Look, if you're a trainer that's running one of the horses this race and you're not wearing red and white silks, this is the kind of race that after it's over with, you're losing your, you know what I'm getting ready to say,
sure.
right? I mean, that pace is ridiculously slow, and you know it's all about position, right? 118-2. I know it was a wet turf, but come on, guys.
I'll tell you
it's
something.
A walk in the park.
I watched this race with Chad Brown, and she was entered as a rabbit. Let me be clear about that. We talked about it. Now, look, they went by the first time. I said to Chad, I'm worried about McCulloch. She's not a horse that runs well when she's not covered up. And it wasn't Irad's fault. He just never had that position. And he said to me, I agree, but I'm a little worried about the horse in the front end. I don't think they're ever going to catch her. And that was when about the half mile into the race, he said it to me.
She was going so slow coming by the wire the first time around. Florent Giroux has got his head turned, and he's staring at the matrix board, watching the time, but not like a quick peek. He had his head turned and watched it for about 70 yards.
He thought he read it wrong. He's like, this can't be, can it?
He might have.
He was in an open gallop.
Having been a former, what was going through your mind, Richie, watching this unfold?
Well, just that they're disregarding this filly completely because they're worried about Warlike Goddess, a closer, McCulloch, a closer, and she's just got a complete free ride on the lead. She just got so comfortable. I mean, I'm watching her. Man, I wish I was on her right now, although I wouldn't have had the presence of mind to look at that board. I would have just been looking straight.
Another win in the Flower Bowl for trainer Chad Brown, the big long shot yesterday, Idea Generation. And for Brown, yet another Alan Jerkins trainer title. Make it 7 overall and 4 in a row. Stay tuned. Much more coming your way from Saratoga Live.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo. In Italian to win it.
Big F has won.
And it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending. Ocean Road. Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl. State of Rest. Newspaper of record.
They're beginning to bunch behind the leader as Summing leads into the stretch by about 2 lengths. On the outside, it is Silver Buck with John Henry gaining ground gradually on Summing as they hit the top of the stretch. The mile and a quarter in 2:02 and 1, a tremendous pace as they hit the stretch. Summing still has a lead by a head, but Shoemaker now sends John Henry on the outside. John Henry has taken the lead. Summing back into second, gaining ground on the outside. Silverbuck and the mare Relaxing. Relaxing now takes second. Silverbuck is third, and Pete Moss, the long shot, is gaining ground. John Henry, Pete Moss now a race to the wire. John Henry on the inside.
The people's champion, John Henry, $1,100 yearling. Andy, 17-time Grade 1 winner.
He was an incredible racehorse that was incredibly proficient at the highest levels on dirt and turf. There aren't too many like that horse.
He had some Louisiana roots as well, and was running for claim. They yelled at him, and he was a different racehorse after that.
He wasn't like, he was sort of nothing early in his career, right?
Yep.
Going nowhere. And I feel like he had a couple battles with Way at one point later in his career, but he was a remarkable horse. And it's really great that I think this was donated by Arlington Park to the Racing Museum.
God, it's fantastic.
Either lent or donated, but it's a tremendous.
John Henry and the Bart from that Arlington Million. Like, yeah, I'm sick Arlington's gone, but very glad that statue is here right across the street in front of the Hall of Fame. John Henry, Andy, and for your moment of the meet, aside from all the hours, all 100 of them that you and I spent together here right
Those
on this
were
set,
moments.
aside from that, what was the highlight for you this summer?
I picked a horse that you wouldn't think of as a highlight, because obviously there were so many great, memorable moments and big races with known horses. I decided to pick a horse a little bit off the beaten path because I don't think that Senza Parole is getting any conversation whatsoever, and it's because it happened on the Friday before the Travers week, and it was the first race, and Chad ran a horse that he had told me, this is my Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies horse. He told me it a few days before that, and I mean, look at her. She got a 94 buyer in this race, 10 points higher than the Spinaway got yesterday, in an absolute walk in the park. She's a gun runner. So that was at 6 furlongs, winning her debut like that. This is the very possible favorite, depending on what she does. She could be in the Frisette. She could be in the Alcibiades, depending on what she does going forward. Right now, this is the most impressive 2-year-old filly that's run in this country, and no one's talking about her. And that's kind of why I showed it, because it's the one that's sort of, it just got missed in this incredible weekend of racing. And Echo Zulu, when she broke her maiden on opening day in Saratoga, we rightfully talked about her the entire meet. We never stopped talking about her, Richie, and no one's talking about this horse, and that's why I brought it up as a horse that people better know coming out of this meet. The Senza Parole is out there, and she may very well be your Breeders' Cup winner. She certainly looked like Grade 1 there.
Oh, certainly. I mean, and it is interesting how that'll happen, though, right? With so many great races up here, that a performance like that could fly under the radar. My favorite moment didn't fly under the radar, but that one did.
So, yeah, a couple of things. Future wager, if nobody is paying attention, right, for the Breeders' Cup. And also the filly we saw today, Opulent Restraint, for trainer Chad Brown, who won on the grass in race 2.
She got a ride from Irad Ortiz. If you don't think this guy is one of the all-time greats, you're kidding yourself. From an outside post, he got her tucked in on the fence right behind the leader going into the first turn, a mile and 16. That ain't easy to do.
A couple of serious 2-year-old fillies in the Chad Brown stable. What else is new as we check in with Maggie Wolfendale, standing by with this race 10 Paddock report. Maggie.
Well, first, Lafitte, before I get to some horses that we'll talk about, we are going to see a shoe repair here on number 6, Acoustic Ave. First off, the claim for Jamie Beggs. So we might be held up here in the paddock for just a moment because this guy took the shoe completely off. It's not like it just needs to be tacked back on. So we'll start, though, by talking about number 7, Set, who has ironically never faced New York breds in his career so far for trainer Mark Cassidy, and has just faced a world of better horses, I think, than what he faces here. And, you know, physically, he matches up beautifully with this crew that he meets of New York breds. So I really like what I'm seeing from Set. I mean, even when he was going longer, he was running well, and obviously around 2 turns at Gulfstream Park. But I got to say, he is built more like a sprinter. So I'm okay with them keeping him at this distance against this field. Moving on to number 5 in here, that's Rusi, who finally, you know, broke through, if you will, that A other than condition for New York breds. But he's a horse that has run really well in all 3 of his starts, I think, as coming back as a 4-year-old. And this year, he just looks better than ever. Some horses are late developers, like humans, and I just kind of feel like Rusi has been one of those, as he will pick up Joel Rosario, who has won on him in the past, but so well conditioned, dappled head to toe, just exudes health and fitness, and like what I'm seeing from Rusi, guys.
At 9-1, Maggie, thanks so much. Rusi, 5-2 is the favorite. Number 7 in set for this 10th race. New York bred turf sprint, start of the late pick 4. Andy, who'd you wind up with?
I have a goofy idea. In fact, it's a bankroll bet for me in this
Nice.
race on the number 8, Rough Draft. I feel like there's a lot of people out there that are constantly looking for long shots. I feel very differently. I believe that long shots find you. I don't think you find long shots. Long shots announce themselves to you. And this filly announced herself to me, or not filly, excuse me, gelding, and it's worth a little bit of a bet for me. Rough Draft, people are going to look at Rough Draft, I think, at first glance and see, well, ran once at 5.5 furlongs today's distance. It's the 12th bottom line, and didn't run effectively at all. But it was only 3-1 that day. Because back on April 15th, this horse did run in a turf sprint at 6 furlongs at Aqueduct and rolled to victory with an 84 buyer, a figure that gives him at least a chance in this race. Now, the problem, obviously, is that his last race was atrocious. I thought he ran very well two back with a bad trip. He was wide, he moved too soon in a race that collapsed. So I think if he can run back to his last race, he's a contender here. Now, two back, I'm sorry. Last race was a disaster, no doubt about it. And maybe Fernando's scratching his head and he's, I'm going to take a shot with her because he knew him. He knew that he wanted a turf sprint going back. He's almost 30-1 in here, and I look at this race, who am I afraid of? Run Curtis Run, he's the worst to beat. He's been bad in his last 2 starts. He's had very good trips, albeit against better. Yeah, the entry's a little dangerous. I prefer Maxwell Esquire, who'd be a bigger price in there. I think the 7 set could be the horse to beat, but did he really run a big figure last time by doing a lot of running, or was he just in a very fast race, got a 108 buyer, and the nature of turf racing makes him look better than he is? I'm not afraid of anybody in this race, and I think there's a little bit of a reason to think if this horse's last race can be thrown out, at almost 30-1, he's worth a bit of a flyer.
The one we just looked at, that's from like 14 starts back, correct?
Oh, more, yeah, about 14 starts.
It's from,
What I
from
wanted
April
people,
23.
what I wanted people to understand is this is a horse that can be effective in turf sprints, because people might just see, if they're just looking at the last 12 running lines or just the box, at 5.5, he didn't run well, but at 6, and he ran extremely well.
Your pushback against that was then, this is now would be what?
Say again?
Your pushback against the idea of that was then, this is now.
He's 30-1.
All right.
At a price, you can forgive a lot of things.
Yeah.
I don't love the idea of throwing out a last race.
Fair enough.
But I think there's a lot of things going on in here. And the thing, my basic feeling, Richie, is I'm not afraid of anybody in here.
You don't feel like there's a standout, and I get what you're saying, but I just think it was funny. You just hollered at Lafitte.
What?
I think that's the first time.
What's that? Oh, I'm passionate.
You're charged up. Okay.
Long summer, my friend. Long summer. There's set. Serious contender. Dylan Davis won a race earlier for Tom Amos, seeking a second here for Hall of Famer Mark Cassie, the 10th of 13 on a Sunday when we return.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. 10 Kentucky Derby winners, 6 Triple Crown winners, 17 Horses of the Year, 23 Hall of Famers, and over 300 champions. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
Look at that shot. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Saratoga Live. Welcome back. Back just in time. Post parade for the 10th. Late pick 4. New York bred turf sprint. And you're looking at Scuttlebuzz, who at 16-1 won here 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, he sort of came back to life. A horse that once could bury this field, but he still have to run better than that.
Second half of the entry, Maxwell Esquire.
If he was on his own this entry in 10 or 12-1, I'd be betting a few dollars on him as well, because he's a turf sprinter, not a router.
Winless in 7 tries this year, yet the favorite, Run Curtis Run.
He's a favorite, and he's actually in for the claim in this spot. He has to be, because he's won those New York bred races.
Draws the rail. Then Boss Tweed, Alvarado, Contessa, 2023 hopeful winning connections.
Has benefited from biases when successful, but he tries turf for the first time. He should be the speed.
Seaver, make the rider Kendrick Carmouche.
Kendrick on Seaver, and, you know, a horse that won the condition below this needs to improve.
Russi, late on the scene, make the rider Joel Rosario.
Perfect trip against Lesser to win last time, to me, would be a big upsetter.
Number 6 at 9-1, Acoustic Avenue, the big name rider, smaller outfit play.
Yeah, claimed in the last start, laid off since that start back in June, goes blinkers on today.
Number 7, Set, exiting a series of stakes races.
I think he's a player in here potentially, but I think there's also might be an argument in his last race. The figure makes him look better than he is.
Aptly named Gelding by Editorial, rough draft.
The one Andy was talking about, in for the claim as well. Doesn't have to be. But, you know, with the form kind of muddied up, why not take a shot?
Big prankster, both wins on the main track.
Yeah, his turf races aren't terrible, but I don't know. They just don't seem fast enough to compete.
Me and Sapp overmatched on paper.
Yeah, look, he has to get going again. He hasn't won in a couple years.
That's the field. These New York bred sprinters. Late pick 4. Underway in about 4 minutes. So, Richie, why do you think Run Curtis Run emerges as the choice, despite the fact he has not won in 7 tries this year or in 3 tries at Saratoga?
Well, he is dropping just a bit in class. You get good connections, Mike Maker, Luis Saez, inside draw. He's going to get to save ground, but he's going to have to work out a trip. I think he'll be sitting the pocket. I think this race is wide open. I could see going a lot of different directions. I'm a little bit interested in the 3, Boss Tweed, trying turf for the first time. Only because I just don't think for a 5.5 furlong turf sprint, there's 5.5 furlong turf sprint speed signed on, and I think he gets loose.
Oh, he's the speed on paper. I can't argue with that. I'll tell you something interesting in watching the 2 races we've run on the Mellon turf course, the outer turf course run. All of the running in the stretch has been done on the outside. We're seeing horses that figure on paper that are towards the inside that aren't lifting a hoof in those races, especially that turf sprint earlier. They all drifted out, stayed out in the middle of the racetrack. And I'm wondering, they moved the rails down to 0 on the inner. The rails on the Mellon, I believe, are out 12 feet. I'm just wondering if the outer parts of the turf are the better place to be. And I wonder with a horse like the 3, if he gets loose, but does he stay inside and that works again? It's just a thought.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good point, because as a rider, you make the lead. You're not looking to stay in the 4 path. You're looking to save as much ground as possible, just as human nature.
And we certainly have had enough rain yesterday that it could cause a trend one way or the other on a turf course.
But the turf is firm, and they're running solid times on it.
Richie, you said you were interested in Boss Tweed. More on Boss Tweed. We check in with Maggie.
Richie, I'm sorry. I don't see turf with this guy at all. And furthermore, I know he's pretty darn fast. They got to show that they are even faster on the turf for me to believe it when it comes to translating that. So I'll take the wait and see approach. Look, he's 12-1. If you like him, have at it. He just wasn't that convincing to me. As we'll take a look at the 1A, and I completely agree with Andy. Entries, why? But the Maxwell Esquire, he is a turf sprinter. He's every bit of a turf sprinter. He's now 3rd off the bench. And I thought last time he actually looked a little bit more fit despite running worse in that race. But maybe just the good ground with some giving it as opposed to now more firmer going. And I liked last time too that he was sharper. So this sharper Maxwell Esquire that I'm seeing yet again today, I think lends itself well to this turn back in distance to the 5.5. As it's proven to before. He's he's been more accomplished when sprinting, and furthermore, he's just moving really well. And Flavien Prat got to know him last time, and he sticks aboard yet again. I think he is very intriguing. As we'll move on to number 9, that is Big Prankster. I have thought that he physically looks more like a turf sprinter, but I agree that his figures, they're the same on either, and they're just not as good as many of these in here, no matter what they're doing. So yes, I like him getting back to the turf, but he's really wound up today. I've never seen this horse more on his toes, leaving the paddock. He did get a nice warm-up with Manny Franco aboard, so getting rid of some of that pent-up energy that we saw from him. I like him in this spot, Lafitte, but I just, like Andy said, he's a 3-year-old that I don't know if he's actually gone on any with that, other year that he's from 2 to 3.
Has he progressed? Are the numbers comparable regarding surfaces, despite the fact both wins on dirt? Wow.
Go Tigers.
I got Mike Ivorone vibes at first.
Our director, Mitch Levitas, is making fun of people's clothing. Has anybody ever seen what this guy wears? He doesn't have a single item that wasn't a giveaway.
Wow.
Yeah, a little aggressive, too. I mean,
well, I'm not the one showing pictures of people's clothes.
But it's unique to see a pineapple suit, no?
I respect that man for putting it on.
Takes a lot of courage.
I'm trying to think what the theme would be. I mean, here we are.
We're not in Hawaii.
No, although it smells like we're in Hawaii.
It sure does.
From behind me.
Big Prankster. At 14 to 1, Manny Franco. Final thoughts. What are we looking for early on, gentlemen, in terms of race shape?
I want an 8-horse speed duel with my horse sitting 9th behind them.
They're going to.
That's my.
The 3's got to show the way if he can handle the turf, doesn't he?
Yes,
yeah.
I agree with that very much.
Another look, Manny Franco, as they move into line for this 10th race.
I'm looking for Seaver to bring high heat.
As he did.
Oh, there you go.
One of the very best. Tom Seaver. See what Seaver does in this 10th race at Saratoga as we hand things over to Frank Miramati. Start of the late pick 4 here at Saratoga.
2 more left to load. Seaver. Big Prankster. I guess there were 3 left to load. Here's me and Sap to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Run, Curtis, run is asked for speed immediately and will vie for the lead. Big Prankster came away a little bit quicker, and they're followed by Boss Tweed in 3rd. Then it's me and Sap 4th down the backstretch, 3 lengths off the pace, followed by Rusi. Rough Draft in the orange silks is 4.5 or so off them into the far turn. The opening quarter mile is behind them in 21 3/5 seconds. And it is Big Prankster leading by 2, Boss Tweed in 2nd. Luis Saez has been all over Run, Curtis Run the whole way. He's coming after the leader now. They're followed 4 deep by me and Sap. Rough Draft is next, then it's Rusi, followed by Set, Scuttlebuzz, Maxwell Esquire. They're at the top of the stretch. Acoustic Avenue is at the back of the field. In the final furlong, Rusi gets a clear shot at these embattled leaders as Run Curtis Run has a narrow lead. And in the center of the race course, here's the chestnut, Maxwell Esquire coming. Rough Draft on the outside. Rough Draft, Rusi nose and nose. Rough Draft had his head down when it mattered. It looked like Rusi is right there with him. It's close between those two. Maxwell Esquire was on the scene late in front of Run Curtis Run. Photo finish.
Rough Draft at 31 to 1. A shocker in the 10th at Saratoga. A shocker to some. Not Andy Serling. Well done.
Thank you. This was a fabulous ride by Luis Rivera. He got this horse into position to get it done. He saved ground. He split horses. And I just want to make sure I got the job done. Kind of waiting a little bit. Felt like I got the job done.
You can take a deep breath, Andy. I'll take it from here.
I got the job done, and I got to tell you, I'm a little excited by that. And I'm going to say I think this wraps up the bankroll contest
yeah, that
in a
pretty
big
much
way.
Do it.
Can I change my moment of the meet Because we need to show a replay of him rooting this one home.
That was as good as it gets.
Well, Lafitte, to answer your question, that was then, and this is now.
I got to tell you, you know, it's obviously it's extremely satisfying to have goofy ideas and have them work out. There was logic to this, and I don't think anybody here disagreed with it. And he got just a fabulous ride, obviously, and was able to win a very close one. What can I say?
No, well done.
Thanks.
Sincerely, well done. I mean, to snoop out this 31-1 winner and yelling at Lafitte aside, I thought your route was pretty inspiring.
Thank you.
When could you tell that he was going to be a factor late?
I think we all knew he was, right? I mean, we saw it in the turn. We saw you got Richie,
three
Tom, you
eighths
both
ball.
said
He
to
was
me your horse
traveling.
has horse, and he couldn't have got a better trip and a better setup and
Better
splitting
setup.
horses.
That fast pace up front was really important.
But he also got to give Luis Barrera credit for getting him in the game, for riding him early because he's obviously coming out of routes. Horses like that can sit 15 lengths off the glove and have no chance. And he gave him position. I think just the fact that he was at least live, you know what I mean? At least I felt like I wasn't. So possibly I wouldn't make a complete fool of myself. And I think we also had a chance, but Luis Rivera gives a great deal of credit. That was a great ride. And Fernando Abreu, we talked about so many times, is a fabulous ride, a fabulous trainer. He's done a great
He's
job.
somebody that people need to pay attention to. You know, former assistant to Alan Jerkins for many years. He is a good horseman. Him and his brother both do a great job, but people know Jorge, his brother, Georgie, better than him because he spent more time in South Florida, but he's been having more and more of a presence in New York.
He keeps doing that. They're going to get to know him very well very soon. Rough draft. Very well done, Andy. 31-1 outsider. Tell you what, Arthur's ride will not be 31-1 in the Jockey Club Gold Cup this evening. The Whitney winner, stunning colt. One to catch, one to beat. In the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Goddard.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come off for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Complete package.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Dust still settling. After that stirring upset, rough draft, 31-1. Andy able to smoke this one out. And you said not only rough draft, but that kind of race where you could poke holes in just about everybody else.
Right, as opposed to finding a horse and you know, looking for long shots in sort of tougher fields. This was a field that just wasn't that strong, so if I was right and he ran today, he had a chance to win. And sometimes you look at a long shot and say, I'm right about him, he ran 5th. You know,
Right.
he ran really
Yeah,
great. He
right.
just wasn't good enough to win. This one felt like if he ran well, he had a chance to win, and he did just that. And I've got Luis Rivera to thank for that. That was a fabulous ride.
$64. That's a Maggie in the winner's circle.
Well, you gonna give Andy some props?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Andy. Thanks a lot for talking good about me after every race.
That's so good. He does so good about it.
Please be joined by Fernando Abreu, aka
Nappy.
and Peter Paddock, a rough draft fame. Talk a little about the decision to turn him back in distance for this one.
Well, he had good sprint races before, and, you know, he wasn't getting quite the trip, and Peter was the one with the idea, let's cut him back, and, you know, he sure ran good today.
How about that ride from Luis Rivera, too?
He's riding so well. He puts all our horses in great spots, and he finishes so amazing. I want him on all my horses going forward. He's great. Thank you.
He does not ride like a kid who just lost his bug.
He does not, and, you know, you see him in the morning, he's out there, he's working and all that, and he listens. The main thing is he listens. You want to lose some time to your instructions because you got to report back to the owners, and the kid does listen a lot, and he's a good finisher.
We were just talking about where you learned your trade, and that was with the legend, the Hall of Famer, Alan Jerkins, the Chief. What's the most important lesson that he taught you?
Well, sometimes it's time, especially with certain horses, but at the same time is be patient and sometimes not patient, because if you see, we brought this horse right back quick, and when the horse is doing good, run him. Why work him if you're going to take 14, 15 days and work him right back? Just use it as a race.
I can hear him in his voice saying that.
Yes, yes, that's the man.
No doubt about it. Was the Chief a good hugger?
No, but he used to slap you in the back pretty good.
Let's see this. Oh, I love it. This is quite the duo, guys.
Thank you.
The embrace, the celebration of a big upset and a victory at Saratoga. And Richie, you know something about that Alan Jerkins slap on the back?
Man, he would clap you on the back, and like, I got hardware, man. He would take my breath away. But at least when he was clapping in the back, it was because you had success.
Amazing how many trainers now that he has touched the lives of, and so many that have learned from him and still reference things that they learned and apply to their training that originated with Alan Jerkins.
When everything began and ends with the horse. Everything with Alan and everything he did. He'd feed his horses himself every single night. Then he'd go to dinner at King Umberto's, and he'd come right back to the barn to see how they ate, who left what, how they're acting in their stalls. There was no stone unturned when it came to the horse.
And he was approachable. When I was an assistant trainer for Paracella back in '87, I was stuck at the barn on Monday and Tuesday afternoons. No racing, no nothing. You go to lunch in the cafeteria, and who'd walk in? The big man, Alan Jerkins. And he was approachable, kind. When I started training horses, I told him, I'm such a big fan of yours. And he said, I'm a fan of yours. Yeah. That made me. I loved it when he said that.
He did more, you know, in life, it's the things that people do when nobody's looking that's what makes them special. And in the case of the Chief, there's so many stories. They'll never be told of people down their luck, one horse. Yep. You know this as well as anybody. Always looking to help people and always looking to do the right thing for people. Not because anybody was watching or it got him any credit, because it was the right thing to do. And an amazing, amazing man that I don't think enough good could ever be said about him.
Within the industry, of course, everyone knows who Alan Jerkins was, right? Luis Rivera. Andy, what should viewers, what should racing fans starting to watch this colony, star-studded colony, what should they know about Luis Rivera?
Well, I mean, he's an apprentice that had a very good apprenticeship and did well, and it's very hard to become successful as a journeyman. And he's quietly, with just over 40 mounts, won 6 races this meet. And I don't think people can understand necessarily how impressive that is. He's riding horses like Rough Draft at 31-1, and giving a perfect ride, winning the race because of the ride that he gave. And I'm not saying he's Irad Ortiz or not, but he's a very good rider. If he gets a chance, he can show how good he is.
And he can develop into that. I mean, he gives horses their chance, and rides like this and winning on big price horses is going to get people's attention. Just what that owner said, I want him on all my horses going forward.
Especially pick 6 players this afternoon at 31-1. In the follow along, what we've seen thus far, yeah, that's going to shake things up. Paro $7.30, St. Benedict's Prep $6, $64 Rough Draft.
Yeah, well, did I end up denying Naira a chance to have a double carryover in the pick six into closing day by giving out rough draft? We know my man Jonathan is alive in this pick six, and he said he threw him in. So now I want him to finish it out.
Did you hurt yourself rooting?
Yeah.
No, I was rubbing a little itch. My shoulder's been hurt for about 8 years.
He's getting ready to pat himself on the back next. That was the front pat.
I want to say that everybody on the set was rooting for me.
Of course we were.
Even Amos was rooting for me. No, I appreciate that. That was nice.
But all the same, Bernard Baruch, first of 2 stakes races, coming up 7 deep, and taking Candy, the current favorite, at 2-1. Cherie DeVoe with a strong 1-2 punch. Rebel Red story coming up, and of course, taking Candy, Cherie DeVoe, and the Bernard Baruch next. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Volatile, winner of the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, is the sire of 2 promising first-crop 2-year-olds. In Saratoga Maiden's special weight winner, Reliable Source, who will make her start next in the Grade 1 Spinaway.
And scores by 2.5.
And first out winner, Incentive Pay, a $315,000 yearling, who will make his next start in the Grade 1 Hopeful. Look for yearlings by Volatile at the upcoming Keeneland September sale.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere Gator XUV 835M. Not because of the spacious cargo box.
We're always picking up rocks out in the field, and the hydraulic bed has been really nice.
Or because it can tackle any terrain.
It can handle anything.
Not even because it tows up to 4,000 pounds.
We can pull things around easily.
You just have to get in the seat, because something about being this productive just makes you smile.
It's made life a lot easier.
Learn more at johndeere.com/getintheseat.
And Lure will have to tussle with the Saratoga legend 4-star Dave. Paradise Creek is in full flight down the outside. Coming to mid-stretch. 4-star Dave digs down. Lure Too Much has a head in front. Paradise Creek is full tilt down the center of the course. Lure Mike Smith asking him for everything he has, and he's giving it to him. Lure holding on to defeat his arch rival, Paradise Creek.
Fired up Mike Smith. Front-running Wrecking Ball, Claiborne's Lure, 2-time Breeders' Cup Mile winner. Come and catch me if you can, and they usually couldn't.
At his very best, and I'd say that was the Breeders' Cup Mile at Gulfstream, he may be about as good a turf horse as I've ever seen. He was an incredible racehorse, and he obviously wasn't as good at that point in his 5-year-old year, but Paradise Creek was just mowing him down in all the biggest races, and this was his final win of his career, Lure. But to me, he was one of the greats in the history of the game, especially for an American turf horse.
What was that Breeders' Cup? Was it 2000 or right in there?
92
and 93
at Gulfstream.
No, we came back later.
He buried Paradise Creek, right, by 5 lengths.
At Gulfstream.
It's just amazing performance.
How about that winner's circle, you guys?
12, yeah.
A little chalk circle.
Yeah,
Put the horse here.
For years. And when he won his second Breeders' Cup,
12 post.
12 post, and cleared into the first turn. He could run fast
A
early,
bad
fast
post
late.
turning into a good post. Skeet Paradise
the
came and
Japanese
blew
horse.
the turn and wiped out 6-7 horses, and Mike Smith wound up being in a better spot out on an island, unaffected by all those horses. Frank Barathea was bothered in that race. The next year, Lure going for a three-peat. He was defeated.
Yep.
That was Frankie Dettori's first ever Breeders' Cup
Really?
win on Barathea. in
Wow,
94 at
that's an
Churchill.
interesting fact. And how about the fact that Laura also dead heated in the Gotham on dirt against Devil
It
Is
took
Due.
a while to figure out
Yeah.
he was that good.
One of the all-time
on-
great
on
races
grass.
you'll ever see. Those
Yeah.
two down
Go
the
to
stretch.
YouTube and
Oh,
check
he
that
was
out.
a brilliant, very, very good dirt horse. But when he got the turf, he was a different air than most racehorses.
I get to use this phrase twice in the broadcast. That was then, this is now. Today's Bernard Baruch and Rebel Red. And now here's the story. Since his last start, an accident in his stall resulting in the loss of his left eye. A story in the Daily Racing Form reported by David Brennig. Tom, how does that complicate matters for a trainer?
Well, I mean, I think you have to know your horse. And Cherie DeVoe is not a good trainer. She's a great trainer. So, you know, you're watching your horse. You're watching the behavior and workouts and on the racetrack, and you're seeing how that horse adapts. And if she's comfortable putting a horse in the race, then that's good enough for me.
I talked to her about this about 2 weeks ago, and she said to me, he's doing great. I mean, doesn't seem to affect him at all. And her biggest concern, honestly, was how to let the public know about it, just so they knew. Because she said, you know, she inquired if it was some sort of like equipment type change, or, you know, how would you, like a gelding, something like that, and there was really no protocol, but she just wanted to make sure people knew about it. That was oddly her biggest concern as far as running him, obviously concerned about the horse, but she wanted to make sure that people knew.
Says a lot about Cherie
Yeah,
DeVoe.
right, exactly.
And some very well-known thoroughbreds over the years who've lost an eye, who've trained and raced with one eye. For example, Pollard's Vision. It was a sunken eye, named after Seabiscuit's jockey, Red Pollard. Patch, who we saw, who America loves, a one-eyed racehorse. He should have been 50-1 in the Kentucky Derby.
That's right.
And he was 14-1. Un Ojo, another one-eyed wonder, 75-1 when he won the Rebel. But yeah, Patch should have been 50-1 in the Derby.
No doubt.
14-1
He
in
got
post
a bunch
time.
of PR before the race for that exact
Mhm.
reason, and people jumped on the bandwagon.
America loves a one-eyed racehorse, and here's another. Rebel Red. With more on Rebel Red, we send things over to Maggie for this Bernard Baruch Paddock report. Maggie.
Yeah, he's also quite a talker. He has been screaming his head off here in the paddock, but Acacia, who will catch up with Cherie live here, also asked her, and Cherie said that he always does that, announces its presence. So clearly, having lost the eye, it definitely has not affected this horse. In deviating from what his normal was prior to that. So I think that's always a good thing. And in all the write-ups and talking with Cherie, that's exactly what she has said too. And it's amazing how quickly horses can adapt. They rely so much on other senses too to begin with. You know, their sense of touch with their whiskers and their muzzle, their sense of smell, their hearing. So yes, I've seen many good horses and horses in general be able to run A-OK with just one eye. And he looks great here, and I was really impressed with what you saw from him in that winning affair. I will say this, though. He wanted to lug in. When Jose Ortiz asked him with the crop, is when he started to lug in a bit. And then when he just went to a hand ride is when this guy leveled off a little bit more. So might be one that resents the use of the crop. As we'll move on to Cherie's other horse, Taking Candy, who you might remember, he's one of my horse crushes. He is so handsome, so well put together, just really well muscled overall. And I'm a big fan of this guy. And I like the fact that we got him back on track with a win for his 4-year-old debut. And I think it is onwards and upwards. Really love what I'm seeing from Taking Candy. As I do want to check in with number 1 in here, Fort Washington. He comes out of that United Nations in which we saw Far Bridge come out of and win. Get Smokin' was able to wire the field that day. He really used his speed to his advantage. And Fort Washington, he wanted to go more forward, but there was some traffic, and he was steady for about the first eighth of a mile, and then he was just out of position, not saving ground. It was just not an ideal situation for Fort Washington, as he'll turn back in distance, which I'm A-OK with. He is your typical war front, kind of more stout, more short coupled, and really carries his weight quite significantly. So I think this is the right spot for Fort Washington, who I just think deserves another chance out of that troubled United Nations, guys.
UN didn't work out. Shug McGahee campaigned lure, trains Fort Washington. So before the UN, this is 2 starts back at Monmouth, the Monmouth. He's 35-1, Richie, and in a dead heat with Running B.
Yeah, I thought he worked out a good trip this day. Kendrick Carmouche has become his regular rider, and he get that inside-out trip, right? He saved ground, then he got tipped out in the stretch, but he keeps coming with this kind of relentless, grinding run. I don't see a tremendous turn of foot to you, Tom, just kind of that grinding.
Well, they both got fanned out. They had horse in front of them turning for home. They ended up both having to have wide trips, and they finished dead even. I was trying to see who had, if there was maybe something that could separate the two, but they looked very, very similar.
Fort Washington, Kendrick Carmouche, 7-1 for this Bernard Baruch. Mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. Older horses. There's Flavian Pratt looking for a 17th stakes win of the meet. 11-1 outsider, Steady On.
I'll be interested to see how it's run because Taking Candy potentially is the speed of the speed. But you got to think that Flavian Pratt and Steady On has to think, and if you're Todd Pletcher as well, our only real chance to win this race to wire the field, right? He's not going to rate and beat these horses because he's not good enough to beat them necessarily. So I think he's going to be somewhat aggressive. We'll see if that affects Taking Candy negatively in here. A horse can certainly win. I thought Running B has been pretty good this year. He had a big excuse in the dinner party at Pimlico in the soft course. He was down towards the inside in the stretch, and that was a day, as you know, you needed to be way out in the racetrack, and he just couldn't get him off. It was in no way Tyler Gaffleone's fault. He tried to get him off. He couldn't. I think he's interesting in the horse to beat. Cherie's horses are dangerous, and I do think that Pioneering Spirit is going to run better today.
Strong 1-2 punch for Cherie DeVos. Standing by live with Acacia.
As 2 good-feeling boys that Cherie just told me. But Cherie, let's start with Rebel Red. As you had described kind of the adaptation after losing the eye, what are some of the steps that you've taken to keep him comfortable?
Well, it's been a lot of trial and error, really. We first took him to the track. We were following horses. Prior to this, it was very difficult with the pony. Now he goes with the pony, just going to and from the track because he gets a little nervous. And when he wants to look around, he hasn't learned to just swing his head, so he'll do like a full circle. So you'll see him with the pony today just to keep him quiet. Warming up is not the same as morning workouts because they're turning around and galloping back and forth, and I thought it might be a bit too overwhelming for him. But, we kind of just trained him, and he has just settled in like there's nothing really wrong. We have a few little things like not wanting to walk in the stall all the time if he feels claustrophobic, but we've stood him numerous times at the gate because I worried that would be difficult, especially it's the left eye, so the gate handler is there. So we've done a lot of that, and he just doesn't really seem to mind. So it's all going to be down to how he performs in the race. And, we had the opportunity to run him in a 2X, but it was a mile. So we took this opportunity. He deserves it the way he's run his last 2 out, but also with a little bit added distance.
He's been in great form right now, as is your other horse, off the big layoff, Taking Candy with a nice win. Tactically, what are you expecting from him today? As he does have some natural speed.
Yeah, so Jose does a really good job at getting him forwardly placed and then getting him to relax. So the last time coming off the layoff, I think he was a bit sharper than Jose had anticipated, but now he's got the race under his belt, and Jose knows seemingly what he might do. So it'll be up to him to get him in a good forward position and just get him nice and relaxed up there.
Thank you for the insight, Cherie. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
The Jacksons Taking Candy, 3-1. We'll see him in the post parade. Fort Washington, the deep closer.
Yeah, listen, if I like the 5, I'm supposed to give him a look. I just think the other horse is shown to be a better horse.
Just because you're picking $64 winners doesn't mean you have to participate in the post parade, Andy Serling. Bice there with Louis Sias at 18-1.
Yeah, this is a horse that needs to step up in this spot. Competitive in the allowance ranks. He's got Mike Maker. That guy's dangerous on the turf.
Yeah, he is. Rebel Red, fascinating. How will he perform just having lost that left
I'll
eye?
say one thing about him. I know that this is a big jump in class. He won his last race about as easily as a horse could win. He just cruised by that field.
And he did it overcoming a slow pace up front of him.
He was good.
It was a big race.
Dylan Davis aboard Pioneering Spirit.
Yeah, you've seen a strong warm-up from some of these horses, but as you watch Pioneering Spirit go by, it's his 4th race in 42 days. No warm-up needed.
Running B is the other Monmouth winner.
I just feel like he might be the best horse in the race. He's the favorite, so maybe that backs it up. Not a brilliant pick, but my top choice.
Steady on. He does like to mix it up early.
He does like to mix it up early, but I don't think he has the speed of the horse outside of him, but he'll be close.
Taking Candy here. Second to Carl Spackler in last year's Saranac.
He was, but was he somewhat second by default in that race? It wasn't a very big field, a 5-horse field. I think he took a huge step forward in his first race this year for Cherie, and the question is whether or not he can take another step forward. If he can, he could not only be good here, he could have stakes, a number of stakes in his future.
Wants to see him relax early, Taking Candy. Jose Lezcano. So this was his 4-year-old debut. First race in 10.5 months. He had that good tactical speed. Andy had watched him dig in and hold on late.
I thought he ran really well. Now, I know he wasn't flattered by the performance of Tidal Forces, who ran second a little early today, and maybe that should be mentioned, but I thought he was very game in here. The whole field is sort of coming. He kept running, and that was his race off a layup. So, Tom, the question with this is he improved? Is he moving forward, or is he a horse that ran well off the layup that takes another step back? He has had a lot of time since that race.
He has. Look, right out of the gate, Jose Lezcano sent this horse. He sent him to make the lead. You see him on the screen right there, warming up. He's warming up by himself. He put in a good gallop right before he just came to a stop. That's a sign, an aggressive warm-up, that they want their horses forwardly placed, these guys. And I think Jose Lezcano is going to do exactly the same thing from that outside post with Taking Candy and send him.
Do you guys think he'll clear the 6?
I do.
Yeah.
Richie?
I think he will, unless they're on a mission with the 6 to make the lead. It's about Jockey's intention. I do think he possesses more natural speed, though.
Okay, I'm not sure. I think it's very, very close. I'm not having a big opinion, and I think that there's going to be more of an impetus for Flavien Prat and to ride the 6 to the front, because it's really the only way I see him winning. Whereas the 7, I think Jose Lezcano will be more comfortable stalking him because he probably feels he's on the superior
so,
horse.
Richie, for you and
he's
me,
probably right.
He's trying to tell us that he thinks the 6 has to go. Impetus.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm pretty sure I'm getting that.
Richie speaks English just because you don't.
But we're not privy to what the instructions were.
But it's interesting.
No, you're speculating.
I think it's a conversation that's worth having.
So I thought Taking Candy would make the lead, but at the same time, we just heard Cherie DeVaux emphasizing how important it would be. She really wants to see Jose Lezcano to get him to relax early.
But what I took from it was that she wants him forward.
I do too.
But then relax. A horse can be relaxed and right on the lead as well as coming from off the pace. So that's the way I heard it.
I feel relaxed right now.
Cherie's got 2 horses in this race. They both have completely different styles. One's going to come from well back. The other is going. And the 7 is going to go.
If you have 2, right?
Yeah.
I'm picking the 7 because I think he's going to go.
Our perfect segue right to Maggie and Acacia trackside.
As we'll talk about your current favorite here, that is Running B. And Acacia, I don't know about you, but I do feel like less ground is better for him, but I don't necessarily like him as a favorite.
I agree. I thought there were some other interesting prospects. I thought that the case that you made for Fort Washington was one that I would rather prefer take out of the United Nations versus a horse like Running B, who was up close on top of that pace, and I thought just kind of ran in place.
That's exactly what I thought. Yep,
Yeah.
I saw the same thing as you. And at 2-1, no thanks. As we'll take a look at a horse who is making his 5th start of this season, and that is number 4, Pioneering Spirit. As I spoke to Linda Rice earlier, and it was almost the same thing that Fernando Abreu told me about what the chief Alan Jerkins used to say. Hey, if they're doing well, you run them.
We saw Linda do this last year with this horse, Pioneering Spirit, who had been on a run at the time. He came back, finished 3rd in the Sword Dancer, and then came right back and won the Bernard Baruch. So he's actually trying to defend his title. That said, he was in better form last year than he is this year, but he always gets hot on the track. All in all, Maggie, he's held his weight remarkably well with frequent racing.
It's almost like it's better now than what it was for that first start.
He just
of
thrives off of it.
He really thrives off racing. As we'll check in with our boy, that is number 7, Taking Candy. We did see Jose Lezcano take him away from the pony and give him not a vigorous warm-up, but at least a rousing warm-up.
Kept him circling out on the track, and I think it kind of lends itself to what Cherie was saying. She doesn't want him to run and gun out there, but the fact that he has natural speed, he was sharp last time. I think he's even more defined today as well. He's just such a lovely mover too, and that's a nice thing with a horse like this. You can kind of put them wherever.
Exactly, and we'll see, does he find himself on the lead, Lafitte, or is he stalking just off of it?
That's what we'll be watching right from the start. Cherie DeVoe looking on. Rebel Red, his first start since that accident in his stall, having lost his left eye and taking Candy. The race itself, Andy, exciting, but what this could be the start of for Taking Candy and what he could evolve into, just his second start, lightly raced 4-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're hoping this is he runs well here. Now, where he goes, that's an interesting question because he's more of a mile 16th, mile 8th horse. He's not as good as More Than Looks, Cherie's horse that's obviously pointing for the big mile race at Keeneland, I would think. I mean, he's got to show that he's better than he's already been to take a step to be a upper echelon, but he has a chance to be a decent stakes horse.
I mean, his comeback was good, and that could be something to build on. I guess we're going to find out which way he's going to go off of that race in a few minutes.
Right.
We shared the story with our viewers about Rebel Red. All right, so what should our viewers be looking for? Anything in particular in terms of him racing for the first time, having just lost his left eye?
I think he'll be near the back of the pack. Manny getting a fence. What do you think?
Well, that's where he runs from. But I think more importantly, it's going to be interesting to see how he guides.
Right.
He's missing his left eye. Horses run where they can see, and particularly if this is new for him, it's entirely possible that he's going to run away from what he can't see. I'm not saying that's going to happen. Cherie knows her horses, but if you ask me what could happen, yeah, it's possible that he doesn't keep a good course.
Yeah. You can't recreate racing conditions in the morning, so this is going to be the tell how he reacts in and amongst horses.
As Cherie was just discussing moments ago. Taking Candy. Post time for the Bernard Baruch. Frank Mirmati standing by.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Bernard Baruch. Taking Candy was off last. Quick start for Steady On, who will vie for the early lead alongside Running Bee. Boyce comes away in third. Taking Candy moves right into contention and right into second, in fact. Rebel Red is next. Pioneering Spirit and Fort Washington at the back of the field. It will be Steady On, the pace setter, prompted by Taking Candy around the first turn. They're followed by Running Bee, who's on the hedge. The opening quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds. Then Rebel Red in the fourth spot, 4 lengths off the lead, 2 lengths in front of Boyce as they swing on to the Saratoga backstretch. Pioneering Spirit is second to last and 1.5 lengths in front of Fort Washington. 8 lengths covers them, and it's Steady On leading them by 1 length, overtaking Candy in second. Then Running Bee with a 1/2 mile to travel. 2 lengths clear of Rebel Red and Boyce. Pioneering Spirit is 6 lengths off them, and Fort Washington at the back, 49 1 for the 1/2 mile. Steady On left alone throughout. Taking Candy second the whole way, gets a little shove now to go after him, and Taking Candy puts the pressure on, with Rebel Red moving up to claim third on the outside of Running Bee, back to fourth. Then Boyce swinging to the outside. Pioneering Spirit coming with his run, has 7 to make up in the final 1/8 of a mile. And surfacing late is Fort Washington. Fort Washington is coming swiftly on the inside. But in the meantime, there's a big battle up top, and Running Bee is coming back for more. What a trip for Running Bee, who comes back, sweeps by Taking Candy, and will pull away. Running Bee has won the Bernard Baruch. Taking Candy and Fort Washington.
Running Bee, Chad Brown. Running Bee, Calumet unleashing a furious stretch driver. Rod Ortiz, win number 5, just like the saddle towel on the afternoon. How do you do it, Richie?
Let's go back to the start here, you guys. You see the 7-horse Taking Candy, who ended up second in here, caught right at the wire, did not leave the gate well. He wasn't acting well in the gate, Richie.
Nah.
He caught him at the wrong time. He's now in a position that slows the pace down quite a bit. Yeah, he ran great, but Running Bee to overcome a pace that really wasn't exceptionally quick was really remarkable.
But getting his position, going forward into that perfect pocket spot in the first turn, aided Running Bee's late kick significantly.
And I think there's an argument to be made because the 7 got left, it made it a lot easier for Irad. Irad has obviously been very aware of the rail being the place to be with the rails down the inner. But because the 7 broke a little slow, it slowed the pace down. And it made it so much easier for Irad to slip into that pocket. Whereas if 7 breaks and they go a little bit faster, he may still get there, but this just made his trip so much better. I don't know the 7 would have won because he ended up winning by about 1.5 lengths or so, but it would have been a lot closer. It was a good effort by him and a good effort by Running Bee, and just another Absolutely perfect ride by
They
Aaron
came
Ortiz.
home the last 16th of a mile in 5 seconds and change.
5.7.
They ran home.
These are nice horses.
And think about that. If they came home like that, the horses coming from off the pace to do it, just how quick they were on that last 8th and last quarter.
Absolutely.
Running B, that was a big race.
The one made a big move up the rail from dead last. Now he's saving ground on the rail, but even he ran fairly well given how far back he was. I think whoever was best, almost irrelevant. I think if you take Kane's yours, it's frustrating, but I think you have to be encouraged by the effort he put in because he ran essentially a winning race, whether you think he would have won or not.
Well,
He ran
despite getting
that kind of
left, I
effort.
think he got into his position the right way. I mean, I don't think it hampered him terribly.
I think Running B would have won anyway, but I think it's
agree.
closer if he had broken.
Okay.
5
That
wins
fair?
on the afternoon. Rod Ortiz, Chad Brown in a stakes victory. And for Running B, who's just been consistent. That's 6 of 13 overall. That Group 3 Monmouth form holding up. 1-3 Running B in Fort Washington. And Cherie DeVoe and team taking candy. Like they have to be pleased with the effort, Tom, I would imagine.
Well, that last 40 yards they weren't pleased with, and that's what really hurts.
Given how it
but
started.
yes.
I think we need
Yes.
to stop showing Cherie in the box before the race because we buried her on Travers Day, and every time we do that, something bad happens, right? The horse
I
stumbled
actually
in
think
the
it's great
race.
'cause you're getting to see what a trainer's emotions are really like pre-race.
He handles it pretty
We're
well.
all pretty good at hiding those as trainers because we know everybody's
Some
watching.
better than others.
We know everybody's watching,
Some
and we
better
don't
than
want
others.
anybody to see us being miserable. People enjoy other people's misery sometimes. Particularly if it's
Not
a
at the
competitor.
racetrack.
Particularly if it's a
Never
competitor.
happens.
So, but by the way, we're talking a lot about times. And just generally speaking, for route races, two-turn races, distance races, I always think in terms of 12s for each eighth of a mile.
Right.
And if you're at home watching, you're trying to figure out, what does time really mean? 12s are what you should break down each eighth by. So if
On
you're
the turf.
finishing
You mean
on the
turf routes.
turf, yeah.
And a firm turf.
If you're going quicker than a 12, the last eighth of a mile on the turf course, that's big.
Yeah.
Acacia with Rod Ortiz.
Winning rider, Rod Ortiz. Irad, not the cleanest of starts in a slow pace, but you were able to save ground. That seemed to be the key.
That was nice. I mean, I have a beautiful tree. It broke good. I was available to get that spot that I want, going to the first turn, right behind, steady on, and just buy my time there. And by the time we hit the quarter pole, I was available to.
And your horse had the kick when you asked him to.
He gave me a beautiful turn forward. He was much the best today.
A horse that you've ridden in the past before, what do you think was the difference making today for him being able to finish like he did?
The way he relaxed, going to the first part, going to the backside. I have my hands down. I'm not fighting with him, and he listened to me. So he waited for me, and when I asked him, he was full. Only he had the tank. The tank was full, so he gave me everything he got whenever I want.
He certainly did. Congratulations, Irad. Irad Ortiz and Running B in the Bernard Baruch. Lafitte?
Big afternoon. And Tom, you wanted to expand on how the race was run in terms of
I'm going to throw it
time?
to Andy, but I just want to say when I say 12s, I'm talking about 12 seconds.
Right, you're
per
breaking
eighth.
it down and sort of like Secretariat did in the dirt in a mile-and-a-half race in one of the most incredible performances in history. This is why when we talk about how different turf racing is than dirt racing, a horse that runs 5th or 6th in a turf race that loses by 5 lengths probably ran about the same as a horse who ran a dirt race and lost by 12 to 15 lengths because turf racing, most of the running is done in the last quarter mile or so. That's when the real running is done, that 5 and change, final 16th you talked about, Richie. It's very hard for horses to have that much separation in that last quarter when they're going somewhere around 23 to 24 seconds, the 12-second ace you talk about. And that's why you have to be careful in turf racing looking at speed figures and saying, this horse finished 7th, he was beaten 5 lengths, it was a stake race, the winner got 100, he got a 90, he ran a 90 figure. Well, he didn't really, because he was in a race that got 100. He could run in a race, got a 90, and still lose by 5 lengths and get an 80. You have to be careful about horse and turf races that look like they ran better than they did because they ran in better fields. Is that fair?
Let me give the viewers the cliff notes on that. And the cliff notes are simply this. Turf racing brings horses together much more than dirt racing
Much
does.
better than what I said.
And dirt races are run faster earlier, slower late. Turf races run slower earlier, faster late.
And this Richie,
I think we did a better job than Andy did. What do you think?
12th round
I do.
knockout
Even I do.
punch delivered by Rod Ortiz.
Well, his trainer in the corner said, we need you to go out and win this round, and it was a 10-8
Don't leave
round.
it to the judges. Don't leave it to the judges.
Yeah, he put an emphatic stamp on this meet today.
5 wins, and we're not done. Jockey Club Gold Cup is next. dates back to 1919, featuring some of the best older horses on the East Coast. Yeah, he's easy to spot, but difficult to catch, as we saw in the Whitney Arthur's ride on his way over. The odds-on favorite for the Jockey Club Gold Cup next from Saratoga.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
1,200,000 right there. 1,200,000. 25, 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
Now 500 and 500,000. Thank you.
450, 75, 475,000.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
75, $774,000, 775, want to be 60, then help me, 60, 75, 760, 60, 75, and now 85, 785, 85, 85, 800, $800,000, thank you, sir, gotta be 8, now 25, 825,000, 50, $850,000, 50, 850, 75, about an $860,000 and a half, $850,000 in the back of Woodrow, thank you.
And my brave, it will be Garnet to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live here on FS1 as we are here in the winner's circle. Running B got his picture taken for this Bernard Baruch, and I'm pleased to be joined by winning trainer Chad Brown, along with daughter Andy and nephew Evan as well. Chad, we saw Andy leading Running B in today.
She knows how to handle horses. She knows how to ride them. She's, I'm never worried about her with the shank in her hand.
You looked very comfortable out there. I promise during the break she was talking, but talk a little bit about Running B as turning back in distance. It just really seemed to suit him today.
It really did, and I want to thank Calumet, Mr. Brad Kelly and his team for letting me run here. We were looking out of town as well, but I just thought this was a good opportunity to really get him schooled and finish off the race the right way. I like the short field for him. I had a feeling he handled this course well, and I really think this horse has a future. I want to develop him, and I'm appreciative they let me run here.
How about the ride by Rod Ortiz as well?
Yeah, obviously he's had a great meet, another winning jockey's title for him, but today in particular, I mean, he was razor sharp. Our two wins, I mean, he won both races in the first turn, riding for position, using his horse a little bit to secure good spots on both of my winners anyway, and just beautiful trips.
Awesome, really well done. Evan, we saw you get in on it too. Is that exciting?
Yeah.
I love his smile. Epic, guys. Congratulations. Enjoy this win.
Thank you so much.
All right, Chad Brown and family. A joyous winner's circle here for Running B, guys.
They spend a lot of time there for certain. Running B for Chad Brown and Richie. For Rod Ortiz, we talk about a jockey being in a zone. What does that zone feel like?
It's just you have no doubt everything you do is going to work out. You don't go into a spot worried that, am I going to get trapped here? You just know internally that, yeah, I'm in the right spot. It's going to work out. Confidence level so high that you never second guess yourself. And when you're not riding well, that split second that you go, the moment's gone. That's how quick it happens out there. He is just riding as well as I've ever seen him ride.
5 wins so far, with the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup coming up next. Breeders' Cup Challenge event, win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic, $1.25 million purse. Field and updated odds, Arthur's Ride, even money, the Whitney winner, Rod Ortiz on Tap It Trice, Second choice, 2-1, 18 minutes to post. So you have the grade 1 status, you have the 7-figure purse. So much at stake in these Breeders' Cup Challenge events. To the winner, an automatic spot in the Breeders' Cup Classic starting gate at Del Mar with a $7 million purse. The entry fees covered, the nominator, and the travel allowance for horses stabled outside of California would apply to all of these. And for that first weekend in November at Del Mar, tickets are on sale. BreedersCup.com/tickets. Third time at Del Mar, the Breeders' Cup World Championships, the first weekend in November. BreedersCup.com/tickets. So all the housekeeping handled, guys, for the horses here and what this could mean in terms of the classic division with Arthur's Ride, Tom, on the ascend in the older horse handicap classic division.
I think he's at the top, Arthur's Ride, and I think it's his position to lose. But the 3-year-olds are coming on strong.
No, they are, and I mean, the 3-year-olds get a lot of attention because of the Triple Crown and such, and deservedly so. But I will say one thing, and it's sort of a statement of the obvious. If Arthur's Ride wins here and then he wins the Breeders' Cup Classic, he will be a deserving Horse of the Year.
Yeah, and I mean, he's put back-to-back.
I'm not so sure.
He deserves it over the filly if he does that. I know the filly is the story of the year, but
But
we're turning Horse of the Year into the story of the year.
But when you
and I
have a
love that.
horse like her, and we haven't had one like her since probably
Rachel?
Zenyatta, and Zenyatta who gets beat in the Classic, and yet she wins Horse of the
Well,
Year.
she shouldn't have. The Horse of the Year that year was Blaine.
Blaine.
Everybody knows that.
All
and
I'm
you got it
saying
because of
is-
a popularity contest, and it shouldn't be, Tom. It shouldn't be.
Tom,
it should be based on
now,
performance of the racetrack.
Tom, I hate to agree with Andy. I promise you, I hate to agree with Andy. But in this one, if he wins this in the Breeders' Cup Classic, he's Horse of the Year.
We'll see. We'll see.
And
it
I
has
just-
a lot to do with Torpedo-Anna and what she's going to
filly,
do.
and the filly is the story of the year.
So if
and I'm
she,
going to
if
say
she,
something
if she,
awful,
if she
and
wins
people
the
are going to get mad at me.
if she wins the distaff,
Yeah.
That
And
happens
he-
20 times a show.
and
She's just not winning. She's not winning. She shouldn't. She may win because people vote for the wrong reasons. But
there you go.
And the other thing is, if she won the Travers and the distaff, I'd be with you. I'm not knocking her. I thought she ran great.
If she
in
won the Travers,
We're
it
gonna
wouldn't matter what she
we're gonna
did
continue and
after that.
debate
Didn't
this
win it.
in the commercial break because that's pretty much all we do anyways, whether we're on camera or off. It's just pretty much a argue and debate as we get closer to the Jockey Cup Gold Cup. 16 minutes out. Arthur's Ride, the favorite in the paddock.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside. And
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
is Vacoma the one to catch. Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 corner. Inside, Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Kayla, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
A shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Pit.
Welcome back, FS2 viewers. This is Saratoga Live, just in time for the main event. Coverage is always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The blanket, the garland, to be donned over the winner's withers of the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Horses in the paddock. The main event on this Sunday afternoon, just outside the paddock, alongside champion jockey Richard Migliore, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling, and multiple Grade 1 winning trainer Tom Amos. Gentlemen, this is the big one today, the Jockey Club Gold Cup. So much history and tradition goes back to 1919, Tom. And then its impact on the Breeders' Cup Classic. Why such an important race as it relates to the Breeders' Cup Classic?
Well, a number of reasons. This being a Grade 1 race, which is the highest caliber races that we run in the United States. Maybe 1% of all the races we run are Grade 1s. And it's at the right distance, 1.25 miles on the dirt. Win and you're in. There's a lot on the line here. And I think whoever comes out of this race, specifically, if it's Arthur's Ride as the winner, I think he becomes the leader of this older horse division.
On the ascend, wire-to-wire winner in the Whitney, as we welcome in Acacia Clement to the broadcast. Acacia, part of the story, Arthur's Ride, is, of course, his talent and then his name. How did that all come about?
Well, it's amazing when a good name and a good horse all come together, Lafitte, as Arthur's Ride is owned by Carl Glassman, and he said that he wanted to name a horse in honor of his dad, Arthur, and his dad said, "You don't have to do that." Carl's response was, "Yes, I do, Dad. You've had a great ride." And he said, "I have." And so his dad, who passed away about a year and a half ago, did not get a chance to see Arthur's Ride, the horse, come onto the track and be as dominant as he has been lately. But I'm sure watching down, and I know it has been a special journey for Glassman Racing, as this Jockey Club Gold Cup was always the plan. The Whitney, kind of a prep to go into this race. Bill Mott thinking that 1.25 miles really is the best distance for this fast son of Tappet. But he's not the only son of Tappet here in this paddock, as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale for some thoughts on another one.
That's right, Acacia. Breaking down to the inside, actually on the rail, is number 1, Tappet Trice, for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. And we really saw a breakthrough performance from him last time out in the Grade 3 Monmouth Cup, which was his first race back as a 4-year-old. And sometimes, as it would be evidenced too by Arthur's Ride a bit, that these Tappets, especially the gray ones, they tend to take a little time to develop, especially mentally, and for their conditioners to really truly figure them out. Well, Todd Pletcher, in all of the pre-race write-ups, has been quoted as saying that he's in love with the way that this horse is training, and I would tend to agree. And you can watch his works on XBTV, which have been very workmanlike, very maintenance types of moves, but the way he's moving is really kind of what's eye-catching, especially when you watch that replay back. He just powered away from that field after chasing 3 to 4 wide throughout. So he's really developed nicely. Nice bright demeanor here in the paddock as well. Now, Bright Future is going to try to get back on track and defend his title in this Jockey Club Gold Cup. Last time we saw a very disappointing effort from him, second off the bench, but it was his first time over a wet track. And Javier Castellano saying that he didn't feel as though Bright Future was getting a hold of the track that day in the right kind of way. And I think, you know, Todd wouldn't have brought him back here in this race if he wasn't doing well, because he definitely shows that he's doing well here in the paddock. Great coat to him. Excellent weight as well, and he's very relaxed here in the paddock, as he'll apply a pair of very shortcut cheater blinkers, maybe just to keep him a little bit more focused, as connections have been quoted as saying too that in that Salvatore mile coming back, he dropped back out on the turn because he got a little intimidated / lost a little bit of focus. So I think these blinkers on should help this guy. As number 4, Disarm, we're going to see him he must have went out first, because he was acting a bit studdish, and not that that's out of character for him. I've seen him behave that way in the past. He was kept away from all the other horses saddled at the 12 tree for this Jockey Club Gold Cup, but a horse that sometimes does lack a bit of focus prior to his races, Lafitte.
You're not kidding, Maggie. We saw a lot of that Whitney, very studdish, Disarm, so he's already out front side. Bright future there. Travers winning. Team in colors out to defend his title. And Arthur's Ride, the odds-on favorite. First stakes race of his career in that Whitney. There he is. And Richie, he never gave him a chance.
No, he just ran him off their feet. I think it's very important. He looks like lone speed, but I think it's very important that they don't go too slow. Don't invite other horses into the race. Don't make it easy on him. Allow your horse to use his weapon, and that's his natural stride. That's just faster than everybody else. He's shown that he's capable of going 47 and change and still stay the 1.25 miles. I wouldn't give anybody a chance. I'd smother him from the beginning.
Hall of Famer Bill Mott, 4-time Jockey Club Gold Cup winning trainer. Olympiad Ron the Greek flat out. And the great Cigar went on from the Jockey Club Gold Cup to capture the Breeders' Cup Classic back in 1995. Arthur's Ride, 3-4. Post parade for this Grade 1 Gold Cup. Tapit Trice. There he is. How much better is he now as a 4-year-old?
Well, he improved a little bit of his best buyer speed figure, but I think he has a chance to put it together. This is an extremely important race for him.
Rod Ortiz looking for a 6th win on the afternoon. Kuchar pictured here, no match for Tapit Trice in the Monmouth Cup.
No match, and is that an omen? We got a nice purple Breeders' Cup, and it's owned by LSU Stables, playing your alma mater, I believe, Lafitte.
Have USC colors out there somewhere. You and I are not hanging out tonight. Bright future, the defending Gold Cup winner.
And listen, he ran reasonably well with a good trip to win this race last year. And if you liked him last time in the Whitney, give him another chance here. I don't like him, but if you did, because he caught a sloppy track, he did not handle last time, and he's a better horse than that.
Pyrenees improving. A runner-up in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster at Churchill.
And Cherie DeVoe had said to me, you know, he beat Kingsbar in a 1 3/16, couldn't do it a 1 1/8 last time, and she's hoping that the extra distance can get him to move forward.
Highland Falls, Flavian Pratt looking for a 17th stakes win at the meet.
Second best, in my opinion, to Tapit Trice in the last start.
All eyes on Arthur's Ride, 3-4, 6 minutes out.
I'm going to try to beat this favorite, and we'll talk about this after the post parade. I do think he's way the horse speed. I have no argument that he's controlling speed. I agree with everything Richie said. But I think he's a little overbet at 3-5. I think there are some good horses have a chance to step forward, and I think his races are a little bit dressed up by having track biases that were helpful to him. I'm not suggesting he's the wrong favorite. I'm not saying I'll be shocked when he wins, but I think he's a little bit vulnerable at that price, and he makes a couple others better prices than they should be.
There is Disarm. He does need to stay focused. A 4th in the Whitney, 4th in the Kentucky Derby.
This is a horse that needs to find his footing again, don't you guys think? I mean, as a 3-year-old, he was really, really good, and comes back this year, he's still got something to show, something to prove.
That's the field. 7 strong. Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Breeders' Cup Challenge event, win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. There's Tapit Trice. Big effort in his 4-year-old debut, the Monmouth Cup. Rod Ortiz, again, looking for a 6th win on the afternoon and what would be a stakes sweep. Andy, what was it about the effort at Monmouth and his comeback that impressed you so much?
Well, the fact that he put it together and he ran as well as he did off a layoff. Now, to be fair, it was 11-month layoff, and he ran slightly higher than the best figure he ever ran, but it showed he came back as a 4-year-old. He was always one of the best 3-year-olds last year. His sort of behavior on the racetrack, Richie, caused him more problems, and maybe Irad Ortiz is the right rider for him, though I think the horse that he beat easily last time could turn the tables on him today.
I think it's a great point. I think Irad is the right rider for this horse. This horse seems to me like he has a short attention span. And Irad is a rider that could put the bit up in a horse's mouth, get their attention, and say, hey, this is what we're doing right now. And I think that last time that was evident. He really got the best run out of him.
10 starts, 5 wins, made almost $1.5 million. The blinkers on for Tapit Trice. The last 2 starts, I think, has helped quite a bit.
Strong second choice, Tapit Trice. Andy, you had a couple of bankroll plays this afternoon. The first one struck and paid $64. How are you attacking this Jockey Club Gold Cup?
I don't want to completely rest on the laurels of my big win.
Come on.
Probably a good idea.
I think this is an opportunity to bet against Arthur's Ride. I'm not going to be surprised when I lose this and I'm wrong, but I think 4-5 is a bit on the short side for him, and I won't be surprised if he's lower. I think Highland Falls probably should be a little more aggressive today. I like the pickup of Flavian Pratt and have a little better position. And I think maybe he can turn the tables on Tapit Trice, and I do think the favorite's a little vulnerable. I agree. He's probably going to be controlling the pace. I think it's going to be a different story today. He's had things go very, very much his own way. And also, I'm not sure the best place to be on this dirt track is inside, and I think he may end up being there. I'm going to try to beat him with Highland Falls and making a $20 exacta box as well, 1-6. So 60 to win on Highland Falls and a $20 box, 1-6.
Well, I'm going to tell you the best place to be come early November. Have you guys been to a Breeders' Cup out in California?
Amazing.
At Del Mar?
Amazing.
It's so much fun. First of all, you're getting the best racing for 2 days, and it's lively. There's a lot to do and a lot of ways to get in trouble. It's fun.
Incredible backdrop. Santa Anita just so beautiful with the mountains and the rich history. Tom, I don't know if you know, but I won a Breeders' Cup there at Santa Anita.
Oh,
right?
very nice. Very nice. I see you're doing your best Andy impression.
How many Breeders' Cups have you won, Tom?
That would be, I got a goose egg on that.
$7 million on the line for the Breeders' Cup Classic. To the winner of this event, a spot in the Classic. Starting gate, we check in with Maggie and Acacia trackside.
Keisha, I don't know about you, but I mean, yeah, the Breeders' Cup's fun, but there's a lot of ways to get in trouble here, too.
Amen to that. I mean, Tom, you're missing out on Caroline Street this summer, I see.
Oh, his wife must be keeping him home at night.
Colleen is the best.
Yeah, Colleen, keeping him under wraps. As we'll take a look at your current favorite, Arthur's Ride. You and I were just discussing, Acacia, that last time for the Whitney, now, it was rainy. It was not quite a nice day. They kept him in the stall, in the paddock. They kept him really quiet in the post right, and today it's completely different.
Totally different, and we're seeing him get a little bit hot today. Like you said, a different type of day, but it's been a pretty humid summer as well. I'm wondering, too, if we saw Junior Alvarado be aggressive last time out in the Whitney and go to the front, and then, of course, that incident after where he ended up dropping his rider, Junior jogging to hold on to him and keep up with him in tremendous display of athleticism. He clearly still had a lot left in the tank after going 1 1/8.
There's no doubt about it. He's definitely going to be gunning from that outside post again, I would think, to the lead. Though Bill Mott in the write-up said, I don't necessarily need him on the lead, which I thought was odd.
And I interviewed Junior earlier today, and he said, I'm going to go 47. If somebody wants to go faster and go 46 to the half, then go for it.
Got it. As number 6, Highland Falls was no match for Tappet Trice last time out. I thought he was hugging the rail in that Monmouth Cup, Acacia, and I thought he was lugging in just a bit. Did you?
I did too. And he looked like a horse that just didn't break as quickly as you would have liked and kind of gradually was eased up there on the inside. And sometimes for big horses too, Maggie, it can kind of be an uncomfortable position for them. Maybe it was a tactic to try and keep him on the rail to keep him from lugging in, but it did seem like he was not the easiest to ride. Watching his workouts, I thought was interesting. He worked with Federal Judge Tubac, who we saw win yesterday, sprinting on the dirt impressively. So different tactics, but maybe to put a little bit more speed in this horse.
That's a really good point, as of course we land on the same horse again. I don't know about you, but Tappet Trice, I am in love with the way that this horse is moving.
Me too. Had a beautiful warm-up out there. I picked him in the Belmont Stakes last year. He's always been a little bit quirky. I thought quite professional last time out.
Could not agree more. Maybe he is turning the corner. We'll find out more, though, Lafitte, with this Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Tappet Trice, Rod Ortiz looking for a 3rd Jockey Club Gold Cup victory. Circling back to Disarm, that first Breeders' Cup at Del Mar, won by Gunrunner, was the Classic. Gunrunner, the sire of Disarm, trained by Steve Asmussen. Of course, as you see the hardware awaiting the winner of this Jockey Club Gold Cup, you like Disarm, Richie Howe. How does he manufacture the upset here?
I do think he has the ability to compete here. I do think he does lack focus at times. I like the way he warmed up once he got away from the pony. And I thought last time he just got way too far out of position. He took so much kickback, and he tried to rally inside, and he started finding his stride late. I think if he can get into better position this time, going 1 1/4, the pace shouldn't be as sharp, and he can just take that step forward that I've been waiting to take. At 12-1, I'm willing to take that chance. I have no false illusions, and to be honest with you, if I could pick one to ride, it would be the 7, Arthur's Ride. But at a very short price, I've just been waiting for Disarm to give me that breakout performance.
I think we should talk about what we think the first quarter is going to be.
Ooh, I like when we do
They're coming
this.
down a straightaway, so it's always going to be faster than
Right.
a 1 1/8 race where they hit the turn pretty quickly. I make the over-under 23.42.
Okay, so, and explain your point. Obviously, human or equine, when you go into a turn, you can't run as fast on a straightaway. So the first quarter mile, as Andy says, is pure straightaway. I'm going to go under.
You think he'll go faster than 23 and 2 in
42.
Yes.
Yep.
I think he'll go quicker.
I'll take over. I'll say he's going to go like 23 and 3. I don't think he'll go 24, 23.
As a bettor, I would take Tom's side. I think they're going to move a little bit early. And I think they should, like you said. I agree with what you said. They would be very foolish to sort of try to nurse a horse along.
So look,
he
more
has high
importantly,
cruising
we all
speed.
know who's going to do it. It's going to be the 7-horse, Arthur's Ride.
Yes.
He's going to be the one setting the pace.
If he's not, it's crazy.
Yeah, and I think he's going to set a pretty rapid pace, which he can do and still go on with.
Right, he stays.
He's shown that.
Todd Pletcher looking on. He's won a pair of Jockey Club Gold Cups last year. Bright Future, who's here out to defend his title. Happy Saver a few years ago. And this is significant, guys. This Breeders' Cup Challenge Series, these challenge events, it's kind of like a playoff scenario. It's not win or go home. It's win and you're in. And very likely for these horses, to the winner, likely the last time we'll see that horse before the Breeders' Cup Classic the first weekend in November in
And
Del
this
Mar.
is the same distance as the Breeders' Cup
Yes,
Classic.
it is. Yeah,
and the Pacific Classic, which they added Del Mar yesterday, and this are the two big preps at 1.25 miles for the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Well, there was a time before the advent of the Breeders' Cup that the Jockey Club Gold Cup was in essence the Breeders' Cup, right? It was the championship deciding race.
Don't get me started.
I like heating you up.
Tappet Trice. Rod Ortiz, 5 wins on the afternoon, looking for a third Gold Cup. For trainer Todd Pletcher. Bright future for Todd Pletcher. Can he successfully defend his Jockey Club Gold Cup title? Manny Franco subbing for the injured Javier Castellano. Disarm. Richie's top selection. There goes Bright Future. Disarm for Steve Asmussen, 4-time Jockey Club Gold Cup winning trainer. 2 of those with Curlin in 07, the Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Last few to load, Godolphin's Pyrenees, Godolphin's Highland Falls, I should say. Godolphin looking for grade 1 wins on back-to-back afternoons. And Arthur's Ride, the odds-on favorite for the Gold Cup, and Hall of Famer Bill Mott seeking a 5th Jockey Club Gold Cup victory. Frank Mirmati with the call post-time for the grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And Arthur's Ride is very quick. Highland Falls and Pyrenees, 3 right across the track by the stands the first time. Kuchar comes away in 4th. Bright Future is 3 wide in 5th. Tappet Trice along the inside stretch running. Disarm is at the back of the field. Arthur's Ride is able to clear off and opens up a couple on Highland Falls as they move into the first turn. Tappet Trice only 4 lengths off the lead. Kuchar right next to him. Pyrenees 3 wide with 4 to make up. Another 2 to Bright Future being pushed along. And Disarm at the back. 23 and 1. Arthur's Ride, no breather, as Highland Falls will be right on him. 3/4 back second. Tappet Trice on the rail in 3rd, and Kuchar still right next to him. It's another length back to Pyrenees, who's 5 lengths off the pace. 3 more to Bright Future, joined by Disarm. They're covered by less than 10 lengths, heading toward the half-mile pole. 47 and 3 for the half. Arthur's Ride, Highland Falls, the neck back second. It's a beautiful trip for Tappet Trice, bounding along in 3rd, 4 lengths off that pair. Disarm has made it into 4th inside Pyrenees. Kuchar drops out. Bright Future is last. The Whitney winner, Arthur's Ride, is being tested hard by Highland Falls. Highland Falls puts his head in front of Arthur's Ride. Tappet Trice and Pyrenees are coming after them. Pyrenees hugging the rail and making good ground. Tappet Trice has to do better than that. They pass the quarter pole and turn for home. Highland Falls and Arthur's Ride are head and head with Pyrenees just 3 lengths back, continuing to eat up real estate. They're in the final furlong. Highland Falls just in front of Arthur's Ride. Pyrenees keeps coming. Now Highland Falls has put away Arthur's Ride. Pyrenees moves into second. It is Highland Falls. What an accomplishment for Flavien Prat as he wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Pyrenees was second. Then it was a photo for 3rd, a battle between Tappet Trice and an oncoming Disarm. We salute Flavien Prat, who won more races in the stakes competition than anyone in the history of Saratoga Racecourse.
17 stakes victories this season For Flavien Prat, Highland Falls, who took it right to Arthur's Ride, Richie, from the opening bell.
They came out with intention. They had a plan, and they executed it. Highland Falls took it to Arthur's Ride, never allowed him to shake loose. He cleared him into the first turn, but then he was right back on him, guys.
Right, no, it's perfect, right? So we're watching the 6-horse, your winner, Highland Falls. He's going to make Arthur's Ride work for this lead. So he's making him exert more energy than Arthur's Ride would like to do. And after he finally does clear, what does he do? He gets to his outside and starts breathing on him from the outside. That makes it very, very difficult for Arthur's Ride, who's not used to having a horse look him in the eye that first 3/8 of a mile. He said uncle at about the 8th pole, maybe even sooner than that.
This was just a ride of brilliance. And Flavien Prat risks, and also Brad Cox, I'm sure he didn't do this in his own, to be fair. They risk looking foolish. But he did exactly what you talk about, Richie, getting position going forward, making Arthur's Ride have to do some work. Then he lets him go, and then he gets outside of him. And then he's now in the catbird seat outside of him. Now, obviously, he's got to run well to win this race. But Flavien Prat put the favorite in a tough spot and gave his horse a chance to win. This was a great ride, a great performance, a huge win.
It was a fabulous ride. He turned it into a battle of wills.
And I think it's a good example of, and listen, I don't want to knock Arthur's Ride. He's a very good horse to bounce back from that. But he did have things very much in his favor in his prior 2 races, which we talked about. And today, he had to face a little adversity, and he wasn't quite up to it.
Over and under on the opening quarter went
23-42. You won the under. I was with you.
23 and 1.
7-1, Andy. Your top selection. Highland Falls for Godolphin, for Brad Cox. Back-to-back days with Grade 1 victories. Yesterday, the 2-year-old filly, the spin away. Here, the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Pick up the action, top of the stretch here, Richie. And Arthur's Ride, you can tell he's been taking the heat. He's been taking fire. It's not the same horse we saw at the top of the stretch in the Whitney. Meanwhile, Highland Falls and Flavien Prat clearly going best. Puts him away and stamps his ticket for the Breeders' Cup Classic this fall at Del Mar.
He turned it into a battle of will. He just took it to him, and this big, long-striding son of Hillendale Stallion Curlin just kept reaching for ground out of a real good mare, Round Pond. That pedigree kicks in when you're getting 1.25 miles, and you've done all the dirty work the way he did. They knew they couldn't win if they allowed Arthur's Ride to dictate the race. And they took it to him.
And you really have to admire Brad Cox and Flavien Prat for coming up with a plan like this. Because let's face it, they risk sort of looking like fools. When he runs badly, people say, what was he doing with him? He had no shot trying to do that, go after Arthur's Ride like that, go too fast. They buried their horse. They risked that to win a race like that. And that's the thing about this game, Tom. You don't win the big ones. You don't get success by taking the easy route. You got to take a chance.
You got to dare to be great.
They took it to Arthur's Ride and gave their horse the one chance to beat him.
$1 million purse, about $600,000 to the winner, and a spot in the starting gate in the Classic at Del Mar in the Breeders' Cup Classic. It's all there for them right now. It's pretty darn sweet.
A $7 million Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah.
17 stakes wins. What a summer for Flavien Prat with Maggie.
Yeah, Flavien, 17 stakes wins, 13 graded, and your first Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. You came out with a plan. What was that plan today?
No, I want to get him in the race, and I thought if one horse can handle the distance, it was him, so I want to make sure the pace was fair, and it turns out well. I mean, he ran a great race. He was able to get myself in the race, and after that, I was traveling super all around.
Flavien, he's a horse, a son of Curlin, that it felt and looked as though the longer he went down the stretch, the better he got.
Yeah, absolutely. At the 8th pole, I kind of took a peek, and it felt like somebody was coming outside, but he just got another gear and got the job done.
That was Pyrenees, but congratulations, a convincing win here in this Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Thank you very much.
Guys.
Can you put that number into perspective, Richie? 17 stakes wins in one summer at Saratoga.
Well, I was trying to go through it the other night, how many stakes I had in my career here, and it was something like 26 graded stakes, and then 49 all told if you go with restricted, New York.
That was over
stakes.
like 40 years
and
of
let's
riding.
just say 29.
Close. I want you to expand on that.
Actually.
You just saw the lead-in. There it is, Fasig-Tipton Winter Circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock. Sell your star on November 4th after the Breeders' Cup. Lots to unpack. An upset in the Jockey Club Gold Cup in the summer of Flavien Prat at Saratoga. For Brad Cox, Back-to-back Grade 1 victories. Yesterday, the Spinaway. Today, the Gold Cup along with Godolphin. Highland Falls rolls in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Next stop, we presume, the Breeders' Cup Classic.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
What a thrilling rendition of the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. You're watching Saratoga Live as it's been a tremendous weekend for Godolphin and trainer Brad Cox. Brad joining me here is, Brad, we saw this horse as Highland Falls be aggressive with Flavian Pratt right from the onset.
Yeah, that was the plan, was to break, go forward and apply some pressure to the gray colt, and he did. Flavian did a good job of making him run a little bit going into the first turn, and then, kind of taking hold and going around and applying pressure up the backside, and he's moving well. This horse last time, I think we was a little passive with him last time. I'm not certain he would have won the race at Monmouth, but I think, he needs to get out, go, and we always felt he was a 1.25 mile horse. He proved it today.
Yeah, he certainly did. And I noticed, too, that you worked him recently with Federal Judge, who won yesterday, who's a very fast dirt sprinter. Was that to have him be a little bit more zippy early?
Yeah, I thought, with the blinker, he's always wore the blinkers, but I just wanted him to sharpen him up. He'd been working really well across the street on the Oklahoma track, felt confident that he'd run a big race today, and like I said, took him away, warmed him up a little bit prior to the race, and told Flavian break running and, put him in a forward position.
Now, this is, of course, a win, and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Is that something circled on the calendar for this horse?
For sure. I mean, we'll look at it. It's I don't know if we'd need a race between now and then, and we'll obviously talk it over with Sheikh Mohammed and the whole Godolphin team and figure out if that's where we're going. But happy to get this Grade 1 under his belt. He's got a awesome big-time pedigree. He's a great physical, and excited about getting the Grade 1 today.
It all came together today. Congratulations, Brad.
Thank you.
For Brad Cox and Godolphin, it was immersive yesterday and Highland Falls today, Lafitte.
Pretty good closing weekend at the Spa for Godolphin. Brad Cox, who at Del Mar won a Breeders' Cup Classic Knicks ago, running them off their feet. Another look. Highland Falls, Pratt going to work. Of those 17 stakes wins, 6 Grade 1 victories. 6 at the very highest level of the sport. And so now, gentlemen, I don't know how many more preps there are going to be between now and the Breeders' Cup Classic. There's now more of an emphasis on rest in between final preps and the Classic. There it is, $16. Andy, well done. Again, both of your bankroll plays. So big picture, when you consider the international contingent, City of Troy on his way from Europe, the Japanese trio, Forever Young, Ushba Tesoro, Dermasoda Gake, the domestic older horses, what we saw here with Arthur's Ride, cross country in the Pacific Classic, the 3-year-olds. What is the state of affairs now heading into the Breeders' Cup Classic?
The older horse division is in complete and total disarray at this point. I don't know if there's a single horse from it that could win the Breeders' Cup Classic and be a deserving horse of the year. The 3-year-olds after this race are absolutely in the catbird seat, and maybe, as Tom, we were talking about earlier, maybe this is a great result for the filly.
Yeah, you know, look, you mentioned all those names. I can't wait to see Forever Young come back to the States. Maybe the best horse in the Kentucky Derby this year. But all those names coming together for one giant race. I mean, who wouldn't want to be at Del Mar witnessing that firsthand?
The City of Troy might be the most exciting European we've ever seen in the Classic. Look, Ravens Pass won it. He did so on synthetic. I don't think he's beating Curlin on dirt, right? You had horses like Saki and Giants Causeway and Declaration of War, Europeans that have run very well in the Classic, but City of Troy is just something different. As you look at the Gold Cup, Breeders' Cup Classic winners, going back to the incomparable, unbeatable, invincible Cigar, Skip Away in 97, Hollywood Park, Curlin and Knee Deep Mud out at Monmouth. City of Troy is electric.
He's being set up right now to be one of the most overbet horses in the history of the Breeders' Cup. He's going to be a favorite against these horses having never run in the dirt. Sounds like the worst bet.
You don't think that hype is going to justify
yeah,
whose
I
distance
believe,
is a mile and a quarter.
I believe all the Coolmore hype. I mean, there's nothing I believe more than Coolmore hype. He's obviously very good. He's going to be so overbet and such a great bet against. I'm drooling. I'm starting to salivate just thinking about it right now.
What's a little bit different is that he is a turf horse so far, but a turf horse that has speed. And that sometimes translates well to dirt, but he does have to show it.
He doesn't have speed like these horses have, though, does he?
Wait.
Last race is pretty fast.
He's a tremendous horse.
The Breeders' Cup, the first weekend in November. Yeah, we're not done yet. 13th race in 16 minutes on the final Sunday of the season at Saratoga. We'll be right back.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo! In Italian to win it.
Big F has won, and it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending. Ocean Road.
Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl.
State of Rest. Newspaper of record.
The biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs is even better. Friday, September 20th, along with Parks Racing and their great card to the following day, Presque Isle has 2 new wagers, each with a 15% takeout. The Keystone Daily Double combines the Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters with a Grade 1 PA Derby at Parks. The Pennsylvania Pick 4 has a mile in the Masters at Presque Isle, plus the PA Derby and the Grade 1 Cotillion from Parks. Friday, September 20th, first post at 4 p.m.
Welcome back. Jockey Club Gold Cup Saturday, live look Saratoga. Coverage on Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. One more Grade 1 remains. Bobby and Pratt could set a record. Chancer McPatrick, right now tied with Javier Castellano for most Grade 1 victories in a single season. Has a serious contender, as does Gerardo Ortiz, subbing for Javier Castellano on number 2 Ferocious, 8-5 on the morning line, co-owned by Ramiro Restrepo. This is nothing new for him. He has visited a Kentucky Derby winner's circle, Mage, a couple of years ago, an outsider. Ferocious is anything but expensive, $1.3 million. But thus far, he's fulfilled his promise. Just one start, but he is the favorite in the hopeful. Should all go well, perhaps that next start, that next step towards the first Saturday in May next spring at Churchill Downs.
I'm a fifth-generation horseman. My grandfather and his children immigrated here in the late 1960s from Colombia. My mother's the youngest of the 7 kids, so she went to school here, met my father in college. My mother took my dad to the racetrack, and he was hooked. These tracks were my playground. They were my nursery school. You know, I learned to read with the daily racing form. I would study it like people study fantasy football, you know, thinking that one day it would come in handy for something. In high school, I hot walked here for a few years. You know, I got to see Go for Wand. I got to see Turn Back the Alarm. I got to see To Hair. These were my teams. These were my athletes. These were the guys that I followed. When I turned 30, I decided to get into horse ownership. After meeting Gustavo in 2020, and we started creating a little partnership together where I would recruit people to join a syndicate of sorts. Gustavo himself would invest in all the horses. So we went to the 2-year-old sale in 2022. And I remember Junior grabbing Mage's mouth, and we were looking at him at the consignment. We're like, this is the guy. Let's get him. I'd hear my grandfather and my uncle say, you know, we're going to have one in the Derby. And to be able to fulfill the dream of having a horse in the race, it was unbelievable.
Here's Mage coming struggling down the outside.
I really wasn't even caught up in the emotion of the race. And yet, when they hit the top of the turn and I see that white blaze, 5 wide, you know, I was like, oh my God, like it's happening. Woo. Come on, Abby! Come on, Abby! Oh my God! Come on, Abby! 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 We won! Oh my God! Ganamos! So ganamos means we won. Ganamos! It's crazy, like a horse switches leads. For some reason, in that moment, my brain switched leads to Spanish. Ganamos! I just started streaming, ganamos. We won, ganamos. That's an out-of-body experience, man. It's crazy. Oh my God.
Ferocious is gathering serious momentum.
Gustavo Jr., Sr. and I, we all loved Ferocious. But we knew that he was that proverbial #1 draft pick.
Ferocious takes off through the stretch. What an effort. It was expected, and he sure delivered.
Look, $1.3 million isn't $290,000. I respect that number. A race like the Kentucky Derby for 2025 is still a ways away, but you just have to take it a day at a time. My favorite 2-year-old was a colt named The Hare. He came here and won the hopeful, and to be able to say that Ferocious could become a winner like The Hare, that for me would mean something super special.
What a ride it's been. Ramiro Restrepo, dream fulfilled, first with Mage, and now, who knows, Ferocious. In that debut, one of those 2-year-old performances, Richie, that just lights up Saratoga.
Well, this race and this horse did something to me. He brought me back. He transported me back to when I was falling in love with racing. I love when you see a colt kind of roll over his shoulder like that little extra extension to their stride. He didn't break particularly well. He rushed up into his spot. He idled, and then he kicked on again. This is such a serious horse, and the mechanics of his stride just are so impeccable. I was there September 20th, 1976, when Seattle Slew broke his maiden, and for a singular moment, and I'm not saying this is Seattle Slew, I felt like that kid watching Seattle Slew break his maiden.
It says so much because all those years later, as long as you've been close to the sport, that you can still experience that same feeling inspired by the performance of one racehorse.
That's the gift that horses give us. Listen, we cover racing now. It's our job. But at the heart of it, we're fans of the game, and that reduces me to the simplest form of what I am, a fan of the horses and the sport.
No doubting the brilliance in terms of the debut itself, Andy, but we've been down this road before, and we've learned not to get too far ahead of ourselves.
No question about it. And he obviously ran extremely well first time, and he's probably going to be good in a fast track as well as a wet track, but it was a wet, sealed track and could have enhanced his performance, and he's got to come back and duplicate it. Listen, they pay $1.3 million for it. You can laugh about it, but he's worth more than that right now, and if he wins the Hopeful, he's worth even more than that.
I mean,
he's a good horse.
I got texts from all over the country from people that literally watch racing every once in a great while. His performance was so impressive, even the average fan that doesn't watch a lot of racing could see that he's something special.
That was your favorite moment.
It's my favorite moment of the meet because for that moment, I was in the winner's circle and I watched him go by, and I was like, man, I feel like I did that day when I was at Belmont Park watching Seattle Slew break his maiden.
Saratoga was humming. What a performance. Ferocious. See him tomorrow in the Hopeful. Maggie, for you, over the last 38, 39, closing in on 40. I lost count. We canceled today. Your highlight for you, your personal favorite moment this summer at Saratoga.
Well, it wasn't a single moment. It was more the fact that we saw several trainers get their first wins at Saratoga, and to be a part of that, whether it be interviewing them or just watching it from the TV myself and enjoying the utter joy and elation that these trainers get to experience, because it is not easy to win up here. And while, the Todd Pletchers and the Chad Browns of the world, they deserve every bit of success that they have, it's good to see that there are still new, young people getting involved. And we look at Whit Beckman, we look at Riley Mott, who grew up here, training horses with his father. But I have to say that the most jubilant winner of all was Jen Paragallo, and somebody that's also a local. She literally hugged every single person that came across her path that day, and Dunedin Causeway giving her first win at the Spa. You cannot wipe that smile off of her face. So just to see these new people get their maiden broken here at the Spa Lafitte really was so wonderful to watch.
That was so much fun to watch her in the winner's circle. Didn't she, Richie, grow up selling newspapers on the backstretch with her
mom sold newspapers. She'd come around in her car selling the Racing Form, the New York Post, the Daily News, all the papers, and you would hear her coming, and it was paper and Jen.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Okay, I didn't realize that's who that was.
That was her mom, and Jen was with her every single morning, and then she went to work for Dennis Bryda up here when Dennis started keeping horses here in the spring and fall. So it's just brilliant for her to get that win up here.
That could have been the Travers. That could have been and it didn't make a difference. It was the first win at Saratoga. In fact, most of those, in many of those scenarios, claiming races, not stakes races, and the genuine enthusiasm and raw emotion that you could feel through the television screen.
I mean, that's the beauty of the game in a lot of ways, and especially up here, right? Those are the moments that they're not going to get a lot of attention. Nobody's going to really talk about them. They're lower level races, but for somebody in that situation, it's one of the most meaningful moments of their lives.
No doubt.
And that's what racing can do. It can turn what so many people might see as ordinary or almost, and I'm not denigrating, as a throwaway moment to somebody else. It can be one of the most incredible things that ever happened to them, and that's a beautiful thing.
Richie, you remember the name of the first horse you won on?
Horse named Hilarious. I rode opening day here, 1981. It was pouring rain all day. Got shut out all day. Rode 8 and won for Walter Kelly on a gray horse named Hilarious, the last race.
My first win was Prize Dream, 1987, Sportsman's Park. It was probably about 5 degrees. Maiden, 7,500.
Tom Durkin called
Oh, no, my first win was at the Meadowlands, but no, I thought you were talking about up here.
No, I meant your first win ever.
Yeah, good grip, Meadowlands.
Yeah.
Maiden,
yeah.
$10,000.
Look, you don't forget it.
Nope.
Incredible.
Richie doesn't forget anything.
So many
horses.
moments and highlights. One more day to go, one more race to go here on the Sunday program. Post-parade, New York Breds $30,000 maiden claimer, 7/8 of a mile. There's Senegal with Dylan Davis.
Senegal, Dylan Davis, he's had one heck of a meet. Dylan Davis has. Don't count him out.
Neptune Beach, 14-1, Luis Saez.
Yeah, I mean, I guess his dirt races, frankly, are actually fast enough that he could get a piece in here.
4 Eyes. It's just mean. 13 race maiden.
You're right. 13 race maiden, and he's going to need 6 eyes to get there in front of
Iriman, in case Rajiv is watching. More on Flavien Prat in a moment. Triple word score, an outsider.
Yeah, that's Andy's game, you know?
Andy on fire today.
Phrasal is my game.
Louis Rivera, who won on that 31-1 shot you liked earlier. Mama's Midi and Ricardo Santana, the current favorite.
Yeah, I think this horse is going to be tough in here in a race where he should show some speed, right?
He should have won last time. Embarrassing loss for him.
Landauer and Ramon Vasquez.
My top pick, my friend Steve Bick's stable. And it's a horse that ran against better horses last time in a merry-go-round race. I think he's very dangerous here.
Good luck, Steve. Last couple, and there's a look at Wild Nugget, late on the scene, first-time starter by Mission Impassable.
You know, it's not a great group in terms of the horses that have the resumes behind them. And Wild Nugget from that outside post, which is tough post for a firster, there's some money showing on this horse.
I think you have to pay attention to both the 11 and 12, the two firsters, just because of the overall quality of this field.
Regazzo Diabolico, he was 19-1, and Romero Mirage in the saddle.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's not taking any money in here, and doesn't have any pedigree at all, but he does have a very handsome rider, bucking the genetics of that family.
The most handsome Mirage.
I want to know more about Tom's first win at Sportsman's. That's when it was just 5/8 of a mile, right?
Yeah, so.
Wasn't a harness track then?
So I was living at the Cove Motel on Cicero Avenue.
Classic.
And I came home after work one day, and there was no place to park. And I was like, how could this be on a weekday? And I looked around, and the ladies and the men that were walking into the rooms were only keeping them for about an hour. And I realized, oh, my God. And so I went to see the manager. It was one of those L-shaped motels where, you know, he's on the small side of the L, overlooks the whole parking lot.
You sure we want to keep going there?
I went to see the manager. The manager told me, yeah, look, you know, we just have big crowds every night. You like anything you're running? So I just gave him the next horse I was running, which was this horse. So I came home after winning. It was snowing, and I was a newlywed, by the way. It was snowing, and I got to the parking lot full again, and all of a sudden he comes running out of the manager's office, and he pulls this traffic cone right in front of my room out, and I had a parking space for the rest of the meet.
VIP
the
parking
rest of the meet, he was there for me.
Nothing
VIP.
else he left in your room for you?
VIP.
That's great.
I don't know how you're going to follow that up, Maggie.
That is a hard no. I'm going to let that one sit and move on and talk about horses. As there were some pretty feral animals back in the paddock, as we saw a late scratch of very long shot number 7, Irish Tides, and the first-time starter number 11, Regazzo Diabolico, was a handful. Well done for even getting him out here to the racetrack. But let's talk about your favorite, number 8, Mama's Midi, because usually that's him being feral and sometimes flipping over. He was a late scratch earlier on in this meet. I agree with Andy, though. Last time was the time, and he didn't get the job done. In fact, beaten by Dunedin Causeway, giving Jen Paragallo that first win here at Saratoga. I get it, but I don't want him. As we'll take a look at number 2, that is Senegal for Jenna Antonucci. I think this is a little bit of a Goldilocks effect. 6 too short, mile proving to be too far, so 7. He is a bit of a longer bodied horse where I do think that a bit more ground than 6 is preferable here. So we'll see how he does, as he is 3rd off the bench and definitely looking the most fit so far that we have seen from him. I'm going to land on a first-time starter, though, taking money and continuing to do so, is number 12, Wild Nugget, bred by my friends, Willowbrook Stable, the Canizzos. Keep my horse there for the summer. So I got to see this guy as a nugget, as a young horse, bred by them right and foaled right there on their farm. Coming from Penn National, he's well prepared. He's been professional. He looks incredibly fit, and I think he's really well spotted here, guys.
Live on the board for his debut, Wild Nugget. Landauer, Andy, why might this be graduation day for him in his 3rd career start?
I'm live with a double with a 9 and 12. You have to use the 12 who's taking money. I want to bet against the 8, Mama's Midi. This race, last race, was gifted to this horse, and he couldn't get the deal done at 6 furlongs. I don't know why I want him at 2-1 and 7 furlongs. Good luck to him. Landauer is a horse, first time out, he took a lot of money before 14-1. It's a very, very, very strong field. He was basically eased. He comes back in an easier spot, and they ran 1, 2, 3 around the racetrack. He never really had a fair chance in there. Sorority Prank would be 1-9 in this field and win by 10 lengths, second place finisher. And he's just he's a lightly raced new face here to this crew, a crew that I'm dying to find somebody to bet against. So I'll use the first-time starter. Maggie's talking about Wild Nugget. I'm live in the double with him. And he was live on the board, and I'm using Landauer, and he's my top choice, the 9. I think he's a great bet in this race at 7-1.
Sounds like the same logic that led you to the $64 winner a couple of hours ago.
That horse might have had a little more going for him, or maybe he just got a
but
good
you
ride.
didn't. The others that were being supported, you had knocks on.
You want to find races where you just don't like the horses that are favored, because if you feel they're vulnerable and you're right, it gives you the opportunity to find a horse at a bit of a price. That's how you find prices.
Tom?
Well, so look, my horse was scratched, burn rubber, the 10. I am really interested in this 12 horse. Money continues to show there. I know it's not an easy post, but, you know, Andy talked about it, and I mentioned it as well. It's not a difficult group. If you're going to be a first-time starter, you know, this is the kind of field you want to run against.
Yeah, you landed in the right spot if you're a first-time starter. The 12 is my selection as well, Wild Nugget. The mare, Wildcat Bella, 8-time winner, and she possessed a lot of natural speed, and this is her first foal to make it to the races.
Little will go a long way. In this 13th and final, Frank Miramati, great call in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. On the mic, standing by for the nightcap on a Sunday from Saratoga.
Thanks, Lafitte. Here is Wild Nugget in the colors of Peter Casamillas. Put out a lot of fast runners over the years. Going up. All set. And they're off. And Wild Nugget with a quick beginning from the extreme outside, joined by Four Eyes, who has some early speed too. And in between, Ragazzo Diabolico is up close now, moving up to take that second spot. Down at the rail comes Can't Stand Disco, who's fourth, 3/4 in front of Irie Man, who races in mid-pack. Then Mama's Midi on the inside of Landauer. That pair followed by Senegal. Triple Word Score is second to last, and Neptune Beach at the back of the field. The opening quarter went in 22 4/5 seconds. Wild Nugget flashing that speed past the half-mile pole, leads it by 2 to Ragazzo Diabolico in second. 4 back to Four Eyes in third. They're almost in single file as Irie Man is now 8 lengths or so off this pacemaker coming toward the quarter pole. It's another 3. Triple Word Score moves up on the outside of Can't Stand Disco. The half went in 46 seconds flat. 1/4 mile to go. Wild Nugget. Irie Man hugs the rail and starts to rally into second as the field turns for home. Irie Man finds room in between, has dead aim on Wild Nugget at the 8th pole. He collars him out in the center of the racetrack. Four Eyes outrunning his odds. Wider out. Triple Word Score is closing too. A 16th to go, and it's Irie Man by 5. Irie Man far too strong. Flavien Prat with the late double. Triple Word Score second. Third went to Senegal. Then it's a 3-way photo among Wild Nugget. Neptune Beach was in that photo as well.
17th stakes win of the meet earlier. Takes down the nightcap as well, does Flavien Prat for Charlie Baker. Irie Man, much the best in the nightcap.
Got a perfect trip, got a great ride from a great rider. I've bet him about 7 times in his 9 starts. Didn't have him today, though.
I mean, they went really fast early, Rich. I mean, this Irie Man was against the rail the whole way, saved all the ground. When the pace collapsed, he just took over.
But I love when a rider like Flavien Prat, who just comes off a Jockey Cup Gold Cup win, delivers a ride like this on a maiden 30. I love when guys, you know, we were talking about earlier, every race is important to somebody. And growing up in Brooklyn, if a guy didn't give his best effort and got beat for third and cost a guy a triple, he was a mutt. Well, Flavien Prat's no mutt. He just shows up.
You don't want to be a mutt in Brooklyn. Don't want to be a mutt in Brooklyn. Those grade 1 wins, Richie, for Prat, the grade 1 wins. Diana, Jockey Club Gold Cup, Alan Jerkins, the Test, the Personal Ensign, and the Forgo. Wow.
That would be great for a career, let alone one meet.
He ties Javier Castellano, had 6 Grade 1 wins in 2015, and that was an amazing, magical summer. This is a fabulous rider.
And Chancellor McPatrick tomorrow in the Grade 1 hopeful. 1 day left here at Saratoga. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Today's highlights: Bernard Baruch driving finish, running B in Arad Ortiz. Ortiz with 5 wins this afternoon. What a ride, Flavian Pratt. That's 6th Grade 1, 17th stakes win. Highland Falls, Godolphin, Brad Cox, back-to-back days with Grade 1 victories. Will you see them in the Breeders' Cup Classic? You will see him tomorrow. Ferocious, 8-5 morning line favorite in the hopeful closing day from the Spa.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner